I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Members can take their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation's bilateral visits to Malaysia, Bangladesh and Turkey from the 6th to the 13th of April 2026 and the attendance at the 152nd Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union held in Istanbul, Turkey from 15 to 19, 2026. I'm pleased to report to the House the work of the delegation to the 152nd Interparliamentary Union held in Istanbul in April this year. I was honoured to once again lead this high-level delegation consisting of the Deputy Speaker, Ms Sharon Claydon, Senator Andrew McLaughlin, CSC, Senator Deborah O'Neill, Mr Bazam Abdo MP and Senator Tammy Tyrrell. I thank the delegation for their commitment, diligence and hard work. The delegation focused on four key themes: sustainability, civics and democracy, gender equality and representation and financial transparency. During the 152nd Assembly in Turkey, I was appointed a Vice President of the IPU to represent the Asia-Pacific Group. And as Chairperson of the IPU Executive Subcommittee on Finance, I reported on the IPU's financial situation to the geopolitical groups and answered questions from the floor. Australia co-sponsored a successful proposal for the emergency debate, which focused on the need for parliamentary efforts to support peace-building within the Middle East. Senator O'Neill, in her capacity as a co-rapporteur to the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development, proposed a resolution entitled Building a Fair and Sustainable Global Economy. The resolution was adopted unanimously by the 152nd Assembly on 19 April as an IPU resolution. Ms Claydon MP, as a member of the IPU Women's Bureau, served as a rapporteur to the Forum of Women for its debate on Senator O'Neill's proposed resolution. Senator McLaughlin served on the drafting committee for the emergency item on behalf of the Asia-Pacific Group, and Mr Abdo contributed to the general debate along with Senator O'Neill and myself. The IPU was founded in 1889 as the first permanent political forum for international negotiation, providing the origins for multilateral cooperation. The Australian Parliament was first invited to participate in the IPU in 1906. Although Australia didn't attend any assemblies until 1928, we provided a grant of £50 annually from 1915 to 1918 in solidarity and support of the IPU's efforts to settle international disputes by peaceful means. During the Assembly, I was really proud to launch a historical timeline which details the history of Australia's engagement with the IPU. Over 70 years of engagement, Australia has consistently advocated for equal rights of women and the full engagement of Pacific Island parliaments. In fact, Australia took the initiative in 1985 to foster closer ties by hosting a gathering of IPU members from our region. That gathering was formalised some years later as a meeting of the Asia-Pacific Group, which continues to this day and which our Pacific Island neighbours play a key role. Australia went on to chair the Asia-Pacific Group 4 times, including in 2023 when I had the privilege of chairing the group. Considering the deep history of engagement within the IPU, the organisation has never been led by a parliamentarian from the Pacific region. And it's a great honour to advise the House that the Australian National Group of the IPU on 22nd June this year unanimously endorsed myself as the Australian representative for the position of IPU President. The Australian National Group is made up of parliamentarians from all sides of this chamber and the other place, which makes this an incredible privilege to have support from all sides of politics. During the bilateral visit to Malaysia, the delegation met with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honourable Tan Sri Dato Dr Jahir bin Abdul, and the President of the Senate, Senator the Honourable Dato Awang Bemi bin Awang al-Bahsa, and other parliamentarians of the Parliament of Malaysia. as well as a range of civil society representatives and the representatives from the United Nations and other regional bodies. During the bilateral visit to the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the delegation met with the Honourable Tariq Rahman, the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the Honourable Hafiz Yudan, Speaker of the Bangladesh Parliament, and the Honourable Shama Obed Aslam, the State Minister for Foreign Affairs. The delegation also participated in roundtable discussions with representatives from civil society organisation and UN organisation. In Istanbul, the delegation visited the Commonwealth War Graves Cemetery and attended the screening of the Forgotten Pacific documentary. Hosted by Australia, the film screening included contributions from Ms Clayton and the Honourable Philemon Jakarta, the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank a number of officials who contributed to this high-level and historic successful visit. In Malaysia, Her Excellency Ms Danielle Hanik, the High Commissioner to Malaysia and her team. In Bangladesh, Her Excellency Ms Susan Ryle, the High Commissioner to Bangladesh and her team. And in Istanbul and throughout the 152nd IPU Assembly, Her Excellency Ms Sally Ann Vincent, PSM, Ambassador to Turkey and her team. Mr Tony Huber, the Consul General of Turkey, and the Parliamentary Library, and DFAT, who provided helpful background material. Finally, the delegation also wishes to thank the team in the International Parliamentary Relations Office, the Senate Procedure Office, Dr Jane Thompson, the Delegation Secretary, and finally Ms Fatima Intimal for assisting the delegation at the Assembly. I thank the House. Yes, the Leader of the House.
Just on behalf of all of us, I think it's important just to mark the moment acknowledging the work across the Parliament from all members of the delegation on both sides. And I think members would also want, given the report that you've just given, for it to be noted the pride that all members take in the leadership role that you've taken there and the significance that has for democracy and the pursuit of democracy, particularly in our region.
Thank the Leader of the House. I have received from the Senate transmitting a resolution agreed to the Senate on 30 June 2026 relating to the operation of the Parliamentary Joint Committee. Before I get to that one, I've received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Kovacic has been discharged from the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and that Senator Scarr has been appointed a member of the committee. I have now received a message from the Senate transmitting a resolution agreed to by the Senate on 30th of June 2026 relating to the operation of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission. Copies of the message have been placed on the table for the information of honourable members. I do not propose to read its terms, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in this resolution. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
I move the message be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give a call to the Attorney General.
Speaker, I move that the House, 1, does not concur in the resolution transmitted by the Senate, and 2, notes that A, on Monday 22 June 2026, the Australian Government commenced the process to select and appoint a Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner for the National Anti-Corruption Commission. B, the Government is seeking candidates with the highest levels of integrity, leadership and decision-making ability for these positions. C, the Government confirmed that appointments will be made through an open, competitive and merit-based process, as all the appointments to the National Anti-Corruption Commission have been made. D, consistent with the requirement under Section 178 of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2022, the Attorney-General will refer the proposed appointments to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission for approval before recommending them to the Governor-General for appointment. E, there is a need to balance the committee's important role under the legislation with respecting the privacy of candidates and their willingness to put themselves forward as candidates. F, the Government is committed to providing the committee with appropriate information about the proposed candidates on which to base its decision. And G, the motion purports to expand the functions of the committee beyond that prescribed by statute.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point, just invite members to take their seats. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Good. Order. The result of the division is ayes 93, noes 45. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Order. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Defence Legislation Amendment RCDVS Implementation and Related Measures No. 2 Bill 2026 and Statute Update Bill 2026 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
Thank the Leader of the House. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Shall move to the first order of the day, and I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I present the Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the Administrative Review Tribunal and Judicial Review of Migration Decisions and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Administrative Review Tribunal commenced operation on 14 October 2024, replacing the former Administrative Appeals Tribunal as Australia's primary federal merits review body. The ART provides an independent mechanism of review of government decisions made under over 400 Commonwealth Acts, a function that is critical to Australia's system of government. The government established the ART to ensure that members of the community have an avenue to seek review of government decisions in an effective, efficient and fair way. The government recognises that not every review is the same, and that the ART should provide a meaningful opportunity for review in a way that is appropriate to the circumstances of the case. The government is therefore committed to ensuring the ART has the tools and the flexibility it needs to deliver these objectives. The Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia, the FCFCOA Division 2, also plays an important role in hearing and determining judicial reviews of certain government decisions, including decisions of the ART. It is important that the FCFCOA is well equipped to perform this function, which is critical to our system of government and promotes public trust and confidence in government institutions. Merits and judicial review processes should be proportionate. The time and resources expended to determine a matter should reflect the complexity of the issues and the importance of what is at stake. Efficient review procedures are important to reduce delays in decision-making, provide genuine applicants with the benefit of a timely and effective remedy, and strengthen the integrity of administrative and judicial review systems. The purpose of the Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 is to enhance the efficiency and responsiveness of the migration review framework by supporting the ART and the FCFCOA to more effectively respond to their significant and increasing caseloads. The bill would also support the ART to manage its significant workload across case types through measures that would create efficiencies, improve processes and increase flexibility. The bill makes amendment to the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and other Commonwealth legislation to expand tribunal powers, improve tribunal processes, increase efficiency, avoid administrative delays and aid the management of caseload surges and backlogs, particularly in migration matters. The bill will enable the ART to give reasons for a decision orally, rather than always in writing, with written statements of reasons to be given at the request of a party. These changes ensure that ART resources are not unnecessarily expended to produce written reasons when parties do not require them. These changes apply to matters in the ART's migration caseload, as well as other caseloads where written reasons may not always be required. The bill provides safeguards for vulnerable applicants of the ART and will not apply these changes to reviews relating to social security, veterans' entitlements, the National Disability Insurance Scheme or aged care, where written reasons may play an important role. The changes will also not apply to other reviews that may be prescribed by regulations. The bill would, among other matters, enable the President of the ART to authorise registrars to exercise additional powers, including to reinstate applications in certain circumstances and to dismiss applications if satisfied that there are no reasonable prospects of success, permit any member or other authorised person of the ART to correct an obvious error in a decision or statement of reasons for a decision made by a registrar, allow for additional matters to be considered when the government is progressing the reappointment of a non-judicial member of the ART, and allow for the government to more efficiently change the appointment status of members, and introduce a requirement for an application to the ART for review of a reviewable migration or reviewable protection decision to be made using an approved form to ensure the tribunal has all the information it needs to consider a matter. The bill would introduce a new requirement for the verification of the identity of an applicant for merit or judicial review of a prescribed protection or migration decision in the ART and FCFCOA. The particulars around when, where and how the identity verification process would operate would be set out in regulations under the Migration Act. Failure to comply with the identity verification requirement in ART proceedings would result in the tribunal being required to dismiss the matter. As an important safeguard, the existing reinstatement powers already available to the ART would continue to operate in circumstances where a matter should not have been dismissed in the first place. Applicants who fail to comply with the identity verification requirement in FCFCOA proceedings would require leave of the court to continue proceedings. Where leave is not granted, the FCFCOA would be able to dismiss the proceedings. The FCFCOA would also be able to reinstate proceedings which had been dismissed. The difference in approach between the ART and FCFCOA reflects the constitutional limits arising from the status of the FCFCOA as a court established under Chapter 3 of the Constitution. Courts must retain a high degree of discretion in the management of proceedings. This means that the FCFCOA will also be able to extend time for satisfying the identity verification requirement or dispense with the requirement altogether where appropriate. This new requirement would ensure applicants are genuinely engaging with merits and judicial review processes by establishing a mandatory engagement point between the applicant and the review pathways. As a regulation, it would of course be open to the Parliament to scrutinise and consider the arrangements and disallow them if appropriate. This proposal ensures that genuine applicants understand precisely what it is they are seeking to do, and that the ART and the FCFCOA can have confidence an individual seeking review is who they say they are. It will provide an important touch point and a further opportunity to protect the integrity of the merits and judicial review systems through identification checks. Taken together, these reforms will support a more efficient, effective and robust review framework by encouraging active participation in the process and dissuading frivolous applications while ensuring appropriate balances are in place. The ART has a crucial role in enabling members of the community to seek fair, quick and inexpensive review of government decisions. The FCFCOA has a crucial role in providing an avenue to review the legality of government decisions. This bill will support the tailoring of ART procedures and operations to the different circumstances of the cases before them. It will also support the ART and the FCFCOA to address significant caseloads, enhance efficiency and avoid administrative delay, ensuring that decisions can be made in an efficient and timely manner. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Flinders. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Defence Legislation Amendment RCDVS Implementation and Related Measures number 2 Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is this bill be now read a second time. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Defence Legislation Amendment Royal Commission in Defence of Veteran Suicide Implementation and Related Measures number 2 Bill. And before I start, can I start by acknowledging all those that continue to wear the uniform in service to this nation, our veterans and your families, and note that the freedoms that we enjoy today are on the back of hard-fought battles, wars and sacrifice that you have made. This legislation is not merely a collection of administrative adjustments or technical tweaks. It represents a significant legislative response to the findings of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, a Royal Commission established by the former coalition government. Every member of the House of Representatives carries a heavy responsibility to ensure those that wear the uniform and those who have worn the uniform receive support, care and respect for the service. We also carry a duty to the families who stand beside them, sharing unique burdens of service life. The Coalition recognises the profound importance of these reforms. The bill directly implements 15 recommendations of the Royal Commission, with a further 20 recommendations supported through its provisions. Its objectives to strengthen health, well-being and safety of our personnel are objectives that this side of the House wholeheartedly shares. For these reasons, the Coalition will not oppose this bill in the House today. We approach this debate in a spirit of constructive engagement, acknowledging the valuable work of ex-service organisations, advocates and families who have fought for these changes. However, Mr Speaker, our support is cautious. It is a support predicted on the requirement that these reforms deliver genuine, tangible improvements, rather than simply adding more layers of administrative complexity to a system that many serving personnel and veterans already find difficult to navigate. We must ensure that this legislation is effective, proportionate and capable of delivering the improvements that are needed, recommended and promised. The measures contained in this bill are intended to place a greater emphasis on the support of our defence personnel and veterans across both the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Royal Commission was clear. For too long, the systems designed to support our people have been fragmented. This has resulted in fragmented information systems, resulting in administrative delays in support, and most tragically, missed opportunities to identify and assist those at high risk of suicide and self-harm. By improving coordination between agencies and strengthening access to support services, this bill aims to ensure that the wellbeing of Defence members, veterans and their families remains central to the service delivery. Schedule 1 is about addressing fragmented information systems. It establishes a new legislative framework to support health and safety by breaking down fragmented information systems. It expands the functions of the Repatriation Commission to include wellbeing and transition support, and it creates a framework allowing Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs and other entities to share information for defined purposes. The intent here is understandable and, in principle, supported by the Coalition. We acknowledge the value of reducing administrative barriers between agencies to allow for earlier intervention for vulnerable individuals and better integrated service delivery. The bill's support for Veteran and Family Wellbeing Agency and the National Veterans Data Asset is particularly important, as these will enhance our research capabilities and further deepen our understanding of suicide risk factors. In particular, the Coalition supports the goal of enabling the earlier transfer of information from Defence to DVA. If this leads to reduced delays in claims processing and ensures veterans receive assistance at the earliest possible opportunity, then it is a significant step forward. However, we must always remain vigilant. The collection and sharing of sensitive personal information, data relating to health, service delivery and personal circumstances is a matter of highest gravity. Defence personnel and their families rightly expect that this information will be handled in the highest degree of care and security. While the bill includes requirements for ministerial guidelines and de-identification of information where practical, these safeguards require ongoing and rigorous scrutiny. We must ensure that any expansion of information sharing powers is accompanied by robust protections, clear limitations on use, and strong accountability mechanisms. While better data can drive better outcomes, it must not be achieved by placing sensitive information at risk of misuse, exposure, or unauthorised access. And this has happened before with the department, myself receiving texts from a third party wanting to talk about my health concerns and my injuries and illnesses. So this particular part does create some angst and anxiety, but we have had a clear assurance from the government and the minister and his department, and I thank him for that will not be the case. But nevertheless, we just need to keep an eye on these things. The Coalition will closely scrutinise the ministerial guidelines that will help protect this information and work constructively, because it's our responsibility to make sure that our Defence Force personnel and veterans have that scrutiny, have that support, but also, if it doesn't go in the direction it's supposed to, review it and change it. Schedule 2 is about modernising defence health. It turns the defence health system seeking to modernise its legislative framework. The defence health system occupies a unique and often difficult position. Unlike civilian service, it must provide individual care while simultaneously supporting operational readiness and assessing an individual's fitness for service. The Royal Commission found that existing legislative frameworks have not evolved in step with modern clinical practice in relation to mental health care, clinical governance, and the management of health information. The Coalition supports the establishment of a clearer statutory framework that clarifies the roles within the system and provides authority for the collection of health information for monitoring and quality assurance. We welcome the alignment of defence health governance with nationally recognised clinical governance standards. This has the potential to improve transparency and ensure that our personnel have access to high-quality care that meets contemporary expectations. Providing legal protections for practitioners participating in quality assurance to those civilians' systems is also a sensible and necessary step. But once again, a balance must be struck. While Defence has a legitimate need to access health information to support readiness and safety, we must ensure that the privacy rights of personnel are not unnecessarily eroded. The success of these health reforms will not be measured by the creation of a new statutory frameworks, but whether they result in earlier intervention, improved continuity of care, and better mental health outcomes. Schedule 3 is about supporting families. Mr. Speaker, Schedule 3 is a critical component of this bill, as it recognises that families are the backbone of the defence community. We know that there are a profound connection between family circumstances, relationship breakdown, and an elevated risk of suicide and self-harm. Behind every serving member is often a family sharing the burdens of service, the frequent relocations, the prolonged absences, and the immense pressure of operational deployments. We must support measures that improve communication between defence and families, ensuring they are better informed about the supports available to them. And I will note that this has developed over many years and has gotten better, but we can always strive to be better. The operational deployment tempo, the training tempo, the humanitarian tempo, it's all at high. Our members of the ADF could, in a moment's notice, be somewhere around the world. But we need to make sure that Defence has the supports in place for the families, because the families really are not just the backbone, but the driving force of many people's service. And there used to be an old saying, "Speak a distracted soldier's a dead soldier." It's a quite blunt saying, but when you're on operations, the last thing you want to be thinking about is my family getting the support they need? Are we relocating? Is there a GP in location? How's the schooling? Is the family unit going well? So we do support better supports for the family. I also want to highlight, and most importantly, the schedule addresses the harrowing reality of family and domestic violence. It ensures that former partners are not excluded from support services simply because their relationship with the serving member has ended. Facilitating access to assistance for safe separation and improving the safety of victim survivors are objectives the Coalition strongly supports. No one, regardless of service, has the right to commit heinous crimes and domestic violence and then to find the spouse left without the supports. This is a good part and a good measure, and I thank the Minister for that. In this sensitive context of relationship breakdown, the need for stringent privacy protections and support is paramount. Families must have the confidence that their information will be handled appropriately, and we'll be looking closely at the safeguards governing these specific information sharing provisions. Schedule 4, integrity and service requirements. Schedule 4 focuses on the standards of those who serve, establishing a more structured framework for service eligibility and separation. The Coalition firmly believes that those entrusted with our national security must uphold the highest standards of conduct. Public confidence in the Australian Defence Force depends on maintaining a professional, disciplined and trusted military force. We strongly support the principle that individuals convicted and imprisoned for serious violent or sexual offences should be automatically removed from the ADF and ineligible to return. I know that sounds like something that should just be a norm, but it hasn't been. We must maintain the highest standard of our ADF and never have loopholes or backdoors for those that have been convicted, imprisoned for violent offences or sexual offences be able to continue to serve or get back into service. These reforms, they create more coherent and consistent framework for defence personnel and decision makers, offering greater clarity and certainty around the processes and standards that apply across the members' service. But more clearly defining legislative requirements and decision-making criteria, they reduce the likelihood of inconsistent, subjective or ad hoc outcomes and support more transparent and accountable approach throughout defence. Importantly, the reforms ensure that decisions regarding entry into service, ongoing suitability and separation are grounded in clear principles, fairness and appropriate oversight. In doing so, they enhance confidence in defence personnel's management processes and ensure decisions align with contemporary expectations of integrity, accountability and sound governance. Schedule 5, the importance of independent oversight. Finally, Schedule 5 contains amendments to support the independence and effectiveness of the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner. Independent oversight is not just an administrative hurdle, it is essential for driving lasting change and ensuring that governments remain accountable for delivering meaningful reform. Effective oversight will be the key to ensuring that lessons of the Royal Commission are translated into lasting and systematic improvements. Mr. Speaker, the Coalition supports the objectives of this bill. We are mindful of the history of reform in this area. For too many, the system has been the source of frustration rather than support. We must be vigilant to ensure that these reforms do not simply result in further delays or layers of administration. The true measure of this legislation will not be the number of new frameworks created or the breadth of the provisions. It will be in the lived experience of ADF personnel, veterans and their families. Will they experience faster claims processing? Will they access services and supports be improved? Will we see earlier and more effective information and intervention for those who are at risk? These are the metrics by which the Parliament and further governments will be judged. The Coalition supports the referral of this legislation to a committee inquiry in the Senate. This process is not about delay, it's about diligence. It provides the opportunity for defence personnel, veterans, families, ex-service organisations to contribute their expertise and ensure that we get the details right. We owe it to our service community to ensure that legislative framework reflects the supports and purpose and that it is intended to achieve. We look forward to engaging constructively throughout this process to ensure the legislation is fit for purpose. The Coalition recognises that the Defence Legislation Amendment Implementation Related Measures Bill is a significant step in the right direction. We will not stand in the way of this bill's progression in the House today. We owe a debt of gratitude to our ADF members, our veterans and their families. We must ensure the systems of support are worthy of their sacrifice. I think throughout these schedules, it's quite clear the expectation of what is needed, but also it places an expectation in one of these schedules on our members of the ADF about what's acceptable behaviour and what's not. And I think that's a good thing, because we cannot have issues, violent outbursts, convictions or sexual offences be not spoken about or create a backdoor for those who have committed these crimes to get back into the ADF. The general public around the country expects members of our ADF to be at the highest standard. And so do I. Because when the time comes, and history shows it will, we will ask our brave men and women to travel to a foreign land, to stand side by side with our allies with the Australian flag on their shoulder, their will to win. They know there is no second best on the battlefield. Failure means death. They expect their government to have their back, support them, look after them, and create legislation that reflects their needs. That's what I think about when we bring legislation before the Parliament for our brave men and women. And if something happens through their service, whether it be in combat, or training, humanitarian, that they get the support that they need and their families get the support they need, because they deserve it. And we in this place, on Anzac Days and every day, we look at our veterans and say, thank you for your service. This is about ensuring that that thank you is not hollow, that that thank you has meaning, and that they get that support. This bill, I believe, is a step in the right direction. I really do. The Senate inquiry will examine, look through, poke holes, we'll fix some hopefully, and we'll be able to work together to make sure that the feedback that we've received from the ex-service organisations, from the veterans, from their families, from still serving people, and from just people that love the ADF that read legislation and want to add some free feedback as well. I think that that's a good thing. This is about getting it right the first time, so we don't have to come back here and do it a second time. And the Coalition remains committed to that goal and to support the health and well-being of those who serve and support those who have served in the past and their families. We'll do this for you. Thank you.
Can I call the Minister?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour of this.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I put the question. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Statute Update Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak... Pardon?
Sorry, Member Flinders. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Statute Update Bill of 2026. The Coalition recognises the important role that the statute update legislation plays in maintaining the quality and integrity of the Commonwealth Statute Book. These bills have long been a feature of good legislative practice. They correct drafting errors, update terminology and cross-references, repeal spent provisions and improve consistency across Commonwealth legislation. Keeping the law accurate, coherent and accessible benefits everyone, from the courts and legal practitioners to government agencies and ordinary Australians seeking to understand their legal rights and obligations. On its face, this bill is consistent with that long-standing purpose. Schedule 1 contains a large number of technical amendments across Commonwealth legislation, while Schedule 2 repeals more than 100 obsolete amending acts that no longer have any operative effect. The overwhelming majority of the amendments appear to be precisely the kind of technical machinery changes that statute update bills are intended to contain. They correct drafting errors, modernise language, update references and remove spent legislative provisions. The Coalition supports the principle that the Commonwealth Statute Book should be kept accurate and up to date. However, we also believe Parliament has an obligation to verify, not simply assume, that legislation described as technical is in fact technical. Unfortunately, this government's legislative record gives Parliament good reason to exercise that scrutiny. Too often we have seen legislation introduced in haste, legislation requiring significant correction after introduction, or legislation producing unintended consequences because proper scrutiny was lacking. Australians expect better. For that reason, the Coalition will be seeking referral of this bill to the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. That is not because we oppose this bill, rather it is because Parliament should take the opportunity to test the government's assertion that every amendment is genuinely technical and that no substantive legal rights, obligations or entitlements are affected. A small number of amendments extend beyond straightforward editorial corrections. They include amendments affecting the Criminal Code, veterans legislation, radio communications, the Midwife Professional Indemnity Scheme, marine safety legislation, family law, freedom of information and electoral legislation. Those amendments may well be entirely mechanical in nature, and if they are, the government should have no difficulty explaining them to the committee and placing that explanation on the public record. In particular, we would expect confirmation that the amendments affecting veterans legislation have no impact whatsoever on veterans' entitlements and that the relocation of existing statutory powers does not alter their legal operation and that the repeal of transitional provisions has no continuing legal consequences. That is exactly the purpose of the committee process. It strengthens parliamentary scrutiny and it improves transparency. And it provides confidence that the legislation described as technical does not inadvertently or otherwise produce substantive legal change. Good lawmaking is not just about good drafting, it is about careful scrutiny. It is about ensuring Parliament understands precisely what it is being asked to pass. Accordingly, while the Coalition supports the objectives of maintaining an accurate and coherent statute book, we believe this bill should first be examined by the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee before proceeding through the Senate.
I call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I put the question. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2, Bill 2026.
Call the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes No. 2 Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to change the law relating to social security, family assistance, childcare subsidy, administrative review and paid parental leave and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Since this government was elected, we've been focused on strengthening Australia's social security system to make it fairer, easier to access and better able to support people when they need it most. This is one of the fundamental responsibilities of government. We've also been hard at work restoring trust in our social security system. Without this trust, the social security system loses legitimacy in the eyes of our community. We understand the importance of the social security, family payment and child support system to all Australians. Help has to be available when and where Australians need it most. This bill builds on the significant improvements the government has made since the 2022 election, restoring fairness and adequacy for many income support and family payment recipients, as well as children and parents supported by the child support scheme. We've raised the rate of working age and student payments, providing real increases in support for low-income Australians. We've increased the annual single rate of job seeker payments by more than $4,300 a year. This is a result of the government's increase to working age and student payments of $40 per fortnight, along with regular indexation. Commonwealth rent assistance maximum rates have increased by over 50% through the government's real increases in 2023 and 2024, as well as indexation. We've made sure support is going to those who need it with our changes to parenting payment single eligibility, which has benefited around 200,000 single principal carers since September 2023. And from today, new parents will benefit from our expansion to paid parental leave. Our changes mean more time. Parents welcoming a new baby will be able to access a full 6 months of paid parental leave. More money. Parents receiving paid parental leave are now receiving over $1,000 a week, and superannuation has been paid since 1st of July last year on paid parental leave. And of course, also more people are eligible, and there's more flexibility for mums and dads too. Thanks to Labor's changes, families accessing the full entitlement will receive almost $30,000 across their paid parental leave. That's more than double the entitlement they received before Labor returned to government. And last year, we started paying that superannuation on paid parental leave, which means that the retirement income gap for working parents is also reduced. Over 1.2 million families with children will also benefit from indexation increases to family tax benefit from today. For example, a family with a child over 13 receiving family tax benefit Part A will see an increase of $10.64 per fortnight. This family is now receiving over $1,500 a year more in family tax benefit than when we came to government. Around 1 million aged pension, disability support pension and carer payment recipients will also benefit with increases to income and asset thresholds. This means that payment recipients, including older Australians, will be able to have more income and more assets before their payments are affected. Most recently, through the passage of legislation late last year, the government increased the small debt waiver threshold for the first time in 30 years to $250. The threshold will be indexed from today, increasing to $260, and will continue to be indexed annually in line with the changes to the Consumer Price Index. We expect that in 2025-2026 alone, around 1.2 million undetermined debts will have been waived or will not be raised at all. Access to the Special Circumstances Debt Waiver has expanded to better protect victim survivors of domestic and family violence from coercive social security debt. The waiver can now be applied more widely and more fairly in situations where a person has genuine limitations on their ability to comply with their reporting requirements. This includes cases of family and domestic violence where a debt arises due to coercion or financial abuse. Since December 2025, more than 500 social security and family payment debts have been waived where family and domestic violence was recorded. In the recent budget, the government announced significant reforms to make the child support system safer and more effective for Australian children and their parents. The bill before the Parliament today is another important milestone in our efforts to restore the integrity of our social security, family payment and child support systems. This bill includes measures which resolve some historical, legal and compliance issues that have been identified in the operation of these systems. It builds on work that we have been progressing as a government. Over the last 2 years, the government has passed 4 pieces of legislation to address historical, legal and compliance issues in the social security and child support systems. With these amendments, we've taken action to resolve outstanding legal and compliance issues identified in the operation of the social security, family payment and child support systems. Many of these issues have been impacting the operation of these critical systems since well before our government was elected. The bill ensures systems are up to date, working effectively, and that people can have confidence in their integrity and the support they rely on. We need to make sure that people have confidence in the safety net so they can take a step forward to take up opportunities. This is a largely technical bill reflecting the need for regular updates to ensure that legislation remains up to date. It enables efficient and fair administration for the benefit of people who are supported by the social security and child support systems. The bill also responds to priorities identified through Services Australia's Legal Compliance Remediation Program. Many compliance issues are being resolved simply by operational or system changes at Services Australia, but others require legislation. Minister Gallagher and I are actively responding to these issues as they arise. This bill strengthens our social security safety net by ensuring there is legislative clarity in how the social security, family payment and child support systems support people. The bill includes the following technical changes. Advance payments allow income support or family tax benefit recipients to receive a lump sum advance of their entitlement. The money is then repaid through a deduction of a person's future payments. Advance payments are an important part of the social security and family tax benefit systems, with approximately 2.7 million advance payments being granted in the 2024-2025 financial year. The bill makes technical changes to provide legal certainty for Services Australia's administration of advance payments and continues current service delivery arrangements. We are removing outdated provisions related to social security and family tax benefit advances, including the requirement for Services Australia to be satisfied that the repayments won't cause the person to suffer financial hardship. This allows people to continue to access advance payments when they need it most, at a time and a place that suits them. We're also aligning mobility allowance debt recovery provisions with the usual debt-raising practices for social security and family tax benefit advances, improving legislative consistency across the social security system. The bill also makes technical changes to ensure that Services Australia can use income data supplied by the Australian Tax Office before a notice of assessment is issued. This is known as pre-issue income data. For 99.8% of people, their income information doesn't change once a notice of assessment is issued. Pre-issue income is used for child support, family tax benefit, single income family supplement and childcare subsidy purposes. The bill allows Services Australia to use pre-issue income data to finalise or reconcile family tax benefit or childcare subsidy payments and administer the child support scheme, rather than having to rely on tax-assessed income information. It also ensures that people's income can be updated if Services Australia receives new income data. The amendments ensure that Services Australia can make accurate payments for families seeking assistance and make accurate and timely child support assessments. This aligns with Services Australia's current practices. It will allow claims to be assessed as early as possible based on pre-issue income data supplied by the ATO, rather than having to wait longer for the final tax assessed amount. These changes will mean payments can be updated without having to wait for the final assessment. For recipients like single mums caring for their children waiting on child support, this will mean more accurate payments sooner, fewer back payments for underpayments, less debt collection for overpayments. These changes will ensure child support assessments are timely and accurate, and it will protect child support debt collection opportunities through the tax refund interception process, which collects around $41 million in child support debt owed to children every year. The small proportion of cases where there is a difference between the pre-issue income data and the final tax assessed amount are corrected through reconciliation processes or automatic adjustments. The bill also includes the following amendments to improve the operation of the Social Security, family payment and child support systems. Amendments to family payment law to improve the appeals process through the Administrative Review Tribunal for recipients of family tax benefit. This will reduce the administrative burden placed on Services Australia, the tribunal and the individual who's appealed a decision. Also, technical changes to ensure there is legal clarity for family tax benefit recipients and their obligations around family tax benefit reconciliation conditions and non-lodgement provisions. This will ensure the law aligns with Services Australia's current processes. Also, changes to child support law to allow Services Australia to continue to use an automatic process for the determination of provisional incomes used in child support assessments. Ceasing this process would cause extensive delays in the creation and updating of child support assessments, increasing the risk of child support debt or overpayments. Amendments to allow merit review of decisions to offset income tax returns against family tax benefit debts. This will ensure these decisions have review options consistent with other decisions in the family payment system. Also, technical changes to ensure a parent's paid parental leave superannuation contribution is calculated correctly if they've been paid by their employer and a debt later arises. This will ensure the correct amount of superannuation will be paid into their superannuation fund. And finally, amendments to the operation of urgent payments in the social security system to align with the design of Services Australia's service delivery arrangements. This will improve service delivery arrangements for recipients, including reducing the number of calls a person needs to make to Services Australia. All the amendments contained in this bill, while technical in nature, will ensure the social security, family assistance and child support systems can better operate as intended and provide assistance to those who need it in a more streamlined and accessible way. Together they continue our work restoring trust in Australia's social security system and ensuring our safety net provides the assistance people need.
Thank you. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All those in opinion say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026.
I call the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I present the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Wine Australia Act 2013 and other legislation and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Australian farmers, fishers, foresters and producers make an extraordinary contribution to our country. They feed us, they support regional jobs and communities, and they help drive our national economy.
The latest ABARES forecasts show the value of agriculture, fisheries and forestry is expected to reach $110 billion in the current financial year. Well, in 2025-26 actually. That reflects the hard work, resilience and skill of Australia's world-class producers. This bill is part of the Australian Government's support for our agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors. This bill will amend two acts, the Wine Australia Act 2013 to provide Wine Australia with the function to conduct or arrange surveys of the grape and wine industry to support the operation of the Wine Act, or the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, and establish an information management framework to enable Wine Australia to disclose information for authorised persons, and the Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Act 2024 to change certain aspects of how the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry manages information under the Act, and make a technical change to the power to make rules in that Act to ensure it operates as intended. The amendments to the Wine Act will enable Wine Australia to conduct or coordinate surveys of the grape industry or wine industry to support the operation of the Wine Act, or the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 in relation to the grape industry or wine industry. It will also support the Government's response to the review of regulatory options for the wine and grape sector conducted by Dr Craig Emerson, which recommended stronger transparency in wine grape purchasing arrangements. The Government has agreed to the review's recommendation that winemakers should make earlier binding offers for each grape variety they seek under contract from the Riverland, Murray-Darling and Swan Hill and Riverina regions, and that those offer prices should be made public. The measures in the bill relating to the collection and disclosure of certain information will modernise and strengthen the Wine Act, while ensuring that protected information is afforded appropriate safeguards. The bill will, for example, authorise entrusted persons to use and disclose relevant information obtained and collected under the Wine Act to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, to support the regulation of the proposed mandatory code of conduct for wine grape purchases as announced by the Government. Without these amendments, the wine sector's ability to respond to industry challenges would be reduced, and the ACCC's ability to identify businesses captured by the mandatory code would be limited. The Government has undertaken broad industry consultation, including engagement with industry bodies to seek feedback on the proposed changes to the Wine Act. The amendments to the Collection Act will enable the Australian Bureau of Agricultural and Resource Economics and Sciences, known as ABARES, to use and disclose personal information, particularly personal information collected via the agricultural levy and charge system for the performance of its functions, including research and data analysis. ABARES provides independent data, research, analysis and advice that informs public and private decisions affecting Australian agriculture, fisheries and forestry. Since 2025, ABARES has been able to use and disclose certain levy and charge data for the purposes of performing its functions, except personal information. The changes will allow ABARES to confidentially disclose personal information to third-party providers to assist ABARES in performing its function of conducting critical annual agricultural surveys. That is, ABARES could provide the contact details of the survey participants to mailing companies to ensure these companies send survey approach letters and survey materials to the participants on behalf of ABARES. The changes will strengthen the quality of ABARES agricultural surveys, improving research outcomes and delivering broader benefits across the agriculture, fisheries and forestry sector. Existing and new safeguards in the Act, as well as the Department's existing privacy controls, will ensure that personal information is used, disclosed, stored and destroyed appropriately by third parties. The Privacy Act would also continue to apply to personal information handled by the Department. The bill will also make a technical change to the power of the Secretary of the Department to make disallowable rules so the provisions can operate as intended. The Department has consulted with representatives of levied industries, as well as research and development corporations and other levy and charge recipients about the changes. These changes will strengthen the agricultural levy and charge system, and by strengthening ABARES research and analysis capacities, provide lasting benefits to the agriculture, fisheries and forestry sector. These are practical changes. They will strengthen the ability of Wine Australia and ABARES to continue their important research work, support better decisions and help industry keep building a strong future.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting day. All those in opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4. Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026.
And I call the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
I present the Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Biosecurity Act 2015 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Australia's biosecurity system plays a critical role in protecting our environment, world-class agricultural and animal production sectors, economy and way of life. It safeguards Australia's favourable pest and disease status, underpins domestic productivity and provides access to international markets. That system, however, is now operating in a vastly more complex and challenging risk environment. Rising volumes of travellers and goods, changing disease profiles, climate impacts and increasing time pressures at the border require a biosecurity framework that is adaptive, intelligence-led and operationally efficient, now more than ever before. We regularly see how real these risks are. In 2025 alone, biosecurity officers inspected more than 280,000 commercial air and sea consignments and intercepted over 359,000 incoming travellers. More recently, in just the month of March this year, over 3,000 mail items and over 33,300 travellers were intercepted with biosecurity risk material. These efforts prevented tens of thousands of harmful pests and diseases from entering Australia. The Albanese Labor government acknowledges this more complex and challenging environment means we must invest to ensure our nation's biosecurity effort is fit for purpose. That's why, since coming to office, we have delivered over $2 billion in additional resourcing to strengthen Australia's biosecurity system. We also understand that a strong biosecurity system relies on robust laws to enable efficient operations and inform regulatory decision-making. Today's border environment requires streamlined, better informed decisions at the point of entry while maintaining Australia's high biosecurity standards. This bill responds directly to those needs by focusing on two separate deliverables. Firstly, it provides the first step to modernising the way travellers provide information through new methods, including the Digital Australia Travel Declaration. By allowing information to be provided earlier and more accurately, it supports faster and stronger biosecurity decision-making. The Australia Travel Declaration pilot has already shown real benefits, including smoother passenger flows, restricted congestion and faster processing at the border without compromising on biosecurity standards. Biosecurity officers are able to access information provided by incoming travellers more easily, which allows them to focus their efforts on high-risk travellers and goods. Secondly, the bill improves transparency and fairness for biosecurity industry participants by introducing a clear notice of intention process for decisions relating to approved arrangements. This gives applicants the opportunity to respond before decisions are made, supporting a more consistent and transparent regulatory system. Together, these amendments strengthen operational effectiveness at the border, improve regulatory decision-making and support better engagement with industry while maintaining Australia's uncompromising biosecurity standards. The bill also makes a minor and technical amendment to the Biosecurity Act to remove the use of a defined term. This removes ambiguity and assists in ensuring provisions of the Biosecurity Act are clear. Australia's biosecurity system is rightly regarded as strong and effective, but good performance in the past does not justify complacency in the future. Maintaining the trust of our farmers, our international trading partners, requires continuous improvement and innovation as risk technologies and the operating environment evolves. Our biosecurity legislative framework must remain contemporary, adaptive and proportionate. This bill facilitates this by delivering a more responsive biosecurity framework that meets this expectation. It enables the long overdue transition from paper-based information gathering to modern digital options such as the Australia Travel Declaration. It improves procedural fairness for approved arrangements with greater clarity around regulatory decisions. Australia's biosecurity system is critical to our ability to compete on a global stage. Forging stronger links between innovation, operational delivery and legislative clarity is essential to ensuring that we remain resilient, adaptive, responsive and trusted as a trading nation. This bill reflects a practical and forward-looking approach to strengthening Australia's biosecurity system for the future. It supports innovation and ensures our biosecurity laws continue to make a meaningful difference for Australia now and into the future.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting day. All those opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5, Aged Care Legislation Amendment, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care Commissioner and Other Measures Bill 2026.
I call the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Aged Care Legislation Amendment, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care Commissioner and Other Measures Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to aged care and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, every older Australian deserves care that sees them, knows them and treats them with respect. And that looks different for everyone. For older Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians, that means care that understands their culture, their history and, in many cases, the adversity they have faced. This bill delivers something that will give older First Nations Australians a clear voice to government. Australia's first permanent, independent, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care Commissioner. It was a key recommendation of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety, and today this Labor government delivers it. The case for this role is clear, Deputy Speaker. Older Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are more likely to need aged care and more likely to need it earlier in life. Yet, they use it at lower rates than other Australians. We can't continue to shy away from why that is. For so many older First Nations people, aged care has felt like a system built by others for others. A system that asked them to leave their country or island home, to move far from family, to explain themselves in a language that wasn't their first. For some, reaching out for care means trusting institutions that have given their families little reason to. And that history shapes the choices that people make today. When a care system doesn't understand a person, they don't work around the system, they simply disengage from it. They wait longer, they get sicker, and too often, people miss out on the dignity that they deserve in that care. Deputy Speaker, while there's much work to do to build back the trust of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians that care institutions have eroded over decades and centuries, this Commissioner is a profound step forward. This is about building the structures that give every older Australian the same opportunities and the same access to dignified, joyful later years. The Commissioner will be a strong and independent advocate. They'll work to make sure that in every corner of our nation, in the cities, in the bush and on the islands, aged care is culturally safe, is sensitive to trauma and is responsive to the people that it serves. The Commissioner will advise on how government should move to improve and expand access to care and support genuine co-design of policies and programs for First Nations people. They'll promote cultural capability across the sector so that the people delivering care understand the people receiving it. They'll help more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations become registered providers, because care delivered by community, in community, is often the care that works best. And they'll help us lift the number of First Nations people working in aged care, so older people can see themselves in the people who look after them. The Commissioner will sit within the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission with an independent statutory role. This is a similar model to how the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner has been established. That placement is deliberate, Deputy Speaker, and it is a strength. It connects an independent First Nations voice directly to the levers that regulate aged care and build capability across the sector. It means their advocacy doesn't stop at advice. It will have teeth. This includes powers to collect information and report publicly on what they hear from the community. It reaches into how providers are registered, how quality is measured and held accountable, and importantly, how care is delivered on the ground. An independent voice with a direct line to the parts of the system that can act on what it says, including the Minister of the Day and the System Governor. This role has been shaped by the people it's for. The outgoing interim First Nations Aged Care Commissioner, Ms Andrea Kelly, travelled the country and listened deeply. She held 135 forums and met with more than 1,000 older Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, their families, their communities and providers. She heard what was working, what wasn't, and what people wanted this role to be. Deputy Speaker, as I've visited Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and services around the country, I've heard of the power of that Commissioner role to bring a First Nations voice to where change can be made. We'll run a robust, competitive process to make sure that the very best Commissioner is appointed, someone who has a track record as a respected and trusted leader from the community. But we know that appointing a Commissioner doesn't get us all the way, Deputy Speaker. There's so much more work for government to do to make Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care as culturally safe in practice in every instance as it is intended in the Aged Care Act. That work has commenced with the enshrining of those rights, with the exemption of redress payments, with the work of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Flexible Aged Care Program. But we'll continue that work until every Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community in Australia knows that aged care is a system that they can trust and rely on. And the Commissioner will play a central role in support of our work to achieve that ends. This bill does more than establish the Commissioner. It features technical but important components to strengthen the system that older Australians rely on every day. It makes permanent a set of measures enacted through rules that have kept the new Aged Care Act running smoothly since it commenced on the 1st of November 2025, giving older people and providers the continuity and certainty that they have needed through this transition. It strengthens protections for older people, making clear the obligation on providers to refund contributions and fees that have been overcharged or overpaid. It makes a practical fix, so elected local councillors are no longer captured as responsible persons under the Act. And this brings local government in line with state and territory governments, and it keeps councils delivering aged care in the communities that depend upon them. And it makes a range of further technical amendments to keep the Act operating as intended as the sector continues its transition. Examples include a small but important change to ensure individuals have flexibility to choose how they pay for residential aged care while they await the outcome of their means testing. Deputy Speaker, these are sensible improvements. They keep faith with the reforms that this Parliament has already passed, and they keep the system working for the people that it serves. But at the heart of this bill is a simple idea. Older Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people deserve a louder voice in their own care, and now they'll have one. I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All those in opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 6, Australia's Foreign Relations, State and Territory Arrangements Amendment Bill 2026.
And I call the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I present Australia's Foreign Relations, State and Territory Amendments Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australia's Foreign Relations, State and Territory Arrangements Act 2020 and the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Australia has long benefited from international engagement, whether it be through education, cultural exchange, research, collaboration or trade. These connections strengthen our economy, enrich our society and extend our global influence. But we live in an increasingly complex and contested world where foreign engagement brings both opportunities and new risks. Strategic competition has the potential to play out at every level of engagement between nations, including at a subnational level. In this environment, it's essential that Australia's international engagement remains consistent with our national interest. The Foreign Arrangements Scheme was introduced in 2020 to provide visibility and oversight of these foreign engagements. It applies to state, territory and local government and public universities, and it requires notification and, in some cases, approval of arrangements with foreign entities, particularly foreign government, departments, agencies and universities that lack independence in their governance. Since 2020, over 22,000 notifications have been received, demonstrating the breadth of Australia's international engagement and the importance of maintaining appropriate oversight. The scheme's enabled the Australian government to work cooperatively with states, territories, local governments and universities to support beneficial partnerships while managing risk. Where necessary, it has enabled decisive action, including earlier this year when the government prohibited entry into 2 arrangements with Russian and Belarusian entities. In 2024, the government commissioned an independent review of the scheme led by Rosemary Huxtable. As part of the review, Ms Huxtable consulted widely across federal, state, territory and local governments and Australian universities to hear their views and their concerns about the operation and the structure of the scheme. While the review confirmed the scheme is working, it identified opportunities to strengthen its effectiveness. Attention should be concentrated on areas of greatest risk, while compliance should be simplified and the regulatory burden reduced. This bill responds to the review's findings, and this bill implements a number of those recommendations that were made by Dr Huxtable. Its amendments would strengthen the scheme's framework by sharpening the focus on Australia's national interest and enhancing the tools available to manage risk. And the bill will streamline the scheme's operation by simplifying processes and reducing administrative burden, particularly for lower risk arrangements. Together, these reforms ensure that the scheme continues to support international engagement while protecting Australia's interests. The bill strengthens the legislative framework in several ways. It embeds the national interest explicitly in the object of the Act, ensuring decisions are guided by a comprehensive view of Australia's security, economic and foreign policy interests. It expands our ability to manage risk, including by allowing conditions to be imposed on foreign arrangements, both at the point of approval and during their operation. This provides a more flexible and proportionate response than outright refusal or cancellation. It enhances whole-of-government coordination by enabling information collected under the scheme to be shared with relevant Commonwealth entities, supporting better informed decision-making across portfolios. It ensures emerging forms of international engagement are appropriately captured, including by extending the scheme to arrangements entered into by overseas campuses of Australian universities. And it improves the government's ability to respond to non-compliance, including by allowing the Minister to address inadvertent breaches in a flexible and proportionate way. At the same time, the bill reduces unnecessary burden and simplifies the operation of the scheme. It reduces regulatory requirements for lower risk arrangements, including removing unnecessary approval steps for minor variations and renewals of arrangements that have already been assessed. It clarifies key concepts such as institutional autonomy, making the scheme easier to apply and reducing administrative complexity for regulated entities. It improves the operation of the public register, ensuring it reflects current arrangements and focuses the most significant decisions. This enhances its accuracy, usability and transparency. And it gives the government more flexible administrative tools, including targeted delegation and limited extensions of decision timeframes, so that complex arrangements can be properly assessed. Speaker, together these measures simplify the scheme whilst maintaining appropriate oversight. These reforms strike the right balance. They support Australia's continued international engagement that delivers enormous economic, cultural and strategic benefit for our nation. And they ensure that engagement is conducted in a way that protects Australia's broader national interests. They strengthen risk management, reduce unnecessary burden and modernise the framework to meet the realities of a more contested world. This bill ensures the foreign arrangement scheme remains clear, effective and fit for purpose, supporting openness while safeguarding our national interests.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate. The question is that the debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I have received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating a member to be a supplementary member of the Standing Committee on Education for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the factors driving educational attainment, and I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask Leader of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a supplementary member to the Standing Committee on Education.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for Barker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that Mr L O'Brien be appointed a supplementary member of the Standing Committee on Education for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the factors driving educational attainment.
The question is that the appointment of Mr O'Brien be appointed a supplementary member of the Standing Committee on Education. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk, I think. Call the clerk, is it right? No? Okay, sorry. I have to report that the major sporting events, Indicia and Images Protection Amendment Bill 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask Leader of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for Barker. Call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is the bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Major Sporting Events, Indicia and Images Protection Act 2014 and for related purposes.
Thank the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, online safety amendment, strengthening enforcement for the social media minimum age bill 2026, resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
Thank the clerk. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question therefore is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to and call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I feel a little like an imposter talking on this bill. Many of my colleagues who know me know that I'm probably best described as a Luddite. But as a Luddite, even as a Luddite in this role, one has to become across the role of online presences. In fact, I'm wanted to describe myself to colleagues recently, members of the party, constituents otherwise, as a content creator. Now, I've got to tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I entered the Parliament in 2013, if someone had told me it was a condition precedent of this role that I would have to become a digital content creator, I would have stayed in the law and transitioned to the farm. I wouldn't have sought pre-selection. I wouldn't have worked very hard to obtain that pre-selection and then worked very hard during the election of 2013 and subsequent elections since then. But the truth is, if in a modern age you want to share and communicate with your constituencies, if you're in business, you want to share and communicate with customers, then if you're not on a digital platform, then you're missing out. And young people have gained aptitude towards digital acumen faster than any other cohort in the country. I mean, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've got a 16-year-old and a 10-year-old, and watching their acumen around digital platforms and these things is just a sight to behold. And I'm not one of those people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who comes in here and says everything about online experiences is wrong. I don't conform to that view. Like everything, there needs to be appropriate safeguards, there needs to be appropriate barriers, and that is what we're seeking to achieve here. And I, of course, support my colleague, the member for Lindsay's amendments. But it is important that we understand that as positive as experiences can be on the digital online environment, there are also substantial risks. And like others, I've read of very tragic circumstances. I've had constituents, parents come to me concerned about the way algorithms are seeking to lock young people in. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm someone myself who has to check how long I spend online and how connected I can become to my devices. It's why perhaps I love time on the farm, because you just put the phone away and you get on with life. and then you reconnect at some other point. And so this is an important space. It's one where we need to get the balance right. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend my colleague, the member for Lindsay's amendments to the House.
I thank the member for Barker. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to. And I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The government's first duty is to protect its citizens, and arguably its most vulnerable citizens, in this case, children. Today, that duty extends into a digital world where the playground has actually moved online, and where too often it is unpoliced and unsafe. I recently received a deeply concerning account from a constituent in my electorate. They wrote about a 15 and 11-year-old siblings from their community that, and I quote, have a Zoomerang account, I didn't even know there was one, and has been known to post or repost up to 30 videos a day. After the social media ban was implemented, when she was 11 years old, she opened a TikTok account. Both girls discuss issues of declining mental health, including suicidal ideation, self-harm, cutting, body dysmorphia, bullying, and the 15-year-old's case, allegations of sexual assault. My constituent asks that there be some sort of agency or protocol where these accounts can be collated, investigated, and closed where applicable. My constituent goes on, and I quote, "Concerns for the welfare of the children have been raised with the mother, a primary school, child protection, and after a particularly concerning series of Zoomerang videos, a welfare check was requested of the police. There has been no visible or positive response from any of the places we expect to protect our children, with the younger girl telling police she's fine. This is when she stopped posting on Zoomerang and opened a TikTok account with her mother's knowledge." Deputy Speaker, this is what this government's policy failure looks like in real time. The Coalition led the way in November 2023 with our private members' bill to impose age verification online. Labor rejected it, then in the 2024 budget accepted it. We pledged in June 2024 that we would deliver the under-16 social media ban, which Labor thankfully copied. What we know is that around 5 million social media accounts of children under 16 were removed, deactivated or restricted since our world first social media ban began. Apparently, 5 platforms are being investigated by the E-Safety Commissioner for potential non-compliance with the ban. A University of Newcastle study published in the British Medical Journal found the initial age restrictions have had limited impact, finding that among 408 12 to 17-year-olds that were questioned 3 months after the ban, after 80% continued to use restricted platforms, and about 2/3 had encountered age verification measures. The E-Safety Commissioner's March 2026 compliance update found 70% of children were still on social media. As constituents are telling us, and as evidence shows, current platform safeguards and reporting mechanisms are not working as intended. Even after intervention attempts by schools, child protection and police, nothing changes. The behaviour simply moves platforms. That is not protection, that's circumvention. The Parliament agreed on the goal of protecting children online, but the current framework has not delivered. Labor rushed their initiative out the door as other countries considered social media bans so they could claim international credit for being the first. We know large numbers of children are still accessing these platforms despite the ban because enforcement was weak and the regulator was not given the tools it needed. This bill attempts to correct what arguably was Labor's very first poor attempt at legislating in this area. While constituents have concerns about the reach of the E-Safety Commissioner's current powers, the Coalition supports regulators having more teeth, so long as those teeth are to be used on big tech.
We will be vigilant and critical if these powers are misdirected at the Australian people. We must be honest about what we're dealing with here. These are not neutral platforms. They are global businesses whose model depends on keeping users engaged at all costs. User engagement is driven by algorithms designed to maximise attention and influence behaviour. People of all ages are at risk of being influenced into negative behaviour patterns by these algorithms, but younger people are particularly vulnerable as they have not developed the critical thinking or awareness of the dangers that lurk in the dark corners of the internet. If we're not careful, we risk raising a generation conditioned for constant stimulation, where deeper thinking is crowded out and attention is shaped by algorithmic incentives rather than independent judgment, or as I like to call it, the flea brain. I want to draw the House's attention to a judgment on the 25th of March in Los Angeles, where a young woman, now aged 20, initially KGM, sued Meta and YouTube, having started using YouTube at the age of 6 and Instagram at the age of 9. She argued Meta intentionally engineered their platforms to be addictive, that their design caused compulsive use, and this led to depression, anxiety, body dysmorphia, and suicidal thoughts. She alleged the addictive design features included infinite scrolling, autoplay videos, algorithmic recommendation feeds, push notifications, and reward-style engagement. Experts in the case likened the design features to cigarettes and poker machines. A Los Angeles jury found Meta and YouTube were negligent, designed addictive products, failed to warn users, and ultimately caused harm, with Meta ordered to pay $4.2 million US dollars and YouTube $1.8 million US dollars. Apparently, TikTok and Snapchat settled with the same female plaintiff before trial. There are reportedly thousands of similar cases in the US alone. Yet this government, our government, is slowly developing a digital duty of care. I share that recent American legal example from just months ago to illustrate that there is a duty of care, there is legal liability, and as lawmakers we have a duty to the Australian public. At the same time, Australians are rightly cautious about overreach. This is not about heavy-handed control or undermining freedoms. It is about getting the balance right, because what we have now is not working. As I have said to constituents who wrote to me concerned about overreach, we are not doing our job as parliamentarians elected to represent our 120,000 or so constituents, more in Mally's case, and their children if we do not address risks to real harm, risks that can lead to serious harm or even death in our communities. It is not acceptable to throw up our hands and say, well, that's online and that's unregulated. What is the point of this place? Our parliament. If we do not try and protect our citizens, we might as well pack up and go home and let the multi-billionaires, if not trillionaires, govern Australia from their condos. That's why Australia imposed the world-first social media ban as a bipartisan measure, fully aware it was never going to be easy or perfect, but principle matters, and this is a very important principle for Australian mothers, Australian fathers, Australian children, safety, and indeed for Australian sovereignty. This is ultimately a public health issue, one that requires careful, evidence-based policy. And protecting young people, particularly the most vulnerable, must be our number one priority. As Shadow Minister for Regional Communications, I commented recently on the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, TO's, calls for greater powers to advocate for Australians who cannot get a fair go from big tech. The TO released a report in June revealing 4 out of 5 Australians have experienced problems with digital services in the past reporting year, with 1 in 3 being an online retailer or marketplace, and more specifically for this bill, 29% with social media platforms. Australians are losing an estimated $497 million annually due to problems with digital services, the TO says. Now, this might not seem about e-safety, but speaks very clearly to the accountability vacuum big tech thinks it has in Australia. So this bill today sends them a message. They are accountable. We will hold them accountable. So Australian businesses, startups, small businesses rely increasingly on social media to promote their businesses, meaning that when their account is shut down, blocked, hacked or attacked, a lack of access or action costs money, sometimes lots of money. Social media platforms need to do more in this space, as does the government. As I said to one of my local newspapers recently, I have been very active advocating for scam victims among my constituents, scams that often arise on digital platforms. And while I note the government has been hand-wringing for years on this topic, there is a broader dispute resolution policy needed in addition to scams for Australians or businesses harmed by digital platforms. Individuals and businesses alike find platforms inflexible and unaccountable despite their reliance on them for connection and, in business cases, income. And I expect government to do much better for Australians in this space. They may feel they've got global attention on a social media ban, but the world will really sit up and take notice if digital platforms are held more accountable for harming Australians and Australian businesses. This bill strengthens enforcement, and that is necessary, but enforcement alone will not fix a system where harm can simply shift from one platform to another. We need real accountability for platforms, real tools for families, and a government that understands this problem deeply enough to get ahead of it. Because right now, too many families feel like they are shouting into the void, while the system that is meant to protect their children simply does not respond.
I thank the member for Mallee. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's no doubt we are living through one of the fastest technological shifts in human history. A generation ago, parents worried about what their children watched on television. Today, our children carry the internet in their pockets and may spend several hours a day online. Social media has become woven into almost every aspect of daily life. It's how young people communicate, learn, socialise and understand the world around them. The opportunities are extraordinary, but so too are the risks. Across my community, I've heard from countless parents who are deeply concerned about what their children are seeing online, often in the privacy of their bedrooms. They tell me they're struggling to keep up with technologies that seem to evolve faster than families can adapt. They worry about exposure to violent content, harmful algorithms, cyberbullying, scams, predatory pedophilic behaviour, and the relentless pressure that social media can place on young people's mental health. These concerns are real, and they deserve to be taken seriously. When Australia's world-first social media minimum age laws came into force in December last year, there was broad agreement that something needed to change. But there were also significant warnings from technical experts, mental health organisations and online safety specialists that we were legislating before many of the practical questions had been answered. There were concerns that without meaningful and longer consultation, without robust evidence and without a credible implementation strategy, children would simply find ways around the restrictions. Unfortunately, much of that has proven to be true. Shortly after the laws came into effect, the E-Safety Commissioner reported that around 4.7 million age-restricted accounts had been removed from social media platforms. That does sound significant, but only a few months later, the Commissioner's own reporting showed that around 70% of children who had accounts before the ban were still accessing restricted platforms. I've heard exactly the same story from families in my electorate. Parents tell me that their children know exactly how to get around restrictions. Young people have shown me themselves just how straightforward it can be to bypass the age checks using false birth dates, VPNs, even drawing beards with pen on their chins, and other workarounds. This should concern us all because when a child lies about their age to gain access, they're not entering a version of these platforms designed for children. They're entering platforms that are designed for adults, that are simply not safe for them. Implementing a ban has removed the obligation for platforms to make their content safe, and the additional safeguards that might otherwise apply disappear. The algorithms treat them as adults, the content they are recommended changes, and the protections that we intended to provide can be lost entirely. Added to this is the reality that legislation is only effective as its enforcement, which brings me to the bill before the House today. The Online Safety Amendment Bill, which gives the eSafety Commissioner stronger powers to investigate whether digital platforms are genuinely meeting their legal obligations. It expands the Commissioner's ability to compel documents and information from social media companies and other relevant organisations, and allowing closer scrutiny of the systems they have put in place to enforce minimum age requirements. It also substantially increases the penalties for companies that fail to comply. These are really sensible reforms and I welcome them. We already know that the eSafety Commissioner is examining whether several major platforms are meeting their obligations under the law. Strengthening the Commissioner's investigative powers and increasing the consequences for non-compliance will better equip the regulator to hold companies to account. For those reasons, I support the bill. But supporting this bill does not mean pretending it solves every problem. There remain important questions about the broader impacts of a minimum age laws themselves. Throughout the original debate, many mental health organisations cautioned against assuming that simply removing young people from social media would automatically improve their well-being. Their concern was not that online harms do not exist, they clearly do. Their concern was that many young people also rely on online spaces for connection, support and belonging. That remains true today. For many young Australians, social media is where they access news, educational content and creative learning. It's where they stay connected with friends and family. It is where they participate in their communities and engage in public debate. This is particularly true for the LGBTQIA+ and young people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people, culturally and linguistically diverse communities, young people living in regional and remote Australia, and young Australians living with disability. For many of these young people, online communities can provide support, understanding and connection that may not be available in their immediate surroundings. The challenge before us has never been simply about removing children from online spaces. It's about making these online spaces safer for all users in the first place. This bill does not fix the underlying problem that too many digital platforms remain fundamentally unsafe by design. That's why I believe one of the most important pieces of unfinished work before this Parliament is the government's proposed digital duty of care. Done properly, this has the potential to be genuinely transformative. A digital duty of care represents a public health approach to online safety. Rather than responding only to harm after it occurs, it requires companies to identify foreseeable risks and take reasonable steps to prevent them from before they occur. It shifts the responsibility upstream. Instead of asking families to navigate increasingly sophisticated technologies alone, it places obligations on the companies designing those technologies. It would require platforms to think much more carefully about the products they build, the algorithm recommendation systems they deploy, and the incentives they create. It means moving beyond simply removing harmful content after it has spread. It means asking whether algorithms should be amplifying that content in the first place. It also means giving people the power to create their algorithms and to opt out of harmful algorithms, opt out of content like eating disorder content, self-harm or misogynistic content. This is something that Chanel Contos and Teachers Consent is calling for, that power for the individuals to curate their own algorithms, to make sure that they're not getting content that they just do not want to see. It also means expecting companies developing AI-powered services, chatbots and digital platforms to consider how their products might affect children and vulnerable users before those products are released into the world. That is what safe by design should mean, because ultimately we cannot regulate our way out of this challenge simply by telling children to stay away. We must also expect the companies making billions of dollars from Australia to build products that are safe for users. This bill is a worthwhile step towards stronger enforcement, and I'm pleased to support it, but I also encourage the government to be equally ambitious in what comes next. As it develops the digital duty of care, I urge the government to continue consulting widely with parents, educators, mental health experts, technical specialists, young people themselves, and the broader community. If we get this right, Australia has the opportunity not to just lead the world in restricting access, but to lead the world in creating digital spaces that are genuinely safer, healthier and better designed for everyone. Thank you.
I thank the member for McKellar. Now, the original question was that this bill... Oh, Minister. I'll call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank those members who have made a positive contribution to this urgent debate on the Online Safety Amendment, Strengthening Enforcement for the Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2026. The Government will not support the member for Kooyong's second reading amendment as it largely deals with matters unrelated to this bill. I note that the Government will introduce a gambling reform bill to the House this week, which includes measures outlined in the Government's response to the Win Some, You Lose More report. I also want to recognise the contributions made by the member for Moreton, the member for Brisbane, the member for Flinders, the member for Whitlam, the member for Curtin, the member for Kooyong, the member for Wentworth and the member for Flinders, backing the Government's commitment to deliver a digital duty of care. I'm going to sub in a member for McKellar as well. Building on our social media minimum age, this year the Albanese Government will introduce a digital duty of care that will require all digital service providers, including social media platforms, to adopt safety by design, maximise user choice and transparency, and have systems in place to prevent the harm before it occurs. Harm from personalised algorithmic recommender systems that maximise engagement and profit before user well-being. Systems that amplify extreme content, entrench social biases and negatively impact mental health through addiction and harmful online comparisons. Systems that send users down rabbit holes and create echo chambers that fuel division or extremism in the community. Systems that cause psychosocial harm by rewarding emotional intensity and conflict. Creating a digital duty of care is complex policy and cannot be rushed, but the Albanese Government is committed to working with all sides of the Parliament to get it right. Because all Australians, not just young people, are relying on us to regulate the tools that are causing us systemic harm. Back to the social media minimum age bill before us, the Government will not support the opposition's second reading amendment, which fails to meaningfully contribute to the bill, but seeks to score cheap political points. To quote Emma Mason, an incredible parent advocate who fought for the original bill and supports our efforts to strengthen the eSafety Commissioner's powers, I pray that the silly point-scoring nonsense we saw in late 2025 is behind us. It was a consensus law that passed in December 2024, and we need all Australian politicians to continue to get behind this legislation. Children's safety is not a political ball to be kicked around. I call on all members to rise to Emma's call to action and support the bill. We must come together and stand on the side of parents and kids, not platforms. Delaying or blocking passage means delaying or blocking accountability for the social media companies. I thank the House.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the Honourable Member for Lindsay moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question, therefore, is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Kooyong be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Good. The question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Lindsay be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. You're on, I think. Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry.
lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. If members can take their seats during the division. Quickly and quietly. Order. The result of the division is ayes 43, noes 92. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Give the call to the member for Barara.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Minister for Communications and Sport.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026, consideration in detail.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay moved as amendment that all words after that, my apologies, Order. I'll just wait to the House when the House can come to order, and if members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly or resume their seats. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. I'll just wait for the member for Fowler and give her the call now.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Leave. The Minister has granted leave. I now give the call to the member for Fowler to proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. By leave, I move the amendments 1 to 3 circulated in my name. Speaker, in my second reading contribution, I raised serious concerns about how the appropriate treatment provisions in this bill would play out for families in communities like mine. My 3 amendments today go directly to those concerns. They are not an attempt to delay or derail reform. They are an attempt to make it work for the people who will be hurt most if we get this wrong. I have moved these amendments not to stop reform, but to make sure reform is fair, inclusive, practical and safe. People living with disability from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, people from low socioeconomic backgrounds, people who already face additional barriers when trying to navigate a government system that is highly complicated, even for those who are well-resourced and speak English as their first language. As I said in my second reading amendment, I support and welcome the stronger integrity measures for NDIS service providers and plan managers outlined in Schedule 2 of the bill. The NDIS must be protected from fraud, rorting and misuse. Australians living with disability deserve a scheme that is trusted, well-managed and sustainable. But sustainability and financial viability cannot come at the cost of fairness, and it certainly should not be achieved by pushing the most vulnerable participants into greater uncertainty or into a system of bureaucracy that is harder to understand, harder to access, and even further removed from the real lives of NDIS participants in communities like Fowler. Australia prides itself on being a nation of many languages, cultures and beliefs. As elected representatives, we have a duty and responsibility to make laws and policies that reflect that reality. That is why my first amendment makes it clear that when we talk about a person's quote-unquote environmental circumstances, we cannot exclude their linguistic environment. The language a person speaks at home is one of the most important factors in how they express their needs, understand their rights, and advocate for themselves or their loved ones. Language forms the bridge between all of us, socially, culturally, and emotionally. If the system ignores that, The result is very likely to be inaccurate assessment of a person's function capacity, their needs and their access to support. The linguistic environment is not incidental. It goes to the very core of whether a person is able to equitably participate in the NDIS. Much like the rural and regional communities who have long called out the gap between policy made in Canberra and the reality on the ground, outer suburban multicultural communities like Fowler face their own version of being left behind. Distance is not always measured in kilometres. Sometimes it is measured in language, in cultural unfamiliarity, and in the absence of services that actually reflect the community they are supposed to serve. My second amendment embeds a requirement that appropriate treatment must be linguistically and culturally accessible at the person's geographical location. This is not a minor add-on. It is about whether a family in an electorate like Fowler has access to support services close to where they live, and just as importantly, whether those supports are culturally and linguistically safe. In a multicultural and multi-faith communities like mine, many refugees and migrants still carry deep distrust of government systems. Service providers have told me they face the additional challenge of helping families navigate cultural taboos around trauma, neurodivergence, disability and care needs. If support is not culturally or linguistically appropriate, then for many families it is not truly accessible. The current rule, which says treatment may be appropriate regardless of whether a person's individual circumstances restrict them from accessing it, is deeply concerning. It allows the scheme to describe a service as appropriate even if it is physically out of reach, linguistically inaccessible or culturally out of step with the community. For a diverse low-income electorate like Fowler, that is a recipe for exclusion. My third amendment removes the provision that allows the scheme to rely too heavily on generic one-size-fits-all criteria without enough weight given to the specific needs of individuals and communities. The system must be able to respond to the lived experience of people on the ground, not just the assumptions built into centrality-designed guidelines. Taken together, these amendments rest on one principle. The NDIS must be as diverse as the people it serves. Its rules and processes must be readable, reachable and relevant to all Australians, whether they speak English as their first language or their second. And for many families in communities like Fowler, those challenges are even more compounded. These amendments do not undermine the intent of reform, they strengthen it. They make sure that in the pursuit of a more sustainable scheme, we do not create a less fair one. I urge the House to support these amendments so that reform actually achieves a better scheme, not just a better bottom line.
The question is that the amendments moved by the member for Fowler be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While the government has a lot of sympathy with the spirit in which the member has moved these amendments, we will not be supporting them in the House. And let me say a few words about why. The future of the NDIS is going to rest on two new approaches to eligibility and plan setting and plan management. The bill seeks to do what we have been advised to do now for some time, including through the NDIS review, and that is to put in place an objective system of functional capacity assessment to determine eligibility, to move from a diagnosis-based system to an objective assessment of someone's functional capacity. And that will be an objective test. Once eligible, a person under new framework planning will be subjected to a support needs assessment. And that support needs assessment will look at the person's functional needs, but also their environmental circumstances, their living circumstances, issues of language, cultural factors, the things that the member for Fowler has raised in her amendment will certainly be factors that are very important in the support needs assessment of individual participants under the new framework planning. But the functional capacity assessment is an objective assessment that will be developed over time, over coming months, with the support of the Technical Advisory Group that looks at a person's functional capacity. Those matters that the member for Fowler has raised will be accommodated in the system of support needs assessment. For those reasons, and also in terms of the question of permanence and the question of appropriate treatment, where we will be supporting some other crossbench amendments on that point, for those reasons we're not supporting the amendments from the member for Fowler.
Thank the Minister. The member for Clare is seeking the call.
I am, thank you, Speaker. I wish to support the amendments moved by the member for Fowler, and they are important amendments not only for the member for Fowler's electorate, but for all electorates across this country. And I think all members here want the NDIS to be as effective as possible and to actually ensure that participants have effective access to the services. And that's why these amendments are so important. They speak to the NDIS being linguistically and culturally accessible, and that is something that all of us should be supporting. But they also speak to a person's geographical location. And I commend the member for Fowler for raising that issue in this House, because in country electorates, we face the tyranny of distance in so many different ways. And that includes delivery of services like the NDIS. There just aren't as many providers in country areas, and participants and providers often have to travel long distances in order to meet and get those services delivered and to actually help country Australians on the ground. And so I will be supporting these amendments. I think they are very important for the modern Australia that we live in. They encompass situations that affect all of our electorates, including the member for Fowler's, and they also have an element that recognise the barriers to accessing NDIS services that country people face, and they are serious barriers, and I will be supporting the the amendment for those reasons, and I commend it to the House, and I would ask all members to support this because they cover not only city electorates like the member for Fowler's, but also country electorates too. Anything that we can be doing to be bridging that tyranny of distance, we should be doing. That great dividing range that we call the sandstone curtain divides us in so many different ways. It divides us in health outcomes. It divides us in educational outcomes. It divides us in terms of wages and how much people earn. But it also divides us in terms of the delivery of services such as the NDIS. The member for Fowler's got my backing 100% on this, and I would urge all members to support these important amendments.
Excuse me. Thank the member for Clare. The question is the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Division required. Okay, lock the doors. The question is that the amendments moved by the member for Fowler be agreed to. The ayes move to my right of the chamber, the noes to the left of the chamber. I appoint tellers for the ayes, the member for Fowler and the member for Collier, and for the noes, the member for Bean and the member for Werriwa. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 72. So this division has been resolved in the negative. If members could leave the chamber quietly, it would be good. I call the member for Bradfield.
I move the amendment circulated in my name. And I move this amendment to strengthen consultation requirements for the key National Disability Insurance Scheme rules. This amendment goes to a simple but fundamental principle that decisions about people with disability should not be made without them. It speaks to the profound truth contained in the slogan, "Nothing about us without us." As this bill stands, critical aspects of the scheme, including eligibility criteria, functional capacity assessment, assessment methodologies and funding rules, are not set out in the primary legislation but left instead to future rules made by the Minister. Now, those rules will determine who can access the NDIS, how their needs are assessed and what supports they ultimately receive. These are crucial considerations with serious implications for people's lives. And yet, there is currently no minimum requirement in this bill for how people with disability are consulted before the rules are made. This is a serious gap. The independent NDIS review released in 2025 was clear in calling for deep and ongoing consultation on reforms with people with disability, their families, their carers, representative organisations and disability service providers and workers. While the new technical advisory group will undertake consultations when developing their expert advice, the legislation does not set out how comprehensive this consultation needs to be. And although consultation is required with states and territories, there are minimal guarantees this will involve the kind of deep consultation called for in the independent review. My amendment would give effect to the review's recommendation and aligns the bill more closely with the principle of inclusive co-design. It would require the Minister, before making rules regarding eligibility, assessment methodologies and support determinations, to publish an exposure draft and allow at least 28 days for public submissions. It would require genuine engagement with people with disability, organisations representing the disability community and sector, and other relevant stakeholders during that period. And importantly, it would require transparency by mandating the publication of a summary of feedback received, along with the Minister's response and a disability impact statement outlining how the proposed rules are expected to affect participants and prospective participants. As responsibilities across the disability ecosystem shifts across jurisdictions, it is more important than ever that thorough, meaningful consultation is undertaken to understand and to avoid unintended consequences. And a related example is the New South Wales Government's recent decision to potentially lock out small businesses from providing services under Thriving Kids by limiting tenders to non-profit providers only. And I've heard from many allied health and disability small businesses in Bradfield, people with deep connections to local community and vulnerable children they provide services to, who fear for the futures of their businesses. And equally, parents are concerned about the continuity that these vital services provide for their children. Thorough consultation can help mitigate problems such as these from arising. And the changes proposed by my amendment would ensure that reforms are considered systematically and holistically and be informed by lived experience. These changes, if adopted and implemented, would strengthen the quality of decision-making, and they would build trust in a system that, for many people, currently feels opaque and unpredictable. And they would build a social licence for a reform process that many feel has been, frankly, too rushed and exclusionary. If we are asking people to place their confidence in these significant changes to the NDIS, then we must legislate our commitment to including them in the process with openness, with respect and a spirit of genuine partnership. And I urge the government to support this amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The perspectives of people with a disability must be centre stage as we deliver these reforms. There has been continuous consultation with the disability community, and this will continue as we pursue our reforms. That was former NDIS Minister Bill Shorten in March 2024. For decades, people with a disability have told policymakers nothing about us without us. I understand the need to ensure that your voices are heard loud and that they carry weight. As Minister, I have a responsibility to ensure that the NDIS is not done to or for participants, without their input. That was Minister McAllister in May 2025. The next wave of reform will, of course, involve the deepest collaboration with the disability community and participants. Nothing about us without us. That was Minister Mark Butler at the National Press Club in August 2025. According to the NDIS Reform Advisory Council, no disability representative organisation, funded or unfunded, was consulted on the content of the Minister's Press Club speech, the budget or the preliminary drafts of this bill's text. The consultation on this crucially important bill has been utterly inadequate and utterly inaccessible. The Senate inquiry was launched on the 14th of May and it initially closed 2 weeks later on the 29th of May. 2 weeks for submissions on legislation which will reshape the lives of 760,000 Australians with a disability. Many people with desperately important stakes in this scheme were denied the opportunity to contribute to that inquiry. Many people with a disability were unaware of the details of this legislation at that time. Many people with a disability need assistance to access parliamentary platforms and to engage with complex legislative language. Many people with a disability rely on the support workers, on advocacy organisations, on community networks, all of which take some time to mobilise. Slow consultation windows aren't just inconvenient, they are structurally inaccessible. So I'm glad that the government has now, under pressure, extended the Senate inquiry into this bill until the 14th of August. But that only happened because of a chorus of disappointment, frustration and anger from the disability community. The disability community shouldn't have to fight to be heard and consulted. Co-design and consultation should be a right, not a given. The member for Bradfield's amendment would legislate a minimum 28-day consultation period for future rulemaking on functional capacity assessments, eligibility criteria and funding levels. It would require an exposure draft, a feedback summary and a disability impact statement for important regulations. These are sensible and principled requirements. In a better world, they would be standard practice already. The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability found that people with disability are chronically insufficiently involved in government decision-making. This bill has repeated that pattern. Article 4.3 of the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities requires governments to closely consult with and actively involve people with disability through their representative organisations when developing legislation that affects them. Australia is a co-signatory to that convention. The government likes to remind us of that, but only when it suits. Deputy Speaker, the NDIS Independent Review Action 25.2 specifically called for deep public consultation with the disability community on proposed legislative reforms. Every speaker to this bill in this House has said that they want the NDIS to be sustainable. Everyone says they want it funded into the future for the people who depend on it. But genuine reform requires trust. You can't build trust with people who haven't been given a seat at the table. You can't build a better NDIS by sidelining the people it is designed to serve. I'll finish with a quote from Jenny Macklin, the former Minister for Disability Reform and the Shadow Minister when the NDIS was launched. We need these voices to be strong. We need them to be firmly built into the consultation and policy design processes, not just as an optional addition to the NDIS, but an integral part of ensuring people with disability can exercise choice and take control. Currently, everything about this bill is without the disability community, and much of it will deny them both choice and control.
I call the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Bradfield and the member for Kooyong for their comments here. The NDIS has more significant consultation structures and protocols than any other social program I've dealt with, at least, and so it should. As a minister at the time, we were building the NDIS for mental health and ageing, involved quite centrally in that design. We did that government set up this scheme to be very much a scheme based on the philosophy of choice and the philosophy of nothing about us without us, as the member for Kooyong reminded us. And there are a number of structures already in place there. The member for Bradfield referred to the NDIS review, which recommended the establishment of deeper consultation structures, and we acted on that. The Reform Advisory Committee has a key role in advising us about things like this, particularly the functional capacity assessment system that was also a recommendation of the review way back in 2023. And as the member for Kooyong reminds us, that committee does its job frankly and fearlessly. As both members, I imagine all members know as well, this particular part of the reform program will be implemented after proper advice and proper consultation of the type I set out in my press club speech through Category A rules that need to be agreed with every state and territory, and there are pretty clear processes not just our government go through for that, but state and territory governments go through with their state-based or territory-based disability representative organisations as well. These systems are well established. And on top of that, when tabling any of these types of instruments, particularly Category A rules, Section 211 of the Act requires me very clearly to issue a consultation statement that sets out the way in which we have fulfilled that commitment that was made 15 years ago to build a scheme and implement a scheme and run a scheme that very much was done in partnership with people with disability. So we're very satisfied that this process going forward that already has involved a deep engagement through government with disability representative organisations, that will have the work of the RAC, the Reform Advisory Committee, sitting alongside it, and obviously, as the members both indicated, would involve engagement from the technical advisory group. We're very satisfied that this work will be done in the way I think the members want to see it be done. So on that basis, we won't be supporting this amendment.
The question is that the amendment as moved by the member for Bradfield be agreed to. I put that, the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Ayes have it. Division is called. Four minutes. 4 minutes.
I don't feel like there's as much room there. They're in my future. That ain't it.
Do you want me? So do we... Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by the member for Bradfield be agreed to. The ayes to the right, noes to the left, and I appoint the member for Wirrawah and the member for Bean for the ayes, and the member for Bradfield and the member for Fowler for the noes. So the result of the division is ayes 11, noes 70. So the result was negated. People can move quietly. And I'll call... If everyone can move out of the chamber quickly and quietly, and I call the member for Warringah.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name together. As circulated in my name together. Now I move these amendments to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill, in the hope of putting forward some targeted, practical amendments that will complement the many other amendments that have been moved by my fellow crossbench members of Parliament. The movements I move today seek to ensure that sustainability is not achieved by removing basic fairness, basic review rights, or the individualised nature of the scheme. Procedural fairness should be a basic underwritten in this legislation. I simply fail to understand why the government and the minister is not agreeing to these practical, sensible amendments. The NDIS was built on a simple promise that Australians with disability would have access to the reasonable and necessary supports they need to live with dignity, participate in the community and exercise choice and control over their own lives. The NDIS must be sustainable. It must be well governed. It must be able to deal with waste, fraud and poor practice. But sustainability cannot become a slogan used just to justify blunt instruments and poor legislation, especially when there are clear double standards of accountability being applied by this government. And rather than fix the system, the government is choosing to leave vulnerable Australians behind. Reform must not mean that participants lose supports without a proper pathway to challenge the decision. Reform must not mean that people are locked into plans that no longer meet their needs. And reform must not mean that people are pushed away from work, study or volunteering because the supports that make participation possible have been overlooked by a system that has become more and more automated. The First Amendment deals with plan reassessment. As the bill stands, there are limited circumstances in which a participant can seek a reassessment of their plan. My amendment would make clear that reassessment should also be available where supports are no longer available, the plan is insufficient to meet the participant's reasonable and necessary support needs, or new evidence about the participant's support needs has emerged. The Second Amendment goes to reasonable and necessary supports, including those required for paid employment, volunteering and study. The NDIS should not only be about keeping people alive or keeping people at home. It should be about giving people with disability the support they need to contribute, learn, work, volunteer and engage in their communities. We all benefit from that. For many participants, support to work or study is not optional. It is core to their well-being. When people are supported to work, study and participate, that is not a cost to be begrudged. It is an investment in independence, dignity and contribution. And again, we all benefit from that. Participants should not have their funding significantly reduced through a mechanism that avoids proper accountability. And that is all these amendments are seeking to do, that there is proper scrutiny where assessments have clear faults. If a decision has a practical effect of cutting a participant's support, then it should be treated as what it is, a decision that affects that participant. Put simply, if your funding is significantly cut, you should have review rights. The Third Amendment deals with the review rights where funding is significantly reduced. So it removes proposed subsection 34A5, which risks allowing funding reductions to occur without a clear individual review pathway. So it replaces that with a safeguard that if a determination significantly reduces the funding available under a participant's plan, the participant is taken to be affected by a reviewable decision. Now, this just is logic. If there is going to be a significant cut to a plan, that can be properly assessed as to what the real impact is going to be and whether everything has in fact been taken into account. These amendments don't prevent the government from reforming the NDIS. They don't prevent the government from managing costs, and they don't prevent the government from improving sustainability. But they do ensure that participants can seek reassessment when their plan no longer meets their needs. They ensure that reasonable and necessary supports continue to recognise the importance of work, volunteering and study, and they ensure that a participant's funding is, if it's significantly reduced, that participant has a clear right to review. So as we reform the scheme, we must be careful not to strip away the very principles that made it so important in the first place. So I urge the government, rather than at the moment the campaign that is demonising this scheme, actually come to the table with rational, practical and support these amendments.
And I call the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
I'm not sure whether the member was suggesting the government is seeking to demonise this scheme. The government certainly is not seeking to demonise the scheme. We're very proud of as the builders of the scheme, and everything we are doing here is directed at securing the future of this scheme for the long term. Now, members might reasonably disagree about details about that, but I frankly quite clearly object to any suggestion that we are demonising a scheme which we see as a proud legacy of the Labor Party and of this Parliament. I wholeheartedly reject that. Now, in relation to amendments dealing with support determinations, we don't support the amendments put forward by the member. There are other amendments from the crossbench around support determinations we will be supporting. As to Amendment 1 of the 4 amendments moved by the member around unscheduled reassessments, we have very carefully set out circumstances where a participant or their nominee or their guardian is able to request a reassessment. We think that covers the circumstances, whether they relate to the person's functional capacity or general circumstances that would justify an unscheduled reassessment. There is also effectively a safety net of the NDIA Chief Executive being able to request a reassessment if the CEO or the agency effectively is concerned that a participant might be at risk. We think that that very much deals with the circumstances that are reasonable to ground an unscheduled reassessment, so we won't be supporting these amendments.
The question is that the amendment as moved by the member for Warringah be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. No. Ayes have it. Division. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Yep. I'll remember. I'll try. Maybe you should stay close. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendment as moved by the member for Warringah be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean for the noes and the member for Warringah and Fowler for the ayes. Order. The results of the division is ayes 10, noes 70, so it was negated. I ask that members leave as soon as they can and quietly. If members can move as quickly as they can. And I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 4 on the sheet revised 30th of June 2026 as circulated in my name. I ask leave of the House to move this amendment. This bill would prevent people from accessing the NDIS until they've undertaken what the government says is all appropriate treatment. The details will be dealt with in regulation, so we don't know exactly what that will mean in practice. However, the bill explicitly states that a treatment may still be considered appropriate even if a person's financial circumstances or geographical location prevent them from accessing it. Now, this is unacceptable. It completely ignores the reality of service provision outside of major cities. It could put the NDIS out of reach of rural and regional Australians who simply don't have the local options and can't realistically access what is considered appropriate treatment. My community are really worried about this, Deputy Speaker. They're worried about the impacts of the bill. And when I look at things like this, I think they have every right to be worried. My amendment would reverse this provision to clarify that a treatment may not be appropriate for a person who can't access it. It's all I've got to say about it, really, because to me this seems so obvious, I can't believe that I actually have to say it. Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment as moved by the member for Indi be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Disabilities and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Very quickly, we won't be supporting this amendment, but we are dealing with some of the issues raised by the member for Indi in another amendment that we will be supporting.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by the member for Indi be agreed to. Put the question that the amendment be agreed to. All those the opinion say aye. Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Division is called. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment as moved by the member for Indi be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the member for Werriwa and Bean for the noes and the member for Bradfield and Kooyong for the ayes. Order. Results of the division is ayes 11 and noes 66, so it was negated. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly, please. And I give the call to the member for Indi.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 and 5 on the sheet revised 30th of June 2026 as circulated in my name together.
Leave granted. Member for Indi.
I move amendments 1 to 3 and 5 on the sheet revised 30th of June 2026 as circulated in my name together. Madam Deputy Speaker, again, just some brief remarks to support these amendments. They respond to key concerns raised by my constituents, the very people who will be impacted by the changes proposed under this bill. And these things include the need for greater transparency and trust in decision-making and the importance of protecting approved funding for participants' basic needs. Amendment 1 would protect funding for activities of daily living from blanket funding reductions under a new ministerial power. While the government has said the new power won't be used for that purpose, there's nothing in the bill to guarantee that. Amendment 2. People with a disability, of course, deserve certainty about funding for basic essential supports, and my amendment would provide that, Deputy Speaker. It's really critical that we get this right, that we build that certainty for them. Amendment 2 would require a statement of written reasons where requested supports are not funded. One of the biggest concerns I hear from NDIS participants is that they're not told why recommended supports haven't been approved. My amendment would give them greater clarity about why decisions have been made and how the evidence they've provided has been used. Again, I hear this consistently from people in my electorate. They want to understand the why. They truly do. And written reasons, I think, are fundamental to giving that confidence to people, or that explanation, that understanding. Amendments 3 and 5 make additional sensible improvements to ensure that evidence is considered on its merits. Currently, as this is drafted, the bill is looking to a hierarchical level of evidence. I want to make sure through this amendment that evidence is considered on its merits, and ministerial decisions about alternative schemes include consideration of whether those schemes are actually available and are actually accessible. And with those brief remarks, I will leave it to the Minister to respond.
I give the call to the Minister for Disability and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Indi for her remarks. And can I say a number of the matters that she has canvassed, particularly around support determinations, are picked up by other amendments from the crossbench that we will be supporting. Other amendments we don't support.
So the question is, the amendment as moved by the member for Indi be agreed to. I'll put the question that the amendment as moved by the member for Indi be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Division. Division is called. We've still got 2 more pages of it. Nothing yet. I'll ring him after. lock the doors. The question is that the amendments as moved by the member for Indi be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I appoint the members Kooyong and Wentworth for the ayes and the members for Werriwa and Bean for the noes. Given the result of the division is ayes 10, noes 6. The result in the negative. So noes 66. So it was negated. 66. I ask that members leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly and I give the call to the member for Indi. If members can leave the chamber, member for Indi, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 6 on the sheet revised 30th of June 2026 as circulated in my name.
Is leave granted? Sorry. Okay. And just member for Indi has the call.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, again a brief remark, but this amendment ensures whistleblowers are able to make disclosures in the context of seeking support for themselves. For example, in seeking support from a legal or a medical practitioner. Now, the government's recently made improvements to NDIS whistleblower protections, and I really welcome those. But I think many Australians, in fact I think all Australians, would be very surprised to learn that under this legislation, more broadly across the NDIA, NDIS, whistleblowers may not legally be allowed to talk about their own situations to their own doctor or lawyer. And I'm very strongly on the record in this place to strengthen whistleblower reforms, and I think under this particular situation we need to make sure that every protection is afforded to people who are whistleblowers through the NDIS system. So I put this to the Minister, and I hope the government can support me on this really important amendment.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and the member for Indi is right in saying that she has a deep interest and deep understanding of this area. We consider ourselves a government that has tried to work with the member for Indi and others in improving supports for whistleblowers across government programs, including the NDIS. I'm quite attracted to the idea behind this amendment. The advice I've received is we would need to do quite a bit more work. There are some very complex issues the member's amendment raises that really flow from the nature of this scheme. So unfortunately I'm not in a position to support this amendment today, but I am keen to, if the member's interested, to keep working with the member on ways in which we can continue to improve supports for whistleblowers in this critically important scheme.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All of the opinions say aye. The contrary, no. No. Believe the noes have it. Division required. The House will divide. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Order. Lock the doors. The question... Sorry. Oops. My bad. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers. Sorry, I'll start that again. I appoint the honourable members for Bradford and Clark as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The results of the division are ayes 9 and noes 61. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. We will now move on to our next set of detailed amendments. And I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment on sheet 2 as circulated in my name.
Proceed.
Deputy Speaker, constituents in Indi have made it clear to me that it matters whether the minister follows NDIA advice. More than 90% of Indi constituents who responded to my survey regarding the NDIS changes said transparency over ministerial pricing decisions was really important. My amendment would strengthen transparency by requiring the minister to table NDIA advice or a summary of that advice within 5 sitting days of making that determination. The summary must be provided by the NDIA itself at the same time as the advice, and I really thank the government for working with me on this particular amendment and working with me more broadly on trying to find ways to really improve this legislation.
I give the call to the minister.
Thank you, and we agree.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I will put the question. All of the opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Okay. We shall move on to the next amendment. And I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 1 as circulated in my name. The NDIS is the only port in the storm. That's what the minister has said countless times. That's what he said in his press conference. But this legislation gives no assurances to the estimated 241,000 Australians that it will move off the scheme, that they have anywhere to go. The NDIS Reform Advisory Committee was set up in response to the NDIS independent review. 8 members were nominated by state and territory governments. 3 were appointed by a national public EOI process and 2 were appointed by the Minister for the NDIS. The Reform Advisory Committee is a peak voice for the disability community. It was set up by this government. Its submission to the inquiry into the bill recommended that access changes and budget reductions be tied legislatively to the prior availability of foundational supports for affected cohorts. They are not alone in saying this. The NDIS independent review was unequivocal. It said that changes to access and budget-setting processes can only be implemented once the recommended foundational supports are in place to offer support outside the NDIS. That was page 273 for those who are looking. The government knows this. It quoted that recommendation word for word on page 258 of the explanatory memorandum to this bill. But here we are. We have the legislation, and it provides zero certainty to participants that they will have anywhere to go. Zero certainty about foundational supports. Zero certainty about thriving kids. Zero certainty that people are not just going to fall through the cracks. The NDIS Reform Advisory Committee's first recommendation is that this bill should not be passed in its current form. The very first heading in their submission warns that the bill will cause material harm to people with a disability. The submission goes further. It asserts that harm arising from this legislation is beyond dispute. It's an extraordinary finding, but unfortunately it's consistent with the community feedback that I've received. In this context, I see Amendment 1 as critical. It introduces an important safeguard. It requires public transparency around the 241,000 people to be moved off this scheme have somewhere to go. We're being asked to support a scheme change which removes people from the only guaranteed support that they currently have, and it has no enforceable mechanism to ensure that replacement supports are ready, that they are accessible and that they are adequate. Reporting on the status of foundational supports and thriving kids should be a precondition to the commencement of relevant schedules in this legislation. That would mean that before October 1st, 2026, before the 1st of February 2027 and before the 1st of January 2028, all relevant dates for when parts of this legislation are set to commence, the Minister has to table 3 key updates to this Parliament. First, a status of foundational supports, including the status of thriving kids in every jurisdiction. Second, whether the Minister considers those supports to be established, funded and operational. And finally, the basis on which the Minister forms these views, including the availability and accessibility of supports for persons likely affected by the commencement of the relevant parts of this bill. It's not an unreasonable ask. It's not an undue burden. It's what the disability community deserves at the very least. When I met with Minister Butler and Minister McAllister about this amendment, they told me that this is not their responsibility. It's the responsibility of the states, but I can't accept that. For the government to reject this amendment would mean that the government was going against its own explanatory memorandum, going against the Minister's National Press Club speech, going against the disability community in the most insulting and egregious way.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for her amendment. I thank the member for the advice that she gave as part of the committee that the member for Macarthur chaired and she co-chaired or deputy chaired in relation to thriving kids. It was valuable advice. I value her deep understanding of some of these areas of need, particularly for children, but more broadly than that. I don't think I did say to the member for Ryan that this was the responsibility of states. It is a responsibility that we share with states. It's a joint responsibility of the Commonwealth and all state and territory governments. Let me make this point. The NDIS, when we built it out of the Productivity Commission report and all of the debate that was around that, preceded it and was around it, was intended effectively as a Tier 1 system of supports for people with disability, particularly with permanent and significant disability. It was never intended to cover the field, as the member rightly knows. There are a range of other different systems of support that people with disability rely upon every single day, in health, in education. And the idea of foundational supports as a central recommendation of the NDIS review was essentially a recognition that that second tier of supports that was a fundamental recommendation of the Productivity Commission had never been actioned. Now, all governments are accountable for fixing that, for redressing that, I think, missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle that didn't happen over the last decade or so. All governments are accountable for that, Commonwealth and states and territory, but it's not appropriate that we be accountable through an act that is set up to provide NDIS supports. These are not NDIS supports, and so we will not be supporting these amendments. Look forward very much to continuing to engage with the crossbench about the development of foundational supports. Thriving Kids is effectively the first cab off the rank, but we've got a lot of work to do for kids over 9 that the member would understand better than most in this House. We have a ton of work to do for people with psychosocial disability who are not receiving really any support, and the unmet needs analysis that was put together as part of the bilateral agreements that we have on mental health and suicide prevention, that the Assistant Minister at the table has been an important part of, found that 230,000 or so Australians right now today with severe and chronic mental illness are effectively getting no support whatsoever. So this is a complex area. The member understands that. This is not an area that I seek to duck shove to states, as the member suggests in her remarks. I see this as very much a joint responsibility between the Commonwealth and the states, but not one that will be discharged through this particular piece of legislation.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I will now put the amendment. All of the opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I believe the noes have it. Division required. The House will now divide. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Clark and Kooyong as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the no. We're good? We're good? Yeah. Order. The results of the division are ayes 10, noes 49. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. We'll move on to the next amendment. If people could move quickly and quietly. And I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 5 as circulated in my name. Speaker, I move this Amendment 5 with the support of the Justice and Equity Centre, Inclusion Australia and Down Syndrome Australia. The ministerial support determination proposed by this bill is a blunt instrument. It reduces funding without significant regard to individual circumstances or to the way that people actually use supports in their daily lives. I, along with Inclusion Australia and Down Syndrome Australia, am particularly concerned about its potential impact on the small number of NDIS participants who need support every hour of every day. These are the people with permanent and profound disability that the NDIS was established to support. This includes people with Down syndrome and people with intellectual disability who have very high support needs. Many are amongst the most marginalised Australians. Some have spent their entire lives in state-run institutions or group homes, and they rely on that 24/7 continuous support to live safely and with dignity. Applying a blanket 50% reduction to their community and participation supports without recognising those quite unique circumstances could have profound implications for those individuals. First, it creates a real risk that people who require 24-hour support will not receive funding in a way that reflects how those supports are delivered. Their support needs don't fit neatly within a standard funding model, and neither should this legislation. Secondly, it risks confining vulnerable people to their homes. For many participants who have a really significant intellectual disability, support to access the community is not an optional extra. They can't get out into our public spaces. They can't engage with normal life unless they have that support. It is fundamental to their participation, to their inclusion and to their physical and mental safety. The Disability Royal Commission made it clear isolation increases the risk of abuse, neglect, exploitation and violence. We shouldn't be creating legislative settings that inadvertently increase that risk. I appreciate that the government recognises this issue. It understands that it needs to be addressed. But recognition and intentions are not enough. This amendment ensures that participants will be identified by their individual circumstances, by the nature of the supports that they receive, and that their assessed support needs will be taken into account when the Minister makes a determination. It provides a clear legislative basis for protecting those participants whose circumstances need a different approach. Rather than leaving this matter to future discretion, we need to provide certainty now. Doing so will reassure Australians who have a significant and lifelong disability and the families and the carers who support them at a time when those people already have significant fear and uncertainty about the potential impacts of these reforms. I acknowledge that the amendment secured by the Greens in the Senate to exclude particular categories of supports, including disability employment and health-related supports from the operation of support determinations, was an important improvement to this bill. But if we can recognise that some supports should be treated differently, we should also recognise that some participants need to be treated differently. This amendment complements the work undertaken in the Senate by ensuring that the legislation can appropriately account for those participants whose support needs are exceptional and who would otherwise be disproportionately affected by the legislation currently before the House. And so I commend this amendment to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We won't be supporting Amendment 5 or 6. As the member indicated, well, first of all, I've set out very clearly our reasoning around support determinations, but we have also decided to agree another amendment in relation to that aspect of the reform package.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll now put the question. All of the opinion say aye. Contrary, no. No. Believe the noes have it. Division required. The House will now divide. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Good, how are you? I've got the easy job. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for McKellar and Kooyong as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The results of the division is ayes 9, noes 50. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. And we'll move on to the next amendment. And I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move this amendment because it provides an important safeguard for NDIS participants. This amendment is straightforward. It provides that a support determination under proposed subsection 34A4 may relate only to supports for social and community participation. It will force the government to put its money where its mouth is. The government has represented that section 34A will be used to cut social and community participation supports. But the bill, as drafted and confirmed by the explanatory memorandum, empowers the minister to reduce funding across almost any support category. That includes daily living, transport, assistive technology, specialist disability accommodation and more. So my Amendment 6 asks the government to explicitly limit support determination powers in section 34A to social and community supports only. The purpose of this amendment is simple. It is to stop the broad determination-making power in this bill being turned into a backdoor, used through delegated legislation to quietly strip away essential disability supports while no one is watching. There is real, raw fear in the disability community right now about how this ministerial power might be wielded, perhaps not by this minister, but by subsequent governments, for example, those perhaps administered by One Nation, which has indicated that it would abolish the NDIS. Now, people aren't imagining things, Deputy Speaker. They fear that this legislation could be used to hollow out the everyday living supports that they rely on to get through the day. Let me be blunt, Speaker. I disagree with the proposed 50% cut to social and community participation supports. I disagree with most of the section 34A of this bill. I believe it's a blunt instrument. And I think that it will land hard on the lives of people with a disability. But this amendment goes further than that disagreement. It would build a wall about something which is even more important. It would ensure that the support determination power could never be turned against those supports that hold people's daily lives together, that it couldn't be used to whittle away the core supports that let people eat, dress, communicate, move safely, access therapy or just stay healthy and independent. These aren't luxuries. They're not nice-to-haves sitting at the margins of public policy. They are the floor beneath people's feet. They are the fundamental supports that make disabled people's participation in society possible at all. This amendment is a measured and proportionate response to that fear. It is supported by the National Legal Aid, which has suggested repeatedly that supports should not have broad or scheme-wide application. I note that the government has struck a deal with the Greens in the Senate, which will ensure that support determinations to confine support determination to the improved daily living skills component of capacity building supports and social, economic and community participation. But that improved daily living skills component of capacity building supports is something that should be protected as well from support determinations. So in that way, this amendment goes further than the agreement reached in the Senate. And this amendment will draw a clear line in the sand, and it will say, whatever else this bill does, it cannot be used to cut the supports that people cannot live without. I commend the amendment to the House.
I'll just ask the member to formally move the amendment that she's just spoken to.
I move Amendment 6 as circulated in my name.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I will now put the question. All of their opinion say aye. Contrary, no. No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. The House will now divide. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members Bradfield and Indi for the ayes and the honourable members of Werriwa and Bean for the noes. Order. The results of the division are ayes 10, noes 57. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. And we'll move on to the next amendment. Members can move quickly and quietly. And when the member for Kooyong, I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move amendment to the NDIS amendment number 11 as circulated in my name. Amongst the most concerning provisions in this bill is the new definition
Order. Members will leave the chamber quietly. Thank you, member for Kooyong.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Among the most concerning provisions in this bill is the new definition of permanent disability for eligibility purposes. Under the bill, an impairment will only be considered permanent and therefore the applicant eligible for NDIS support if all appropriate treatment options have been exhausted. No further treatment is likely to materially improve, reverse or alleviate the impairment, and the impairment is likely to persist for a lifetime. Applicants must have tried all treatments commonly available in Australia, regardless of whether or not they can afford them or whether they're accessible where they live. Deputy Speaker, persons in rural or regional Australia might not be able to access specialist treatment that is theoretically available in a capital city. The House Health Committee is looking into this issue at this very time. A person with limited income may not be able to afford treatments. Even though the government has assured me that appropriate treatments means those listed on the PBS, many items on our Medicare schedule still are associated with out-of-pocket costs. Many of them are not readily available at times, and many of them may be out of reach for some individuals. What the government is trying to do in legislating this definition is to overturn the federal court's previous decision in Davis, which established precedent that financial circumstances must be considered when determining if treatment is available. Whether a person can afford a treatment will form part of the factual circumstances that a decision-maker may need to examine in deciding if a treatment is one that an individual can in reality access. Now, the federal court applied the ordinary meaning, which is a fair meaning. That the exemptions in this bill are too narrow is my proposition today. Proposed section 25(3)(a) excuses a person from treatment only for medical reasons, not because of cultural or personal belief or because of bodily autonomy. The Justice and Equity Centre has told this parliament already that this approach unjustifiably interferes with the person's right to bodily autonomy. It's not enough to leave this to the rules, to be made later by the minister. These are rules that don't even require agreement from the states and territories. That is not going to reassure vulnerable individuals. Because permanence is part of both the disability and the early intervention access criteria, the government's bill directly affects eligibility to entry to the NDIS and then continued access when people's status is reconsidered. There is a profound and unresolved circularity here. For many people with a disability, accessing the NDIS is precisely how they can access ongoing treatment. Without the NDIS, they may well not be able to do that. Now, the bill proposes to deny access to support until treatment has been exhausted, without acknowledging that that capacity to access treatment may itself depend on having NDIS support. For example, if a treatment might result in improvements over many years, but the person would still have a substantially reduced functional capacity, they may be prevented from accessing the NDIS in the meantime. The bill could also make it harder for people with progressive conditions to access the NDIS, even where treatment only slows but cannot reverse the deterioration of their functional capacity. The government assures me that these examples won't eventuate, but the government is unwilling to provide that express safeguard in this legislation. The Australian Human Rights Commission has submitted that the new Section 25A definition of appropriate treatment will significantly restrict access to the NDIS and undermine the rights-based approach to disability supports. Amendment 11, as I have submitted today, addresses these concerns. It expressly provides that a person is not required to undertake treatment that is unreasonably inaccessible or unavailable or not clinically appropriate or associated with inappropriate or unreasonable risk. The government has framed this bill as a matter of sustainability for our economy. Sustainability can't just be achieved by narrowing the gate. If we define permanence in a way that excludes people who lack the financial or geographic means to access treatment, we're not securing the NDIS, we are rationing it according to circumstance and financial status.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Again, I thank the member for Kooyong for her thoughtful consideration of this bill and contributions to this House. I have not framed this bill as a question of sustainability for the economy. I have framed this bill as securing the future of what I think is one of our most important social programs for decades to come, and that remains my driving mission behind this bill. As I think the member knows, we are supporting other amendments in relation to Section 25A, which is the section of the bill that the member is seeking to amend with Amendment 11, and for that reason we won't be supporting this particular amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I will now put the question, or the opinion say aye. Contrary, no. No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. The House will now divide. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yeah.
Oh. We're going to block the doors. The order is that the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean for the noes and members Indi and Clark for the ayes. Tellers for the ayes. Thank you. Order. The result of the division is 11 for the ayes and 44 for the noes, so the question is therefore resolved in the negative. And the debate now is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate may resume at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to the member for having a complete Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I would like to rise to speak about a brave young boy, a brave young man from my electorate, Angus Rowland, who is living with a debilitating and chronic skin condition. Now, Angus is aged 12 and he has severe eczema, and he's had this his entire life. His mother, Samantha, has lost count of the number of times he's been in an ambulance due to his eczema or asthma. Itching every night from severe eczema causing bloodied sheets is a regular occurrence, with little relief from prescribed treatments. Angus has found school a challenge, with many missed days, and when at school, social isolation and anxiety that can come. He's constantly asked by children and teachers if his skin hurts, if the eczema is getting worse, and by some children, what's wrong with you? There are thousands of children, just like Angus in Australia, whose severe eczema will cause some long-term physical and emotional harm if they cannot access new treatments. Angus was in Parliament House last week raising awareness of severe childhood eczema. He and his mum, Samantha, enjoyed meeting with other children and families with similar experiences, and I'd like to thank Angus in particular and Samantha, and all of the families who came to Canberra to call for better access to treatments for chronic skin conditions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Bonner. I'm having complete mental blank. Sorry. Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is 1 July and from today millions of Australians are seeing the benefits of the Albanese Labor government's cost of living plan come into effect. Australians are receiving another tax cut. 3 million workers are receiving a pay rise, including an increase to the national minimum wage, because we want Aussies to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And workers will also benefit from payday super, ensuring superannuation is paid alongside wages, helping tackle unpaid super and grow retirement savings. Small businesses will have greater certainty to invest and grow, with Labor making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent. Paid parental leave expanded to 6 months, with more support for our families. And 137 Medicare urgent care clinics will now be permanent, ensuring Australians can receive access to free healthcare close to home, where all they need is their Medicare card, not their credit card. 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics open right now, providing the specialist care that women need and deserve. This is Labor delivering for all Australians.
Member for Wentworth.
Across Australia, we're seeing rising threats to women's access to abortion care. We see it in bills in state parliament. We see it in the way some politicians talk about this issue, using misinformation and scare tactics to drive divisions, tools straight out of the Trump playbook. Australians don't want that sort of rhetoric or politics here. There is no evidence that there is a problem that needs solving. Our medical system already has robust safeguards built in, including those for rare instances of late-term abortion with strict clinical oversight. For instance, in New South Wales, if you're past 22 weeks and are seeking a termination, you need approval of 2 medical practitioners who consider all circumstances and whether they meet sufficient grounds. And these are incredibly rare. Estimates are between 0.5% and 2% of all abortions over 20 weeks. They are generally because of late diagnosed anomalies, genetic syndromes or severe fetal growth problems. Hospital advisory committees and multidisciplinary teams are already consulted through this process. So contrary to misinformation, third trimester abortions are incredibly rare and never taken lightly. They typically relate to the immediate health and safety of the mother or the viability of the fetus. I am proud to support access to abortion in this country. It is an important part of our healthcare system. It is the choice of the woman. We need to protect it. I've thought about whether silence is wiser here, but I do believe this is the time that we need to step up. Silence is not neutral. The time to step up is now.
Member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The 1st of July is today. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real change for Australians, with cost of living measures starting today. Through tax cuts, expanded paid parental leave and stronger investment in Medicare and hospitals, we're putting more money back into people's pockets and making it easier for families to access the care that they need. And for the people in my electorate of Braddon, these changes will make a real difference, helping households manage everyday costs, supporting local jobs and strengthening the essential services our communities rely on. We're backing wage increases, supporting small business, making urgent care clinics permanent and investing more than ever in our public hospitals, because this is about building a fairer, stronger future for everyone. And from today, we are protecting Australian families by making it illegal for retailers like Coles and Woolies to price gouge customers by artificially inflating prices on groceries. Unlike those opposite, we will keep working every day to ease the pressure on families in Braddon and right across the country by delivering cost of living relief and a more secure and prosperous economy for all Australians, wherever they are, in my electorate of Braddon or right across the country. We will work every day to ensure that we secure that prosperous economy for all Australians.
Member for Warringah.
Speaker. I rise to recognise the incredible work of some incredibly passionate women, Arise Foundation, and to call for greater investment in the recovery and healing for women leaving violence. For too many women, the crisis does not end when they leave. Too often they face an impossible choice: immediate safety or long-term financial security. That is not a real choice. Arise provides trauma-informed employment support, financial literacy, digital skills, coaching and wraparound referrals for women escaping violence. In 5 years, Arise has supported 580 women and children. Around 320 women have completed its programs, and within 6 months, 54% of those entered employment, education or training. Arise reports that women placed into paid work or further education have not returned to perpetrators. Crisis response saves lives and we must fund it, of course, but government should not stop there. 6 months later, many women are still navigating trauma, housing insecurity, childcare, financial abuse and work. Too often we expect women to rebuild alone. We need a proper domestic violence recovery off-ramp, a 12 to 24-month pathway that supports women from crisis into safety, stability and economic independence. The recovery off-ramp remains underfunded. I call on the government to invest in pathways like Arise.
Member for Lawler.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, it is July the 1st today, and that means pay rises for 3 million workers around this country, tax cuts for all Australian workers. This is good news for my community. And you know what else is good news in my community? That in postcodes 3029 and 3030, we have the country's highest numbers of people accessing the 5% deposit scheme and living in their own home, establishing themselves, getting that foot on that first run of opportunity. And not surprisingly, in a growth corridor and a community bursting with young families. They're now in a position to pay their own mortgage rather than paying rent on an investor's mortgage. And I'm proud to be a member of the Albanese Labor government that supports young families with an expansion of childcare from July 1, from today, and of course an expansion of the PPL from today. Both support young families like those I represent and support the country's productivity. And to those looking to invest in housing, there are still opportunities in our growth corridor, plenty of opportunities for new builds in the growth corridors around our country. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to congratulate an outstanding young person from the Hinkler electorate, Jade Sutton, who has been named the 2026 Yarning Competition winner in the Years 7 and 8 category from the Australian Parliament. Jade is currently in Year 7 at Kepnock State High School, where she started this year after completing her primary years at my old school, Walkervale. It was a pleasure to welcome Jade at Parliament House this week as she travelled to Canberra on her first ever plane flight to receive this well-deserved national honour. Jade's winning artwork, Arjaku Maru, All One Country, was created around the theme of reconciliation. Through her artwork, she delivered a thoughtful and inspiring message about how we are all part of one country, even though we all come from different places and backgrounds. The Yarning competition celebrates the creativity and storytelling of young Australians. To be recognised as a national winner is an outstanding achievement. I was pleased to join Jade and her dad Craig at a morning tea with the Speaker, followed by the official presentation and launch of the 2026 Yarning exhibition. All three winners' artworks will be on display here at Parliament House until February next year, where over 500,000 people will be able to view the winning artworks. Jade's success reflects not only her own talent and dedication, but also the encouragement from her very talented family. Congratulations, Jade. You have represented Hinkler with great pride, and I wish you every success for your future.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's strength has never come from sameness. It has come from the people who built lives across difference. From our many First Nations communities with millennia of history and culture, the oldest continuous cultures on earth, to people who arrive with little English, little money and deep hope for their children, people who turned uncertainty into contribution. That is the Australian story. It is the story of parents who left behind fear, then watched their children speak freely in a democracy. It is the stories of families who carried old memories into a new home. It is a story of children translating letters at the kitchen table, then growing up to write laws in this chamber. Fear narrows a country, hope strengthens it. For too much of our history, Australia narrowed the idea of belonging, but this country chose a better path. My friend, the member for Reid, said in this House in her maiden speech, in just over half a century we have moved from an embrace of a white Australia policy to a country that is now a majority migrant nation. But what is more remarkable is how this news was received, not with backlash but with a genuine embrace of modern Australia. I believe we are a parliament that is getting close to being truly representative of the people and communities we represent. Look around this chamber, Deputy Speaker. We see more of Australia here than ever before. We see people with names, accents, faiths, stories and family histories that once sat outside the old idea of power. We're not and never will be a monoculture. Monoculture is a myth.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, giving a family a $5 weekly tax cut when their mortgage has skyrocketed by thousands of dollars is like tossing a glass of water onto a roaring bushfire. By continually fuelling government spending, the Albanese Labor government continues to stoke the inflation fire. Because let's be real, $5 in this economy doesn't even cover a cup of coffee. Everything is going up. At a conservative estimate, the cost of living for an average family is up by more than $300 per week. And slapping a $5 Band-Aid onto a $300 bullet wound and expecting a round of applause for it, well, that's not a policy to be proud of. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition's tax-back guarantee automatically scales up with inflation, protecting hard-earned wages. At the current rate of inflation, our tax-back guarantee would see a typical worker be around $400 a year better off. It is a tax cut that gets bigger every year by keeping pace with inflation, beating bracket creep and scaling up to over $1,000 a year by year 4. This is how you put real money back in the family budget, where it belongs. And our wider economic plan will drive the cost of living down. The Coalition will restore Australia's standard of living and will protect the Australian way of life.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Today, 1st of July 2026, is Territory Day. That's right, I've got my Northern Territory pin on, and it's a great day for all Territorians. I want to say Happy Territory Day. And to celebrate, we are giving every taxpayer another tax cut. With our 5 tax cuts, a worker on an average income will be about $2,800 better off every year. We are also banning supermarket price gouging. Minimum wage and award wages are going up from today again. We're expanding paid parental leave to a full 6 months from today. We're making our Medicare urgent care clinics, like the one in Darwin and Palmerston, permanent. And there's 7 more across in the member for Lingiari's electorate. We've boosted significantly funding for Northern Territory hospitals. We're expanding services at our endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. We're introducing Payday Super today. We're opening a new National Environmental Protection Agency. We're setting up a new Veteran and Family Wellbeing Agency, and we're making the veteran claim system simpler. And it was fantastic to be there this morning for the launch of the Veteran and Family Agency, Wellbeing Agency. It's going to mean that those that have served our nation, like so many Territorians, are going to get more support as well as their families. Happy Territory Day.
Member for O'Connor.
Yeah. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. For many seniors in O'Connor, the cost of seeing a doctor is becoming almost as painful as the diagnosis. I'm running a survey of constituents aged over 65, and I've heard from many people who do everything they can just to make ends meet, only to find they're paying more just to access the health care they deserve. Helen from Bridgetown and her husband live solely on the age pension. To help manage their health care, they pay around $6,000 a year for private health insurance. Even then, they are up to $200 a month worse off and can still be as much as $80 out of pocket when they visit a GP. Before the election, the Prime Minister repeatedly claimed that all Australians would need to see a doctor was their Medicare card. Yeah. Well, people like Helen have their Medicare card, but she also needs the credit card. That's right. For seniors in O'Connor, healthcare is becoming less affordable and harder to access. In regional Western Australia, a hospital is not just down the road, and specialist care can be hundreds of kilometres away. Yep. Yet today, there is still not one single urgent care clinic anywhere in my 1.1 million kilometre electorate, despite the Treasurer's promise that by July 80% of Australians would live within 20 minutes of one. The seniors of O'Connor deserve better than empty promises. They deserve results.
Member for Hasluck.
Speaker, well, west of here is Hasluck, and what matters to my community in Hasluck is making sure that we deliver, and I'm absolutely proud to be their representative under the Albanese Labor government to deliver on what they need. And every day is special, but especially today, because from today, people in Hasluck, all 85,000 of my taxpayers are going to get a tax cut, and their super will now be paid whenever they get paid. From today, every new mum in Hasluck is going to get paid parental leave for 6 months, and superannuation is also going to be paid on top of that. Every person in Hasluck who's ever been to one of our fabulous 3 urgent care clinics in Morley, Ellenbrook and in Midland, and just to give you a sense of numbers, 38,000 in Morley have already visited, 32,000 in Midland, and just over 6,000 at our recently opened Ellenbrook clinic already have demonstrated the value and the worth, and today they know that they will always be there because Labor is making it permanent. This is an example that I know what matters to my community. Whenever I'm there, I know where I am, unlike the opposition leader who didn't have a clue where he was when he was in Hasluck the other week when he was asked. So it may well be 3,000 kilometres west of here, but I know what matters, and I know what the Labor government has the ability to deliver because we listen and then we act, and I will always stand and advocate for my community and ensure that they get what they deserve.
Member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I always say that food banks are the canary in the cage as far as how the rest of the economy is travelling. And right now, in my electorate of Monash, food banks are having to step up to assist people more and more. They do a great job. They're a dedicated group of volunteers, whether it's at Neerim South, whether it's at the Bor Food Relief Centre, whether it's at the Coronella Food Relief Centre or the Owl Pantry or in Wonthaggi. But these food banks reflect the broader challenge of people struggling to keep up with the cost of living under this government. As Australia heads towards passing $1 trillion in debt, inflation is still at 4%. And while the government loves to pat itself on the back about inflation, the fact remains it is outside the RBA's recommended band of 2 to 3%. When are we going to have an honest national conversation about inflation and the fact that it's remained well outside the RBA's band for quite some time now, the impact on real wages, and the government is patting itself on the back today about wage increases. Well, what about real wage decline and people not being able to afford their electricity, staring at an energy bill stuck to their fridge, wondering how they're going to pay that, making a decision between that and their grocery bills? Veterans, people who rely on allied health services, people in this country are really struggling and they need a coalition government.
Member for Brisbane.
Deputy Speaker, I love the month of July. Throughout history, many great things have happened in this month. We walked on the moon for the first time. The great and inspiring Nelson Mandela was born. The Summer Olympics are held in July. The FIFA World Cup is running in July. Go Socceroos. And our beloved ABC was born in the month of July. But, Deputy Speaker, there is more good news for July. From today, we're giving every taxpayer a tax cut. We're banning supermarket price gouging. There'll be wage increases for 3 million workers who are on the minimum and award wages. We're expanding paid parental leave to a full 6 months. Payday super begins. Our Medicare urgent care clinics become permanent. Our hospitals get more funding increases. Endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics now include menopause and perimenopausal services. It's a must that your health record now includes pathology and diagnostic imaging results. The new Environmental Protection Agency is opening, and we're establishing the Veteran Wellbeing Agency. The $20,000 instant asset write-off for small businesses is now permanent. And our solar shared office starts, which means you get 3 hours of free electricity between the hours of 11 and 2 a.m, which will help reduce energy costs. Deputy Speaker, we know the month of July is special, and with these initiatives it's even more special. But what's more special is that this Labor government will keep listening and delivering this month and every other month.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, as we've heard, today is the 1st of July, the start of a new financial year. But what most people think about is it's tax time. And the Treasurer, being the king of taxation, it's his birthday in March, but of course, like all good monarchs, he's celebrating today. Now, why? He's celebrating because he's got a sneaky inflation tax that erodes your hard-earned money. That's right. Today there's a big splash on socials about a tax cut, but it's a tax cut that doesn't even keep up with inflation. So the Treasurer is actually celebrating because this means more money in his piggy bank. Now, what Australians deserve is a plan that removes that sneaky inflation tax that Labor has working for them. And that's what the Coalition Tax-Back Guarantee does. It would put $400 back in your pocket in year one. But with strong economic management, that would mean so much more. And so, as we've seen in today's papers, as described by the Herald today, the 73-cent tax cut, too little, too latte. 73 cents, a token gesture, swamped by the rising cost of living for every Australian. So while the Treasurer says, look over here at my 73 cents, Australians are looking over there at their rising mortgages, the rising cost of electricity, the rising cost of groceries. Australians won't be fooled by this government. They know their standard of living has collapsed. They know that Labor's responsible. So, Mr Treasurer, here's the 73 cents. You can barely see it. You most certainly can't feel it.
Has the floor.
Today we are celebrating millions of working Australians will be earning more and keeping more of what they earn, because this government will always back working Australians. Today, those in the member for Hume's electorate get a tax cut. Those in the member for Goldstein's electorate get a tax cut. Those in the member for Gippsland's electorate also get a tax cut. Not because those members voted for it, in fact they voted no, but this Labor government is delivering them anyway. Because on this side of the House, we back working people and we believe that aspiration belongs to all, not just some. In this place, you can choose to complain or you can deliver real change. From today, paid parental leave is now 6 months. Minimum and award wage earners are getting a pay rise, and we've banned supermarket price gouging. It's very easy for the Leader of the Opposition and those opposite to come out here with manufactured outrage and for Senator Hanson to air her grievances on Sky After Dark. But grievance politics does nothing to lessen the blow of cost of living pressures. Out in my electorate, I'm proud to tell my community that this government is focused on them. We spend every day in this place focused on how we can make their life easier, fairer. Those opposite can stay focused on themselves and how they can rebrand. We'll keep delivering for working Australians.
Member for Herbert.
There is a word that used to mean something in this country: trust. Trust was the commitment a government made to the Australian people. This Labor Prime Minister said from this dispatch box, whilst in opposition, and I quote, "You can only lie to people once." Well, it's clear that this Prime Minister doesn't take his own advice. This Prime Minister stood in front of the media, aggressively stated for the 50th time that he won't make any changes to the CGT or negative gearing. This Prime Minister has completely undermined the trust of all Australians. Further trust was eroded from this Prime Minister as he claimed 97 times that his government would reduce Australia's energy bills. This Labor government claimed that they'd respect veterans and their families, yet they announced a cap on veterans' access to allied health. This is a dishonest government. Australians deserve honesty from those that are elected to represent them, not conflated outrage, not talking about the opposition. We expect a government to stand up, to be counted, to do what's right for the Australian people, lower their power bills, make sure they're not crippled by insurance, support small business, support aspiration, but yet what we've seen from this Treasurer and this born-to-rule Prime Minister is taxes going up. You don't own those government benches, you don't even own your seats. They're rented and rent's due today.
Member for Moreton. Member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to be fair to the Leader of the Opposition, because unlike media reports about the Shadow Treasurer, he's declared his interests. The member for Hume has registered his interest in family trusts and in holding companies. But the question is, what is floating under the Cayman-like waves of those arrangements? Because on the 10th of March, the Sydney Morning Herald reported, and I quote, His asset portfolio is both opaque and labyrinthine, with family trusts and holding companies. Ultimately, it leaves a lot unaccounted for behind Taylor's main company, Guffey Pty Ltd. And the Courier Mail in February reported that Mr Taylor holds interests in an estimated 9 properties across New South Wales, the majority structured through a network of...
Member for Page.
The point of order is reflection on a member, Deputy Speaker.
I haven't heard a personal reflection on a member. Member for Moreton has the call.
Rather than in his personal name. And Deputy Speaker, today as millions of Australians across this nation receive yet another tax cut, the 3 parties of the right want to defend a status quo that gives tax breaks to passive income. The question is that in the national interest or is it in their personal interest?
Thank you. And I can barely hear the discussion underway, so no more interjections, please. Member for Page, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we all know on this side of the chamber that Australian families, Australian businesses, Australians generally are despairing right now. We've had 15 interest rate increases under this Labor government. The average mortgage costs have gone up. Not total, the average mortgage costs have gone up $30,000 a year. Food prices are up, power prices are up. The Australian public is doing it really, really tough. Now, what would you think is the answer to that? What would the Labor government think is the answer to Australians, families, Australian businesses doing it tough? Of course, the answer is to increase taxes, Deputy Speaker. That was their answer. Their answer was to increase taxes. Now, there's 2 things I want to say about the fact they increased taxes when Australians are doing it tough, Speaker. One is they deceived the Australian public as they did that. And as I've said earlier and as I've said before, every member over that side of the chamber should hang their head in shame by deceiving every single one of their electorates at the last election, Deputy Speaker. You know that and I know that. But what the Australian public has also picked up, especially since the budget, Speaker, is the arrogance of this government, the arrogance of the Prime Minister, the arrogance of the Treasurer who says, I know best. You might think you know a different argument and want to have a debate. I know best. I always know best. They see your deceit and they see your arrogance.
Call to the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Speaker. For 9 years, those opposite had a chance to make work pay. Instead, they spent most of the time fighting each other, attacking workers, suppressing wages and telling Australians that insecure work was somehow flexible. Under this government, Australians see a different set of priorities. A tax cut for every Australian.
Member's time has definitely concluded. Order. Order in accordance with Standing Order 43. The time for member statements has concluded. I invite all members to take their seats quickly and quietly. Give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 7 June 2026 of Professor Richard Scolyer AO, place on record its appreciation of his service and his contributions to the community, and tender its profound sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, when Richard Scolyer passed away last month, we lost one of our biggest hearts and brightest lights, but how powerfully he blazed before he left us. And somehow, in the fight of his life, he found the strength to lift us all. Professor Scolyer was named Joint Australian of the Year in 2024, alongside his Melanoma Institute of Australia co-director, Professor Georgina Long. Together, they helped save countless lives through their melanoma research. But as Richard took his rightful place in the national spotlight, it was with his own life in the balance. As he dealt with the reality of his brain cancer, no one would have begrudged him a retreat into privacy, but that is not what Richard chose. Instead, he took us all into his confidence. He shared his triumphs and his setbacks. He shared the joy he took in every extra day he was granted, and his profound gratitude to everyone around him. And what shone through it all was love for his family. Richard was on what he so gently called his uncertain path, but he travelled it with determination and a grace that never ceased to be simply extraordinary. The way he shared it with us was an act of generosity and a courage that was every bit as profound. I will always regard it as one of the privileges of my time as Prime Minister that I got to spend time with such a remarkable yet self-effacing Australian. I got to count him as a friend, and for years when I lived in Chelmsford Street, he was a neighbour, and for that I feel blessed. In his final letter to Australia, he reminded us we all have a responsibility to try to change the future for others and leave the world a better place. How to handle that responsibility is something that he showed us every day through the power of his own example. It has been moving to hear his family describing his zest for life and the enthusiasm that he felt within himself and strove to ignite in others. And that is at the heart of the legacy that he leaves all of us. At the Chris O'Brien Lifehouse, the recently established Richard Scolyer Chair will always bear his name. There are lives that will be longer thanks to all that he was willing to try. And one day, when a cure for glioblastoma is at last found, Richard's name will be spoken. Later this month, we will gather in the Sydney Opera House to say our final farewell to Richard with all our respect, our admiration and our gratitude. On that day, as on every day, the hearts of all Australians will be with his wife, Dr. Katie Nicol, and their children, Emily, Matthew and Lucy. They are here with us today, and I thank you for gracing us with your presence, and I welcome you to the House of Representatives. And I say to them, we know these are anything but easy days for you, each one shaped by Richard's absence. May you draw some comfort for how much Australia truly loved him. And may Richard Scolyer rest in peace.
I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his heartfelt words. And I join him in honouring the life of Professor Richard Scolyer AO. To read Richard's final farewell letter is to appreciate all the more that our nation has lost a great Australian, a gifted scientist and a generous and gracious man. He was a rarity, bright, brilliant, brave, big-hearted, the very best of us. Today, as a Parliament, we commemorate the remarkable Australian. We commend his work and we celebrate his life and his legacy. In the touching goodbye he penned, Richard said, "Cancer does not define us." Yet Richard's more than 3 decades of work has defined cancer research and treatment. And I'm confident that the inroads he made will ultimately help humanity defeat this dreadful disease. Earlier this year, he was awarded an honorary doctorate from the University of Sydney. His deteriorating health saw him pre-record the speech. Humble and happy, he delivered a heartfelt message for graduates, one full of hope. Be brave, be bold, and challenge the status quo, he said. He lived by those words, and his life has inspired and will continue to inspire others to live by his noble example. Richard admitted that his childhood was full of adventures built on how, not if. That childhood nurtured his inquisitive nature and his give-it-a-crack attitude. For him, life was about possibilities, not problems. His optimism was matched by his deep sense of duty, and he wrote, "I have always been driven by the belief that we all have a responsibility to try to change the future for others and leave the world a better place." And he did exactly that. His work and clinical trials push forward the scientific fields of pathology and cancer. His research pioneered breakthrough melanoma treatments that have saved and improved lives. He helped start a melanoma biobank, now the world's largest, and he passed on his knowledge as a lecturer and in more than 1,000 publications. He nurtured a new generation of young doctors and researchers who will carry on his vital work, and of course one of his defining achievements was when the pathologist became his own patient. He was the first person to receive the experimental brain cancer treatment he helped pioneer. But he didn't sugarcoat his darkest hours. Notably, there was valour in his vulnerability. And through his sincerity, he inspired others, he inspired strength in fellow cancer sufferers. The self-effacing Richard admitted that he never felt entirely comfortable with public accolades. But in the eyes of our nation, he was more than deserving in being named an Officer of the Order of Australia and as an Australian of the Year. Professor Richard Scolyer sits with the pantheon of remarkable Australians, but as we just heard from the Prime Minister, he was more than that, devoted husband and loving father. And our thoughts today are with those dearest to him, Dr Katie Nicholl, and his children, Emily, Matthew and Lucy. In his final farewell letter, Richard implored government to keep funding science and medical research. May Richard's wish hold this federal parliament and future federal parliaments to that mark. That's the way we can honour his memory and push forward his work. May Professor Richard Scolyer rest in peace.
The call to the Honourable the Minister for Health.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition for their fine and fitting words. Professor Scolyer's contribution to cancer research, to treatment and advocacy simply can't be overstated. His work to improve outcomes for Australians living with cancer has saved and improved countless lives, and his courage inspired Australians from all walks of life. Tragically, melanoma is Australia's national cancer. We lead the world in melanoma rates, not a race we want to win. But we also lead the world in finding new treatments and one day a cure. Richard was universally recognised as the world's leading melanoma pathologist and the highest ever published scientist in this area on the planet. Over the past decade, he has taken the Melanoma Institute to the forefront of global efforts to beat this disease, alongside his fellow Australian of the Year, Georgina Long. Richard wasn't only known as a brilliant scientist and clinician, but also for his generosity, his optimism and his unwavering commitment to others. In 2023, Professor Scolyer, as we've heard, faced the greatest challenge of his life when he was diagnosed with glioblastoma. Rather than retreat from the world, he chose instead to confront the disease with the same courage and determination that had defined his career. Drawing on decades of melanoma research, Professor Scolyer became the first person in the world to receive combination immunotherapy before surgery for glioblastoma, alongside a personalised cancer vaccine. And in doing so, he became both a patient but also a research participant, determined to keep contributing to the world of medical research and making a difference. Like many in this House, I felt privileged to spend time with Professor Scolyer over recent years, and this included, as the Prime Minister said, honouring his legacy through the establishment of the Richard Scolyer Chair in Brain Cancer Research at the Chris O'Brien Lifehouse, ensuring that his commitment to advancing brain cancer research will continue to inspire future generations of clinicians and scientists, a fitting tribute to a man whose life was dedicated to improving outcomes for others. I also extend my deepest condolences to his beloved wife Katie, his children Emily, Matthew and Lucy, whose hearts must still be breaking, to his family, his friends, his colleagues and the so many patients whose lives he touched. Richard Scolyer's remarkable legacy will endure through those lives he saved, through the research he championed and the hope that he gave to others. He was a brilliant, warm and deeply generous man, but Perhaps the best way we can remember him is through his own words. He described himself as a proud everyday Aussie who gave it a crack, and in doing so inspired others to pursue their dreams and passions with humility, love and compassion. Vale Richard Scolia.
And as a mark of respect to the memory of Professor Richard Scolia, AO, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. The call to the Leader of the House.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of Professor Richard Scolia is referred to the Federation Chamber.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Under Labor, the price of everything is going up. Electricity is up 38%, gas up 37%, rent up 23%, health costs up 17%, education up 21% and childcare fees are up 27%. Because of Labor, families are falling behind and small businesses are on their knees. Prime Minister, how are Australians supposed to get ahead when Labor keeps making them pay more?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, well, today we are delivering real change to assist Australians. Today, wages go up, taxes go down. Today, paid parental leave expanded to
Order.
6 months today, and superannuation paid on paid parental leave. Workers' super, as a result of changes we have made, get paid from today on payday, making a difference. All urgent care clinics are made permanent today, meaning when it comes to the costs of health care, people can get the care that they need when they need it with just their Medicare card, not their credit card. All 137 clinics open.
Order.
There are more cheaper medicines from today, an additional 10 medicines added to the PBS. That is what delivering real change looks like. That is what makes a difference to people who are under financial pressure. And unlike the three right-wing parties with their axis of grievance,
Order.
what we are doing is actually not just identifying issues, but making a difference.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The Manager on a point of order.
And I'd point to a previous ruling by you, Speaker, where you said I would bring the Minister back to the question. It was a specific question about how much an electricity bill is and energy prices becoming more expensive. Now, you can add to that gas, rents, health costs, education costs and childcare fees, and then you said, I asked the Minister to return to the question. So I think the question was about how much things are going up and the Prime Minister needs to return to it.
Thank the Manager for that point of order. Order. We'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I think the key to how broad this question was the word everything.
Yeah. Order. Members on my left, the Manager raises a point of relevance, and just to deal with this, the relevance depends on the circumstances of the question. So it's pretty difficult to look at that question and say it's the same as this question. So I understand where he's coming from. But when the question raises so many issues, and the question does about the issue that he was asked about paying more, I think the Prime Minister is contesting that as a point, so he is being directly relevant. So the Prime Minister will continue.
Speaker, I tell you what's going up, the minimum wage. Yeah. Going up today. I'll tell you what's also going up, paid parental leave, up by 2 weeks. I'll tell you what else is going up, the number of cheaper home batteries. 450,000 since last July. I'll tell you what else is going up, bulk billing rates, expanding and growing. What else is going up? The number of people attending urgent care clinics, all going up. I'll tell you what else is going up, the number of first homeowners buying their own home as a result of the changes that we are making. We're not just identifying issues, we're acting on them. That's what the job is to do. Unlike the three right-wing parties, the axis of grievance, we're not just identifying issues, we are acting on them. Helping people under pressure here and now while building for the future. Making a positive difference to people's lives by delivering real change. Real change. I tell you what is also going up, the number of comments by opposition coalition members saying how hopeless they are. They had their housing spokesperson today say that we vacated the field for 20 years and we're now dealing with that failure, huge failure. Patricia Carvella said, when did you vacate the field? Andrew Bragg, after 2007.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians with the cost of living, including by providing more tax cuts to help people get ahead? How does that compare to other approaches?
Great. Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member for Macquarie is a wonderful representative of workers and small businesses and families in her beautiful part of Australia. Today is a really important day, Mr Speaker, as the Prime Minister said a moment ago. We are delivering tax cuts, we're delivering help with the cost of living at the same time as we're delivering real change in the tax system to help first home buyers. Now, because today is the 1st of July, that means that there is another round of tax cuts delivered by this Albanese Labor government. All 5 of those tax cuts together mean about an extra $2,800 in the pockets of an average worker, Mr Speaker. The minimum wage is going up, award wages are going up, paid parental leave is being extended. We're extending the small business instant asset write-off, Mr Speaker. We're paying super with wages so people get the superannuation they've worked so hard for and are entitled to. And we're extending relief when it comes to the fuel excise, Mr Speaker. All of that happens from today, and that's why today is a really important day. Because even as petrol and diesel prices have come down over the last couple of months, even though inflation came down again in the figures released last week and unemployment came down again last week as well, we know that people are still under pressure, and that's why there is more help on the way from today, Mr Speaker. And we're providing that help at the same time as we manage the budget in a responsible way. On Friday, we learned that the deficit for the year just finished will be smaller than anticipated at budget time, and we know from the AOFM this week that our debt will be $200 billion less than the trajectory we inherited from those opposite. Now, if those opposite had their way, there'd be bigger deficits and more debt. If they had their way, there would be no tax cuts today and there'd be no extra cost of living help. And that's what makes the 3 right-wing parties indistinguishable from each other. Not just their shared anti-worker agenda, not just their shared anti-housing agenda, but that they seek to capitalise on the very real pressures that people are under at the same time as they come in here and they vote to make things worse rather than better, Mr Speaker. We are taking action to address the legitimate concerns that people have. They cling to a broken status quo in the housing market, and we are changing it, Mr Speaker. We are delivering real change to make it easier for first home buyers. We are delivering smaller deficits and less debt, Mr Speaker. We are delivering tax cuts and cost of living help. And today, because it's the 1st of July, means that more help is on the way.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my questions to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you said that families will be better off under your government, but under Labor, interest rates have increased 15 times, meaning an average new mortgage holder is around $30 a year worse off. Prime Minister, isn't it true that under Labor, Australians have experienced the biggest crash in living standards in the developed world?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about families and whether they're better off and what we're doing about it. Families will assist who are benefiting from the minimum wage going up today by 4.75%. Families will benefit by the increase as well in those on the absolute minimum of 6%. Families will benefit by every single Australian taxpayer getting a tax cut today. And I tell you what, not just families, but future families will benefit from its paid parental leave. Paid parental leave going to 6 months. We've increased it year after year after year to get it up to 6 months, and as well we're paying superannuation on that paid parental leave as well. Something never comprehended by those opposite. Families are benefiting from the work that we're doing on bulk billing, from the work we're doing opening urgent care clinics, from the cheaper medicines to deal with health costs as well. Families are benefiting who are putting in the cheaper home batteries. Some 450,000 of them have made sure that their energy bills are either zero or pretty close to it by installing a cheap home battery, which is making an enormous difference. And indeed, by them taking that action, it's also helping other people because it's taking pressure off the grid, making an enormous difference as well. And families are benefiting, young families, by changing the equation when it comes to housing, by recognising that there's a broken system here in Australia and giving them a fair crack at getting a roof over their own head. That is what delivering real change looks like. That's what a government that doesn't just identify issues but recognises that people are under pressure and says we are going to do something about it, like we did when it came to the crisis that came about due to the Middle East conflict. We didn't sit back and say that there were issues and we're not going to do anything about it. They've stopped asking questions about that. We made sure that Australians continue to have access to petrol, to diesel, to jet fuel, to fertiliser. We made sure that we delivered in a way in which those opposite prior to Easter were calling for rationing. Not identifying any solutions whatsoever, because they are the axis of grievance over there, the three right-wing parties that aren't interested in helping people, just interested in promoting grievance.
Call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australian workers to get ahead, and what has stood in the way of this effort?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Moreton for her question and for her years and years of standing up for working Australians in this place and before she came here. Of course, this Albanese Labor government is delivering real change for Australians with a range of cost of living measures coming in from today. From today, millions of Australian workers will see a real boost to their pay, with minimum wage rises of above $1,000 a week for the first time. This is delivering real cost of living support for workers. And since the Albanese government came into office, we have advocated for an increase to the minimum wage every single time. That's 5 years in a row. And over the course of this government, workers on the minimum wage are now $12,000 better off because of our advocacy. Our commitment to boost the minimum wage has been welcomed by workers like Bianca. Bianca is a retail worker, and she said, getting this pay rise helps those in less fortunate situations like myself. And this pay rise means for Raj, a support worker, he can afford to buy a new bike for his son that he has been asking for. While our government is backing pay rises for our lowest paid workers, the same cannot be said for the three right-wing parties over there. We all know when the coalition was last in government, they never backed a real wage increase for workers. And of course, in the last few weeks, the Liberal Party, the National Party, One Nation have all refused time and time again to back this minimum wage that is coming in today. Of course, we know that not only is this government backing a minimum wage rise, but we're also backing tax cuts for workers. This government is delivering a fairer tax system for hard-working Australians. And from today, over 14 million taxpayers will get a tax cut delivered by this Labor government. Combined tax cuts outlined in this year's budget will mean Australian workers on average earnings will be up to $2,800 a year better off under this Labor government. Now, of course, not only did those opposite oppose the minimum award rise that we've seen today, but they voted against tax cuts in this parliament. Those opposite were so committed to denying Australians tax cuts that they took a tax increase to income tax to the last election. Of course, those three right-wing parties have not changed their approach. In recent weeks, they've continued to vote against tax cuts over and over in this place. It is only this Labor government that will stand up for Australian workers.
Before I call the honourable member for Bradfield, just do a few acknowledgements. I'm very pleased to inform the House that joining us today on the floor of the Parliament is a distinguished delegation from Malaysia, including my friend His Excellency Tan Sri Dato' Dr. Johari bin Abdul, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malaysia, and Ya bin Hormat Dato' Sero Mohammed Khaled bin Nordin, the Malaysian Defence Minister, and Her Excellency Datin Paduka Sharina Abdullah, the High Commissioner of Malaysia to Australia. A very warm welcome to you all. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation of Venezuelan Australians who are visiting Parliament House today to meet with ministers and members of the government to share their perspectives on the recent devastating earthquakes in Venezuela and to thank the Australian government for its support, and also Mr Atashi Karamita, the Consul-General of Japan in Western Australia, and the State Member for Bundamba, Lance McCallum, is joining us today as well. I give the call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Today marks 80 years since the US began nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands. It's also 63 years since Britain last tested on Australian soil, 30 years since France last detonated bombs on French Polynesia. Our Pacific family is calling loudly and clearly for us to honour the legacy of the lives lost and damaged by disease and environments destroyed by committing to ban nuclear weapons. When will the government sign the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and if you'll indulge me, Mr Speaker, can I just add my acknowledgement to my good friend Dato' Khaled bin Nordin, the Malaysian Defence Minister. It's great to see him in the House today. I thank the honourable member for her question. Today is the 80th anniversary of the first detonation by the United States of a nuclear weapon in the Pacific at Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. And over the decade or so which ensued from 1946, they detonated around 67 nuclear weapons, including the first detonation by the United States of a hydrogen bomb. And tomorrow will be the 60th anniversary of the first detonation of a nuclear weapon at the Mururoa Atoll in French Polynesia. And you are right in saying that both of those events characterise a deep sense of feeling within the Pacific around the role and place of nuclear weapons, such that the Rarotonga Treaty has characterised the Pacific by being a treaty which seeks to have the Pacific as a nuclear weapons-free part of the world, and we of course are a proud signatory to the Rarotonga Treaty. We have been, throughout the history of the Pacific Islands Forum, a supporter of the Marshall Islands in terms of all the impacts that have been felt by them of the ongoing impacts of the nuclear weapons tests there. Australia too understands this. At the Montebello Islands off the coast of Western Australia, Emu Plain and South Australia, and of course Maralinga, we were a place of nuclear testing ourselves, and we know the impact that that has had in relation to our own First Nations peoples. We are, as a result of all of this, proud signatories of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. We have been from the outset signatories of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which has been the cornerstone of our support for trying to achieve a world free of nuclear weapons. And it is worth noting that today there are less than 20% of the nuclear warheads in the world than there were at the peak in the 1980s, and the NPT has played its part. In terms of the ban treaty to which you refer, we are observing this very closely. We've attended all the meetings of the state parties since 2022. There are three concerns that we have in relation to it, but we continue to observe it. We obviously support the underlying desire to have a world free of nuclear weapons. But the first goes to the question of the enforcement architecture around the ban treaty. The second is its interaction with the Non-Proliferation Treaty and wanting to make sure that it doesn't undermine it. And the third goes to the universality of the signatories to the ban treaty. Right now there is no nuclear weapons state which is participating in it, and ultimately we need to have a regime in the world which actually does seek to change behaviour in relation to those who hold nuclear weapons. But we will continue to observe the progress of the ban treaty. We have a proud history and tradition in this country of working with countries around the world to seek to remove nuclear weapons from this world, and we will continue to pursue that tradition under the Albanese.
Call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen paid parental leave and its support for Australian families? What are the risks to this?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Bendigo for her question. She is a fantastic, active, hard-working local member. So she knows that last year in her community, about 1,600 parents benefited from paid parental leave. This morning, the Prime Minister and I and the member for Canberra met gorgeous little babies Van and Lucas and their parents, and we were talking to them about what a difference paid parental leave has made for them. And of course, we're delighted that today that difference is even more significant, because today, the 1st of July, people will get the full 6 months of paid parental leave. They'll get more money at that higher rate, over $1,000 a week. They'll get their paid super, of course, as well. They get more flexibility, more time off, mums and dads together if they wish. And of course, more people are eligible as the thresholds increase. But it's not just about the huge increase in paid parental leave. That's not the only way we're helping families. We're increasing family tax benefit from today as well. The 3 hours of free power comes in today. Tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. Increases to the minimum wage for 3 million workers, stronger Medicare, and of course we're making it easier for people to get a home of their own. None of that, of course, is safe if those opposite ever have the opportunity to team up, the three right-wing parties together, because the Liberals, they've called mums on paid parental leaves rorters and double dippers. The member for Goldstein, he's here today, says it's not my choice that women have children, it's genetic. Senator Hanson in 2017 said women only get themselves pregnant for the money. And this year, in April, she said, listen, love, you have the equipment, that's what you're here for. Oh, look, they're having a great laugh about paid parental leave. This fits right in. This fits right in with the Shadow Minister's proposition. The Shadow Minister says they should do a rebranding exercise. They're going to get Scotty from marketing back. And he's going to ask modern Liberals, where the hell are they? They don't get paid parental leave. They don't get it. They don't want it. On this side, we support higher wages for working families. We support lower taxes for working families. We support stronger Medicare for working families. We support better schools and free TAFE and cheaper university for working families. We support higher family tax benefit, and we support more and better paid parental leave.
Order. Member for Macarthur is warned. Call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Isn't it true that the Albanese Labor government's 70-cent a day tax cut has already been eaten up by inflation, unlike the Coalition's tax-back guarantee, which is protected from inflation and would provide a typical Australian worker a far bigger $400 tax cut this year?
Order. The Minister for Social Services is warned. The Prime Minister has the call.
I'm asked about the tax cut that comes in today, Mr Speaker. The tax cut that is a part of our trajectory, which when we came into office had the first income tax bracket being at 19 cents and has taken it down to 15 cents today, and it'll be 14 cents next year on July 1. That is making a substantial difference to working families. But it's not just tax cuts, of course. It's also paying them more, which is why the minimum wage increases that have come in today, our fifth lot, will make a difference, because we want people to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And I'm asked about the tax cuts today, and by coalition policy, believe it or not, Mr Speaker. I have been that lucky, because coalition policy for the tax cut that came in today was to come into this parliament, if they were successful on May 3 last year, and to reverse it. So their policy was zero. To be fair to the member for Lyne, she wasn't here then, but everyone who was here on the right-wing parties, even if they were in different parties at that time, because it's hard to keep up, Mr Speaker, to be fair, with the titles over there, but they voted for $75 billion in higher personal income taxes. They voted for $14 billion of higher taxes on the resources and manufacturing sectors by abolishing production tax credits. They voted for higher taxes on motorists by abolishing the EV concession, higher taxes on housing construction by abolishing build-to-rent. They voted for or wanted higher student debt by abolishing the 20% cut, and they want to, of course, abolish the cheaper home batteries program, like everything else in the renewable space. And, of course, they also... I was asked about your policies.
Resume your seat, please, Prime Minister, and we'll hear from the manager.
Goes to relevance, Speaker. The question was around tax policies, comparing our $400 to your 70 cents a day. It wasn't about all these other... It needs to be relevant to that policy.
The microphone's turned up when the Speaker says resume your seat. That's how it works. The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Speaker, just to the point of order. The Manager of Opposition Business would have to have known that when they asked about opposition policy, the answer was going to involve opposition policy.
Yeah. We'll hear it. We'll give the manager the opportunity to raise his point of order as well.
been rulings by speakers on this. Sure, compare and contrast on tax policy, because that's what the question was asked about. But the Prime Minister cannot just wander off and talk about anything else that he likes, and there's rulings to that accord.
Yeah. So the way I'd like to handle this with the House's support is, if the question referred to coalition tax policy, particularly the tax-back guarantee, the Prime Minister has covered that. So I'm just going to ask him to assist the House to return to coalition tax policy. Order, because the manager was correct. That's what he was asked about. He wasn't asked about any other coalition policies. If he was, he'd be able to talk about every policy. But if the Prime Minister can assist the House by referring to the coalition's tax policies, that will assist the House and, I think, address the member's question. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to, Mr. Speaker, because they went to an election under this leader, who was the shadow treasurer, and called for higher taxes. They were opposed to the tax cuts that came in today. And then in the Parliament, just a matter of weeks ago, with this year's budget, they voted against the working Australians tax offset. They voted against tax cuts, not something that
the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
In their own mind, when the three parties of grievance have this right-wing nirvana sometime down the track.
Time has concluded. Order. The Prime Minister's time has concluded. Order. It's far too much. The member for Canning is not assisting the House. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What are the measures starting today will help strengthen Medicare and deliver cost of living relief for Australians? Why is this so important after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Give the call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Holt. I know she does everything she can to deliver and promote cost of living relief to the hard-working people of the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. I know she's delighted that the bulk billing rate in her electorate is now over 94%, that 3/4 of practices in her electorate bulk bill 100% of their patients 100% of the time. And I know she knows this is a big day for cost of living relief in Australia. A big pay rise for millions of low-paid workers, a tax cut for every Australian worker, more relief at the Bowser for another month, more time for new parents with their beautiful new babies, up to 6 months now, knowing that the bills will be covered by our extended paid parental leave, Mr. Speaker, and we're doing more to make Medicare even stronger and medicines even cheaper, Mr. Speaker. Finally today, our hard-working public hospitals are freed from the mediocrity of the Morrison-era funding agreement, Mr. Speaker. We know that demand and pressures on public hospitals are climbing year on year on year, and this side of the parliament is not going to nickel and dime hard-working doctors and nurses in public hospitals the way the Liberal Party always did, Mr. Speaker. They would have received under that agreement about $12 billion in growth funding over 5 long years. Under this agreement signed by this Prime Minister, they'll get triple that amount, $37 billion, to keep them doing their important work in our 750 public hospitals, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also delighted to say to the member for Holt and others that from today we deliver another chapter in our support for women during menopause and perimenopause. Last year, for the first time in decades, we finally listed new menopause hormone treatments for Australia's women. Last year, we introduced a new assessment item for women to talk to their GPs about issues associated with menopause and perimenopause. And from today, led by the Assistant Minister for Health, we're extending the work of our successful endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics to include issues associated with menopause and perimenopause. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Speaker, today is a bumper day for the PBS. It is a bumper day for the PBS with 10 new life-saving, life-changing medicines added today that will benefit tens and tens of thousands of Australian patients. 5 new medicines for different types of cancer, a new medicine for growth hormone deficiency, for severe asthma, for myasthenia gravis, for a whole range of other conditions as well, Mr Speaker. Some of them would have cost tens of thousands of dollars without being added to the PBS. All of this, Mr Speaker, is making a real difference to Australians, to their household budgets, to their health, and it's building a healthier Australia.
Before I call the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Goldstone is interjecting constantly during answer. The MPI is on today. I assume he wants to lead the MPI. So, if there's any more interjections, I want to be crystal clear on this. If there are any more interjections from the member for Goldstone, I've been very fair with him for the position he holds, we won't be having an MPI today. So we have an MPI if the member for Goldstone doesn't interject anymore. Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor's toxic taxes are tanking the housing market. Housing data released today shows house prices have already fallen further than Treasury predicted, around 3% in Sydney and Melbourne over the last quarter. And HSBC and Morgan Stanley predict further falls of 8 to 10%. Will the Prime Minister guarantee house prices won't fall any further?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about house prices and our tax policy, and I'm more than happy to announce that our tax policy is indeed about helping first homeowners get into their own home. And that is the primary purpose of housing, is a secure roof over people's heads. And that is what is being delivered. It's been delivered for people like Christian Williams, 31. He'd given up on ever owning a home of his own in the electorate of Macnamara. I was trying to say pretty aggressively, and you just read there's another 7% increase this month, there's a 2% increase this month. It just feels like a runaway dream at that point. I'm feeling a little bit more confident now.
Member for Bowman.
In Albury, Andrea Lever from Ray White, Albury North Managing Director, said this: first home buyer confidence was on the rise. I don't feel they're competing with as many investors. Jason Barnett in Geelong, the Managing Director of Barnett Real Estate. First home buyers are the active market. In Camperdown in the electorate of Sydney, Juan Darcy said that the purchasers there of a 2-bedroom warehouse conversion apartment that was sold.
The member for Casey.
They were familiar with the area and they all wanted to live in a property that was close to the action.
The member for Bennelong.
It's real people.
Prime Minister will just pause a moment. The member for Menzies will leave the chamber under 94A. When I'm listening to the Leader of the Opposition or any member making a point of order, do not interject. The Leader of the Opposition, a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister hasn't even attempted to answer the question of whether he will guarantee that house prices won't fall further.
Order. The Prime Minister was asked about the prices of houses and tax policy, as indicated. He's reading some examples into the Hansard, into the record, regarding the issue of how. I don't know what he's going to say next. I don't know, but if he's reading examples about the topic he was asked about and people buying houses, that is pretty relevant to the question. I'll listen carefully to make sure he is being directly relevant. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And I take the interjection from the Leader of the Opposition. He said, why is it relevant? I tell you what's relevant is people getting into their own home. That's what's relevant. People like Brooklyn, Lockie and their dog Roscoe in the electorate of Corangamite, where we were, at Clifton Springs just a little while ago. This is what they had to say. Renting was frustrating because our money wasn't going anywhere, but now it is. That's exactly the point, because now they had a chance to invest in themselves, in a roof over their own head with the security that it got. That is happening in electorates and in states and territories right around this nation. That is what we are aiming for, making sure that young people get a fair crack, unlike those opposite who their housing spokesperson has said just yesterday on ABC, they said that they basically have lost their way for 2 decades. For 2 decades.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to protect the environment and make approvals more efficient? What stood in the way?
Call to the Leader of the House representing the Minister for the Environment, the Minister for Water.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And isn't it good again to have a member for Griffith who cares about delivering for the environment? Because it's been the case that all the major environmental outcomes for this country have been delivered by Labor governments. As a Queenslander, the member for Griffith knows all too well that the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park exists because of the Whitlam government. Members know that the saving of the Franklin, the Daintree, of Kakadu, of the largest environmental protection decision in the history of the planet in the Antarctic, and the protection in the Antarctic all happened through the years of the Hawke-Keating governments. That when we were last in government, the second largest conservation decision in the history of the planet, the marine national parks that were put in place, and earlier the expansion of those marine parks in our first term. And today, after a long campaign by many members who I look at on the backbench of this party and this government, after a long campaign, today the Albanese Labor government establishes day one of the National Environmental Protection Agency. For a long time, we needed a modern and efficient regulator so that people had clear understanding of our environmental laws to make sure that those laws were followed. Thanks to the reforms that were passed last year, we now have a strong regulatory toolkit. We have stronger powers for environmental protection. We have expanded auditing framework. We have increased penalties for serious and deliberate environmental harm. It means you get consistency. It means you get transparency. It means you get integrity in environmental decision-making at a national level. The EPA will be a strong, independent regulator. It will better protect our unique natural environment for generations to come. It will act as the agile, independent umpire that Australia's environment needs. It's the cornerstone and something that both business and environmental groups were calling for environmental reform, where this government came to the table to deliver. But the three right-wing parties once again all did the exact same thing. Voted no to better protections for the environment, voted no to having a streamlined independent system, voted no to making sure that Australia would have a National Environmental Protection Agency. The 1st of July involves many changes that are positive for this nation, and the EPA stands high as one of them.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister guarantee that house prices won't fall further?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Our housing policies are aimed at giving young people a fair crack. And we've changed the system so that this Saturday, if a young couple turn up at an auction, they're not competing versus an investor.
Order. The member for Cowper.
An investor who has taxpayer support. So if they bid an extra $20,000 or $50,000, they know that they actually get a bonus, and every taxpayer helping them out by increasing the deductions under negative gearing. Now, what we are doing is making sure that people who are negatively gearing properties, when the changes came in, they can still continue to do so. And what's more, young people or anyone else can continue to invest in a negatively geared property as well.
Order.
Oh.
I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Yes, Speaker, goes to relevance, and I refer to a statement by Speaker Smith on the 2nd December 2020. He says, in doing that, He needs to address the question that was asked, not just deal with material that is on the policy topic, but not having dealt with the question itself. And the Prime Minister has not dealt with the question about a guarantee on falling house prices.
I just want to deal with this. I also want to refer to Speaker Smith's ruling on the 1st of March, where he ruled about policy topics and that points of order were not to be used as an opportunity to repeat the question. And we've strayed into this territory now of points of order where people are simply repeating the question and adding extra things in. So if you wish to take a point of order on relevance, that's okay. But at this stage, the Prime Minister... No, I'm not... Well, let me finish what I'm saying and then you may respond. Yeah, that's the normal process. Like, I don't interrupt you when you're on your feet. Order. So whilst the leniency is there for allow points of order to be taken on relevance, there have been precedents where that lenience has been withdrawn. I'm not going to do that in this case, but I'll hear from the manager if he's got something else to say.
Further to the point that I was making, and it goes to what Speaker Smith had to say, it says he needs to address the question that was asked. And that was the point that I was making.
Yeah. And under the standing orders, I can appreciate the Leader of the Opposition would like a yes-no answer, right? Because that's what he was directly asked about. But the standing orders don't allow the Speaker to direct any minister to directly answer a question. They've got to be directly relevant. So if the Prime Minister is talking about the policy, he is being directly relevant. Now, if you'd like to change the standing orders, you're welcome to suggest those. But as I've had those discussions with members before, but no one's taken me up on that option. But at this stage, if the Prime Minister is being directly relevant about the policy that he was asked about, in this case it was about house prices, so we're just going to make sure he is being directly relevant to that. Thanks, Leader of the Opposition. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Important for question.
All right, the manager can have...
Yes.
Order. The manager can have...
Well, I'm
the
allowed
call.
to say it. That's my job.
Okay.
And I don't need the peanut gallery interrupting.
No, resume your seat. Order. Members on my right are not going to interject, and I don't like that sort of terminology as we had that issue. The member for Remuera is correct. It is not the Coliseum. So if everyone can remind themselves not to interject and use that sort of phraseology, everyone here is in their own right as a member of Parliament. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? We're moving to the next question. Order. 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 When the House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services. What steps is the Albanese Labor government taking to deliver real change and help Australians deal with the rising cost of living pressures at the supermarket checkout?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for Adelaide for his question, and he has been a champion throughout his time in this place for cost of living supports, and he understands how important this is, particularly when it comes to households putting food on the table. Speaker, from today, new rules are in place to prevent excessive pricing by supermarkets. And I want to pay tribute and acknowledge the work of the Assistant Minister for Productivity and Competition, who has led much of the work when it comes to the development of these new rules. The recent ACCC Supermarkets inquiry found what many Australians already know. It found that Woolworths and Coles closely monitor each other's pricing and strategies and have limited incentive to compete vigorously on price. I have to say, Mr Speaker, that Woolworths and Coles aren't the only Australian brands that closely monitor what their competition does. The three right-wing political parties opposite closely monitor each other, and they are closely converging on their product offering at the minute. And while we can't stop all examples of brand copycats, we can do something about the big supermarkets and their price gouging. That's why from today it will be illegal for large supermarkets such as Coles and Woolworths to charge prices that are excessive when compared to the cost of supply plus a reasonable margin. And these reforms come with big penalties if breached. Any retailers found to be in breach will face the greater of $10 million, 3 times the value of the benefit derived or 10% of annual turnover during the preceding 12 months. These are tough laws with big penalties which are in the best interests of consumers. But they form part of a broader package of reforms to strengthen protections for Australians at the supermarket checkout. We've increased the maximum penalties for breaches of Australian competition and consumer laws from $10 million in 22 to $100 million per breach in 2026. That's a 10-fold increase in the penalties that we inherited when we came to government. We've also made the Food and Grocery Code mandatory, with strong protections for suppliers and significant penalties for supermarkets that breach the code, a measure those opposite voted against, again acting in the interests of the status quo and opposed to those measures in the interests of consumers. We've also funded Choice to provide shoppers with more information on supermarket prices. Mr Speaker, Choice is obviously very important for Australian consumers in this and other areas. Speaker, consumers can choose a Labor government that is delivering real change and protecting them at the supermarket checkout, or they can choose the 3 right-wing parties who oppose support for Australians at every step of the way and stand only for the status quo.
Before I call the member for Fowler, I'm also pleased to inform the House that President of the Gallery today have representatives from Berkshire, Carpentaria Shire Council, Mornington Island Aboriginal Shire Council and Doomadgee Aboriginal Shire Council visiting from the Gulf of Carpentaria in the northwest of Queensland as guests of the member for Kennedy. And I'd also like to recognise former member for Patterson, the Honourable Bob Baldwin, joining us today in the gallery today as well. Give the call to the Honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. Minister, you've written to the ACCC and AER over the retailer conduct on fixed charges. From today, households are promised 3 hours of so-called free power, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m, when most Fowler families are at work and still paying fixed charges and full price outside that window. Can the Minister guarantee this isn't a give with one hand, take with the other scheme, and no household energy bill goes up?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question, but I can confirm for the honourable member there is nothing so-called about free power when it's a requirement of law for the energy companies to provide it as an option to people in the relevant jurisdictions, Mr Speaker, including the constituents of Fowler. Now, we've been very clear that solar sharer is not for everyone. But for those people who can move power to the middle of the day, whether they be people who work from home, who on this side of the House support, or whether it be people who can use their smart devices to schedule their devices to be used in the middle of the day, it is a very good option for them, Mr Speaker, and that is why we are requiring energy companies to deliver it. And we say to energy companies it is a requirement of law that it be delivered from today. Now, Mr Speaker, the other elements that we are delivering include the default market offer, which has seen people in the Endeavour Energy Network, which covers the people of Fowler, receive a 3.4% reduction this year, Mr Speaker. The other thing we are delivering, Mr Speaker, is cheaper home batteries, which the 2,720 households in Fowler have taken up, are also experiencing reducing their bills very dramatically, and that is a rate in Fowler which is substantially more than other electorates. The member for Fowler has previously claimed that this is a policy for inner-city electorates. That is just not true, Mr Speaker, because the people of Fowler are taking up cheaper home batteries at a much faster rate than electorates that have higher wealth than the people of Fowler, because the people of Fowler want to reduce their bills and they know that cheaper home batteries are a very good option to do so. That's why this government has been delivering it. I'm disappointed the member for Fowler doesn't support that policy.
The call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business.
What additional support is the Albanese Labor government providing to small businesses from today, and what are the risks to this? Thank you.
Call to the Minister for International Development, the Minister for Small Business and the Minister for Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Tagney for his question, but also for his incredible advocacy for small businesses in his electorate of Tagney. And it wasn't that long ago that the member for Tagney and I visited a really impressive small business in Willetton, the Willetton Trophy Centre. It's a family-owned business passed on from generation to generation, and they've been able to really grow through innovation, through being adaptable, but also through their incredible hard work and their ambition. And really, Mr Speaker, that's what small business is all about, isn't it? It's about people backing themselves. It's about families taking a risk and putting in the long hours, employing locals and building up communities. And the Albanese Labor government backs in that ambition and that aspiration, because we understand that when Australia's 2.77 million small businesses grow, then local communities grow with them. And when I speak to small business owners, as I travel around the country talking to them, they tell me about their challenges, about their pain points. Things like cash flow, red tape, access to staff, operating costs, and of course global uncertainty. And that's why, from today, the Albanese Labor government is delivering real change to help small businesses manage pressure, to invest and to plan with confidence. So from today, our changes kick in. We're making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent, so that small businesses can have certainty to invest in the tools and the equipment and assets that they need. We're also delivering a permanent 2-year loss carryback for companies with a turnover of up to $1 billion, so that they can return to profitability faster. We're cutting red tape and lowering compliance costs by removing a further 497 nuisance tariffs, and that's going to save businesses around $127 million a year. We're supporting small businesses to take up digital technology, we're making it easier to access workers with the right skills, and we're providing free access to mandatory standards. That's going to save some small businesses more than $1,600 a year. We're also continuing new access for small business owners and the Small Business Debt Helpline. This is a government that backs people who work hard, people who take risks and build for the future, whether they work for a business or whether they own a business. That's why we're delivering real change for Australians, including tax cuts for workers and sole traders, something that the 3 right-wing parties voted against. Mr Speaker, we back all taxpayers on this side of the House. We back families, we back parents and we back small business.
Give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. A flat white costs $2 more today than it did in 2022 when Labor came to power. The government's 70-cent a day tax cut won't even cover the increase, let alone the coffee itself. Prime Minister, why does Labor keep making Australians pay more?
Order. Give the call to order. Give the call to the members on my right will cease interjecting. Otherwise, I'll be forced to issue a general warning. Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, we on this side of the House are proudly today, on the 1st of July, talking about the tax cuts that come in, talking about the real wage increases, talking about the Medicare urgent care clinics, the extra pharmaceuticals on the PBS. We're talking about the additional free TAFE places, the fact we've made Medicare urgent care clinics permanent. We're talking about the additional 2 weeks paid parental leave, taking it up to 6 months. We're talking about payday super. We're talking about all that, and they're talking about a cup of coffee. What we're talking about, no wonder some of the ones on the front say that they need a rebrand. Mr. Speaker, because they certainly do, because there's certainly time to take the Liberal out of the Liberal Party. But it's not their brand, it's their product that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. It's not your sales pitch, it's your policies. It's not what you call yourselves, it's who you are. It's the fact that you vote against any change to cost of living that will help people.
Order. The Minister for Infrastructure. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The Manager on a point of order.
It goes to relevance, Speaker, and this wasn't about alternatives. This was about cost of living, what's happening to inflation. It's got nothing to do with what he's quoting. And you've said it before, Speaker, the Prime Minister just can't randomly quote things. He's got to remain relevant to the question.
To assist the House, I'm going to ask the Prime Minister if he is quoting a document or reading, as the Manager said, that he makes it directly relevant to the question. Otherwise, he won't be able to use it.
Just about cost of living, as the Manager of Opposition Business just said. And what I'm talking about is the cost of living support, which we're giving on this side of the House, that those on this side of the House voted against. Every single one of these measures they voted against. Well, I'm really proud of what we are doing. Strongest annual economic growth in almost 3 years. Inflation lower than it was when we came to government. Wages going up. Pay packets growing much faster than any time under the coalition.
Member for Hinkler.
Smallest gender pay gap on record.
Order. The member for Page.
Lowest average unemployment in 50 years. We are laser-like focused on cost of living. Those opposite vote against every single cost of living measure.
Give a call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government helping households to lower their bills by taking advantage of Australia's world-class sunshine? What policies would put a stop to this progress?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question and thank her for our recent visit to a wonderful part of the world. And one of the things we did was talk about cheaper home batteries, Mr. Speaker. And today's the 1st of July, Mr. Speaker, which means the cheaper home battery policy is officially 1 year old today. And I'm pleased to tell the House that 457,439 Australian households have installed a cheaper home battery since the 1st of July, Mr. Speaker, which means on average 1,255 Australian households have put in a cheaper home battery every single day for the last 12 months. 1,255. And it also means, Mr. Speaker, that not in per capita terms, not per head terms, but in absolute terms, Australia has now more household batteries than the largest, most populous state in the United States of America, California. That's the achievement of Australians over the last 12 months. And since we came to office, home batteries were in 1 in 60 houses. Now it's 1 in 17. And that's wonderful for those families that are reducing their bills, in many cases to nothing, in some cases getting a rebate instead of a bill, but it's very good for putting downward pressure on energy prices for everyone. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member asked me how Australians can access the benefits of renewable energy, and because it's the 1st of July today, it also means solar sharer is now available for consumers in New South Wales, in South East Queensland and South Australia, which is a requirement on energy companies to provide the option of 3 hours of free electricity in the middle of the day, Mr. Speaker, when the solar energy is at its strongest and abundant. And those people who take that offer up, Morgan Stanley have found, for example, that some families could save $660 a year, which we on this side of the House think is a good thing. Those on that side of the House are opposed to. So we see this start today, and it is a requirement of law for energy companies to deliver it from the day, which we expect every single energy company covered to comply with. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's also the case that from today, rule changes the government has requested have come into force. That means that there can only be one price rise each year. It means that there must be a fee-free option to pay. It means that customers whose discounted plans expire can't simply be moved to a higher cost plan, Mr Speaker, and it means that there can't be excessive fees for late payments. These are all changes that come into force from today because the Albanese Labor government asked for those rules to change, as well as solar share are coming into force today because we put it into place, as well as cheap home batteries which have worked for 12 months to help so many thousands, 457,000 Australian households reduce their bills, which is a good thing. We will stand with those households. We will protect those policies. Those opposite would abolish those policies.
Call to the Prime Minister.
To further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I'll give the call also to the Leader of the House.
I present the status of government responses in the House of Representatives to parliamentary committee reports as at 30 June 2026.
I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Goldstein proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government driving the fall of the living standards of Australians. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, Speaker, we just got through question time, but I can assure you there was no sunshine that came out of those answers, because right now there has never been a time when Australians have done it so tough, and yet the government continues to lord over them, and this Prime Minister lords over them, that they have never had it so good. We've never faced a time where the government is so out of step, so out of touch with the lived experience of what Australians are living right now, where they go to the supermarket and every time they put something in a red basket, they're not just paying more, but they're getting less. The same with the trolley. If you're trying to build a home, you're having to rise the costs every single day. And the only answer the government is giving, the only answer this Prime Minister is giving is Australians have never had it so good. Well, Australians want to get ahead. They want a sense of confidence for the future. And they have a Prime Minister who throughout question time has extolled the virtues of the government, constantly referring to how great his government is and how Australians should be thankful and appreciative for the incredible efforts of himself and his government. Well, let's look at some facts. Inflation is at 4%. We are constantly seeing more debt petrol poured on the inflation fire by the Federal Treasurer, and as a consequence, interest rates continue to rise. Australian households are being stretched, budgets are being stretched, and they're finding it harder not just to get ahead, but just to keep themselves above water. We now have interest rates at 4.35%, the highest since 2011, and we've had 15 interest rate rises under this government. Australian families on a typical mortgage are now paying $29,400 a year. And let's remember this, Deputy Speaker, that isn't $29,400 of pre-tax income, that's post-tax income. So many households simply cannot absorb that cost. So what a surprise, while we're seeing interest rates go up, we're seeing a big problem with the housing market and prices going down. And the only response from those opposite is to celebrate, to cheer, to toast falling house prices without any recognition that that is often people's savings, their hard work, reflected in an asset that provides the economic security for their family and often for a small business as well. We have household savings that are now 6.2% of income. Let's be clear about this, Deputy Speaker. 6.2% of income, down from 11.3% when the Albanese government got elected. So to keep its head above water, people are having to eat into their savings just to stay afloat. We have GDP per capita is not higher than when Labor took office, and in fact we've seen it fall in 10 of the 16 quarters since the change of government. Australians are now paying 38.5% more income tax. Think about that. 38.5% more income tax. Australians are trying and working harder, they're working longer hours, and they're falling further behind. And it's not because they're doing anything wrong, it's because the government can't keep its hands, its mitts out of people's hip pockets. And because they can't control their spending, what do? They come after yours. That is the consistent theme of a Labor government. They have no sense of respect for the hard work and savings and sacrifice of Australians. Instead, they see Australians' money as their money, as a pathway to their control to be able to dictate the terms of how people live. We have gross debts crossing $1 trillion for the first time in 2026-2027. $1 trillion. And let's remember this, Deputy Speaker. Today's debt is tomorrow's taxes. So not only can't keep their hands off the hip pockets of Australians, they're now raiding the hip pockets of future generations as well. And the simple metrics show just how diametrically bad this government is. Cost of living pressure under this government. Insurance up 42%. Electricity up 38%, despite the incredible sunshine that we've just heard all about. Gas up 37%. Rents up 23%. Education up 21%. Health up 17%. Food and grocery costs up 17%. We have an axis of arrogance with this government where they simply are disconnected from the lived experience of Australians. And what we've seen since the election has been a series of budget-broken promises whose only solution is then to go after more of Australia's money because the government cannot manage its own. And we're now seeing them test the very fundamentals of economics. We've seen them as they have turned a blind eye or actively stoked the illegal tobacco trade through organised crime. What that's done is pushed right through the Laffer curve, where we now have more illegal cigarettes in the marketplace and fewer tax revenue. Well, now they're going to try exactly the same principle across the nation by shutting down businesses, actively discouraging reward, effort and incentive to get ahead, and of course particularly targeting so many people who back themselves, the self-starters, the small businesses, and of course those who are just not going to be leaving or exiting because they have to pay more tax. They're going to be exiting because they're going to see the decline in talent. I've never seen a government, Deputy Speaker, in my lifetime that has so rigidly and objectively tried to declare war on not just the country today, but the future ambitions of Australians to get ahead for tomorrow. And the impact on Australians is going to be long from this government, because its focus is solely on how it preserves and conserves its own power against the direct interests and advancement of the Australian people. But more than anything else, this government is so broken because of where they see its priorities. The traditional model of redistribution, Deputy Speaker, is to take from the rich and to give to the poor. They like to dress themselves out as modern-day Robin Hoods. But the reality is somewhat completely different. This government has specialised redistribution, and its redistribution is to take from the Australian people and feed themselves. It's to prioritise their interests over the best interests and objectives of the Australian people. And what we've seen, once they gain control of the hip pockets of Australians, is how they dole the patronage out left, right and centre without any accountability to their friends and to their mates across the economy. This government is not interested in the Australian people. This government is interested in themselves, their control, and the brutal truth is they, let's just say, to keep it parliamentary, they break promises so easily, so calmly, so comfortably, that someone could even inject another word instead of broken promises. Because this government has never had any shame in understanding that truth is a luxury as their governance model. Well, there is a future and there is hope, Deputy Speaker. Australians do believe and want to back themselves. They want to get ahead, and there is an opportunity to end this government and particularly its active inflation agenda, because the governance model that the Treasurer has brought forward is to stoke inflation, tax inflation and then spend the inflation and keep the cycle going. And what they've done as a process is they've continued to put upward pressure on interest rates. That can end. We can have an end to the inflation cycle this government is actively stoking if we have a government which has the courage to actually focus on ending the corruption and fraud in the NDIS, courage to end the corruption and fraud in home aged care packages, the courage to end the corruption and fraud in childcare and the enrolment of founding children, and most importantly, and this is the one thing you will never see from a federal Labor or state Labor government, Deputy Speaker, to end the corruption in the CFMEU, and particularly taking public money and handing it to organised crime. The fact that the Prime Minister sits in that chair and he will not even audit whether federal public money finds its way into the hands of corrupt organised crime and the CFMEU is an embarrassment to his government, and every single Labor member should look at this government and feel embarrassed and ashamed to be associated with it. Because we have seen on the public record in the state of Victoria, and now that model is being nationalised across the country, a model that is anchored in corruption, a model that is built in stealing the money of the Australian people and the Victorian people and handing it to criminal networks, and it must end. But even more than that, to end the inflation cycle, which means we have a government that acts as a silent thief to shove its hand into the hip pocket of Australians, that's why we're going to introduce our tax-back guarantee. So the $250 tax cut isn't some sort of luxury of a government. It's permanent, and it makes sure the silent thieves in the night that are Labor governments can't get away with it again. Yeah.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, when the opposition leader became leader, getting rid of the first woman to head the Liberal Party, he said that his party needed to change or die. I don't think many Australians thought that they were going to choose door two, but that's what's happening right now. The modern Liberal Party won't change, and it's choosing to die. They won't change a system that's locked a generation of young Australians out of home ownership. They won't change their natural inclination and a choice between opportunity and privilege to back privilege every time. As the opposition leader himself might have said, fantastic, great move, well done Angus. The fact is that Labor is today introducing measures which are going to benefit millions of Australians, and so many of these measures have been opposed by the Shadow Treasurer. We are boosting minimum wages and award wages, benefiting more than 3 million Australians. And yet the Shadow Treasurer is on the record criticising the Fair Work Commission's decision to deliver a real wage increase to low-income workers. We're increasing wages for care workers who will benefit by around $59 a week. A registered nurse will be a benefit to the tune of about $86 a week. And yet the Shadow Treasurer has criticised better wages for frontline workers as, quote, borrowing from future generations. From today, workers will see payday super. They'll actually see money coming into their super accounts when it should do. But the Shadow Treasurer has criticised universal superannuation, labelling it, quote, a form of economic social engineering and, quote, a form of economic insanity. From today, Labor is putting in place 6 months of paid parental leave. But the Shadow Treasurer has called paid parental leave, quote, a very bad scheme, unquote, and saying, quote, it's not my choice that women have children, it's not, it's genetic. From today, Labor is delivering tax cuts for every working Australian. And yet the Shadow Treasurer believes that we have to increase taxes on working Australians, having said, quote, we have to move towards a simpler 20% flat personal, company and consumption tax. That's right, the Shadow Treasurer wants to double the GST. From today, Labor is increasing funding to public hospitals by $25 billion. And yet the Shadow Treasurer has championed the privatisation of Medicare so there could be a, quote, transfer of the health financing burden shifted from government to individuals. Labor is committed to reforms which will boost productivity. From today, we're going to see the instant asset write-off become permanent, $20,000, encouraging small businesses to invest. From today, we're banning price gouging by the big supermarkets. ensuring that those big supermarkets no longer charge excessive prices as defined by the cost of supply plus a reasonable margin. And we've seen from the Coalition a backing away from the sources of dynamism that have made Australia so prosperous over past decades. Multiculturalism is backed by 83% of Australians, according to last year's Scanlon survey. Past Liberal leaders such as Malcolm Turnbull and Malcolm Fraser and leaders such as Philip Ruddock, Nick Greiner and Jeff Kennett have backed multiculturalism. But asked the same question, the Leader of the Opposition said things like, quote, "I don't quite know what you mean by that question. Do you want to define it for me? There's all these vague words running around." Asked 7 times, he couldn't back in multiculturalism. As the saying goes, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Multiculturalism has been a key driver of Australia's success and is supported by 4 out of 5 Australians, and yet the modern Liberal Party can't bring themselves to back it. From the beginning of next year, Labor will be getting rid of non-compete clauses for 9 out of 10 Australian workers, ensuring that they can move to a better job. And yet there's one kind of non-compete that those opposite are in favour of. The member for Barker, who's thankfully here in the House, has said he wants their own non-compete clause with One Nation. While John Howard said he would put One Nation last, the modern Liberal Party is a tribute act to One Nation. The modern Liberal Party want to collaborate with One Nation. They want to non-compete with One Nation. They don't believe in standing up against One Nation. Well, you know, maybe one or two exceptions, but basically, if you put Andrew Hastie off to one side, the modern Liberal Party are in favour of collaborating with One Nation. And we've seen the scare campaigns being run by those opposite. One news report quoted by those opposite had someone saying that they were a business leader saying that they were going to leave Australia because, quote, "China provides a better life than Australia right now, so I was thinking about going back." But when quizzed by Media Watch as to whether it was really the effect of the budget, he said, quote, "No, it's not just the budget, that's just a small thing. The bigger part is the infrastructure and our cost of living, that's the main thing." So is he going to move back? Well, he said, "I have to let my daughter finish school first." How old is she? She's 9 years old. So he'll go back to China when she finishes year 12? Well, maybe, or when she finishes university, which makes it, according to Media Watch, 2037. Another critic quoted in the same story said business leader Philip Wang said the government's tax changes would continue to drive capital and innovation out of the country. Asked how the Telegraph found him, he said, "I got a phone call from a friend in the Liberal Party. They asked around to see who's willing to take that call." Oddly, given those opposite have been complaining about the level of net overseas migration, you'd think they might be quite happy about some Liberal Party members who say they're going to move overseas. But in fact, they're happy to run these scare campaigns on the measures in the budget which are ensuring that we boost home ownership, which are all about driving productivity. For small business, we've changed the R&D tax credit so that every dollar of R&D tax credit drives 20% more research and development. For Australians who are looking to afford medicines, the Health Minister has been putting a record number of drugs through the PBS and driving record funding through our hospital system. We've made urgent care clinics permanent. We are ensuring that the productivity benefits that come from a healthier workforce flow to more Australians. Labor's competition reform agenda will make it easier not only for Australians to move to a better job, but also driving competition policy through the national competition policy in a compact with states and territories. We will ensure that reforms such as making planning and zoning more growth boosting will be enhanced. We'll ensure that it's easier for Australians to work across state and territory borders through getting rid of unnecessary occupational licensing rules. And our negative gearing and capital gains tax changes ensure that all small businesses have access to the capital gains tax exemptions, and that 98% of all businesses have access to those exemptions. We are driving reforms which will see the government contribute to some 420,000 new homes, and the tax changes in the budget will see another 75,000 Australians own their own home. Labor believes in the same values that once used to be bipartisan. Back in the days of Chifley and Menzies, we had two parties in this country committed to home ownership. But the Liberal Party are now the party which is arguing against tax changes, which, as people like Joe Hockey and Dom Perrottet have pointed out, are necessary if we are to allow young Australians to break into the property market. So at the next election, the Coalition will go to the Australian people promising to roll back our changes. To be quite clear about what that means, they will be going to the Australian people calling for the reinstatement of huge tax breaks for investors that will reduce home ownership and will be paid for by higher taxes and worse services. It'll be the last election all over again when the member for Hume was the Shadow Treasurer, championing policies that saw the Liberal Party promising to the Australian people to increase their taxes and deliver higher deficits, to fund policies such as taxpayer-funded long lunches for bosses. We've seen this movie before. The Liberal Party went to the 1987 election promising to repeal the capital gains tax and fringe benefits tax. They never did it, and they will fail again to roll back Labor's reform agenda in the interests of all Australians.
And I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to be a little bit more positive. I believe we live in the greatest country on earth, and I think everybody in this chamber would absolutely endorse what I just said. And I believe our best days are ahead of us, and they certainly are. And the member for Fenner was rather negative in his comments. First of all, he said just the two parties. If you've got Artie Fadden leading the Country Party, a former Prime Minister, dare I say, at a time when, yes, housing was a big issue, like it is now. He mentioned the new drugs on the PBS, and I do thank the health ministers at the table, because every new drug on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme is saving lives. Every single drug is saving lives. And the member for Hunter has just left the chamber. He's doing some good work in the space of men's and boys as a special envoy in that regard. We all come to this place trying to make the country a better place. But this matter of public importance is about the government driving the fall of living standards of Australians, and sadly that is true. And let me just give you some examples, because we need to be so much better than what is being offered at the moment. And first of all, we've got veterans. Now, I appreciate this morning we had the Minister giving a very good speech at the establishment of not just the Veterans and Wellbeing and Family Agency, but also the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans. But the $5,000 allied cap is going to lead to a fall in living standards for veterans. And the government says that it will consult over the next 12 months. Well, the consultation should have happened before the budget, and unfortunately it didn't. And now the government is playing catch-up, as it always does. House prices are plummeting, and they are. And right across the board, in every market, both regional and metropolitan, the house prices are falling. And the property values, we've seen the biggest slump in 4 years. 4 years, and that's simply not good enough, particularly for somebody who purchased a property, just prior to the budget, when they wouldn't have expected or thought, given what the government said, given the promises the Prime Minister made before the election, what was going to happen during the budget, because the Prime Minister promised one thing and the Treasurer delivered another. And this at a time when construction companies are going bankrupt in record numbers. Not only construction companies, but building approvals declined 1.1% in May, and that's the third successive monthly fall on Labor's watch, and it's simply not good enough. And then we look at the transport sector. We've got trucking companies going backwards at a rate, going bankrupt and backwards at a rate that we haven't seen for some time. And when you've got a group such as Don Watson's operating for 77 years, Jeff Crouch Transport Roncrass Transport, in Wagga Wagga, generational family trucking company going into administration. It's simply not good enough. Transport operators are becoming insolvent in alarming numbers, and not just that, but in Victoria, just this year we've had 4 caravan manufacturers also going into manufacturing. What is happening? But we hear the Small Business Minister going on and on about how good things are for small business. Well, they're not. They're simply not. And the Made in Australia manufacturing policy that Labor comes and spruiks is just a fallacy. It is just a joke. We've got forestry products being imported at a rate never seen before because we are locking up our regeneration, our forestry sectors. And when you get economies, local economies such as Snowy Valleys Council, 70% of its gross shire product relies on forestry, and then you've got a government doing so much to inhibit and stop the forestry happening, it is just a joke. We've heard so much about, because it's 1 July, childcare. Good luck in regional Australia. There's a childcare desert. Home care packages. We heard the aged care minister in the last couple of question times, yesterday and the day before, going on about home care packages. They're simply so hard to get and people are dying waiting for them. It's not good enough. Then we've got the rorting in NDIS. Yes, the government said it's doing something about it, but you talk to NDIS operators, particularly in regional Australia, but more importantly perhaps those families who are so vulnerable and the children on those, expecting those services, cannot get those services. Yes, we need to clamp down on shoddy operators, but it's not the shoddy operators who are going to miss out. It's the vulnerable children. We can be so much better than this. We should be so much better than this. We must be so much better than this.
Member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the 1st of July is an important day. Mark it in your diaries. And I do want to thank the Shadow Treasurer for bringing this matter of public importance to us, because it gives us on this side of the House an opportunity to talk about all the changes that are coming in today. Because today, all Australians get more help. Today, every taxpayer gets another tax cut. Today, over 3 million workers get a pay rise. And today, paid parental leave will expand to a full 6 months. Today, Medicare urgent care clinics become a permanent part of our healthcare system. Today, small businesses get the certainty of a permanent $20,000 instant asset write-off. And today, payday super begins. So workers' super is paid into their wages, with their wages not left sitting in an employer's account for months. And today, we take stronger action on supermarkets that are price gouging. Today, Australians can access 3 hours of free energy through our solar sharer program. And today, the Albanese government says to all Australians that we are working hard to help you. So more than 14 million taxpayers get another tax cut. But what did the Coalition do when the tax package came before the Parliament? What did they do? They opposed it. And I know the member for Lindsay has suggested that the Liberal Party ought to rebrand. And Deputy Speaker, my reaction to that, and I'm going to be as parliamentary as possible here, but you can't polish turd. There's no dressing up a dud political party, because if you vote against tax cuts for all Australian taxpayers, if you vote against helping first home buyers buying their first home, if you vote against super on government-funded paid parental leave, if you vote against payday super, if you vote against same job, same pay, then you are voting against all Australians. And that tells you everything about the modern Liberal Party. And there is no rebranding, no new name, no new logo, that is going to fix a party that is rotten to the core. Because while we on this side of the House have supported an increase, a pay increase for those on the minimum wage, helping around 3 million workers, the Liberal Party opposed that wage increase for our lowest paid workers. They spent nearly a decade telling Australians that low wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. No rebranding is going to change that. While Labor is strengthening Medicare, we're increasing bulk billing rates, we're making Medicare urgent care clinics a permanent part of our healthcare system, the Liberal Party froze the Medicare rebate and they wanted to introduce a GP tax. Again, no rebranding is going to change that. The Liberal Party are now becoming the Enron and Kodak of brands. They are badly damaged, irreparable, and will be a footnote in history. And One Nation is no better, because let's remember what we've seen from Senator Hanson in the past few weeks. She opposed paid parental leave, and then she sort of supported it, but not really. And I think it's because she fundamentally doesn't understand what it is. It isn't a welfare measure, it is good economic policy, because it keeps parents connected to work. It supports women's participation and it gives families more time with their children. And today is a great day because we are saying to parents, we want you to spend more time at home with your children. We are expanding the government's paid parental leave to 26 weeks. That's more cuddles, more kisses, a lot more sleepless nights, but it's a great thing for our country.
Member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's true to say that today is an important day. It's a day where our nation turns an important page. I do, just as an aside, have to query why those officers that would spend the majority of their contributions obsessing over the Liberal Party on such an important day, on a day where they could be talking about what those officers are actually achieving. But it is the first day of a new financial year, and predictably, the Prime Minister and his Treasurer have been out spruiking their tax cuts. A paltry $5 a week. Those opposite don't spend their time talking about this because they know that it is insignificant and it has been monstered by inflation. It's evaporated before it's even turned up. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I often think, and I've got to say, during question time I do sometimes turn off as the Prime Minister is preening his feathers, giving us the never had it better speech, luxuriating in his hubris. It would do well for those opposite to look up to the galleries during question time, because the people in the galleries get it. They know that grocery prices have gone up, they know fuels have gone up, they know rent's gone up, and you know what else they know, Madam Deputy Speaker? They know who to blame for it, because it is the unbridled spending of those opposite that is putting pressure on Australians via inflation, because those opposite don't have a plan for it. And do you know how I know those in the galleries know this? Because predictably, no, not Sky, predictably, I spent my time earlier today looking at the Prime Minister's Facebook page. I thought, yep, this is the place I'll go. Important day, changing the page historically here in Australia, and he's there spruiking his tax cuts and comments that is real Australians out there in the real world, well, they've had something to say about that. So let's have a look at those. We've got one contributor who says, one hand gives, the other one takes more than what was given. Another contributor, if delusion was a person, he would be it. Another contributor, cool story, extra $10. I've got bad news for this contributor. It's actually only $5. That'll just go into the additional cost for fuel. Another contributor, using supermarket specials tactics. I like that one in particular. We're back to giving one hand, taking with another. This contributor says, and I quote, "You mean give with one hand, take double with the other?" Or we're back well, no, these are real Australians who are telling you, I can see some nods in the gallery, they get it, This $5 increase is going, those opposite really don't want to hear this, but you should hear it. You should hear it. Andrew Brown actually contributed, increased the tax of the tax-free threshold significantly. That's a way you can really give back to Australians. Well, that's an endorsement for the tax-back guarantee that we announced on Budget in Reply night. Well, there are other contributors. The comedy act continues. It's gotten to the point that the Prime Minister of this country is regarded as a joke. While we're talking about jokes, there's a whole theme that comes through the comments. April Fool's Day was a couple of months ago. You know, the 1st of July. They're thinking maybe he's talking about the 1st of April. And then I found some support for the Prime Minister's position. $5, says Bobby Bingham. Sweet, that provides financial relief. Then I realised, actually, I think he was being sarcastic. Well, my personal favourite. I wasn't great at English lit, but this is my personal favourite. Geordie Askew, we all feel like Oliver. Please, sir, can I have some more? And that's the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those opposite. Those opposite listen to a Prime Minister during question time who's saying, we're here to help. But the people in the galleries, Australians, are saying, if this is helping, can you please do us a favour and just stop? Because it's not help if it actually hurts.
Member for Moreton.
Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I do want to inform the people in the gallery just a little bit about the member for Barker's track record when it comes to helping everyday Australians. Because when 20% of student debt came before this House, a saving to the average student of over $5,000, the member for Barker voted against it. When not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, but 5 tax cuts came before this parliament, the member for Barker voted against every single one of them. And what those tax cuts mean is an extra $2,800 in the pocket of the average Australian. That's a lot of money. 75,000 people who haven't been able to get into their first home, under this legislation, under this budget, will be able to get into their very first home. What did the member for Barker do? Voted against it. Deputy Speaker, urgent care clinics, where all you have to do is rock up with your Medicare card and you'll get the treatment that you need. 137 of them across our nation. What did the member for Barker do? He voted against it. $25 medicines, taking medicines back to the prices they were decades ago. And what did the member for Barker do? He voted against it. Deputy Speaker, when I was preparing to come here and to talk about this MPI, I did something that I do not recommend to you. I imagined a world where the Shadow Treasurer, the member for Goldstein, and the mover of this MPI today was in charge. And in doing so, there's a few things that I think we should make very clear. Firstly, what we know is that the member for Goldstein was in charge is that everything would be more expensive. In fact, we know how much, because we know that the member for Barker would put a 20% consumption tax on. And how do we know that, Deputy Speaker? Because he said we have to move towards a simpler 20% flat personal company and consumption tax. Deputy Speaker, we know what would happen because bulk billing would be out the window. And how do we know that? Because the member, the Shadow Treasurer, said transfer of health financing burden shifted from government to individuals when he was championing the privatisation of Medicare. Deputy Speaker, your mortgage payments would be higher if the member for Goldstein was in charge. And how do we know? Because he said nobody wins from low interest rates. Making things in this country, manufacturing them, we know that'd be out the window too. Not for the member for Goldstein, because he said the days of Australia being an island continent producing finished goods for domestic consumption are over. And finally, staying at home with your baby in the first important months of their life, not on the member for Goldstein's watch. Because he said, it's a very bad scheme. It's not my choice that women have children. It's not, it's genetic. And Deputy Speaker, we don't really have to imagine what this would be like, because we've got the verbal receipts and they've been provided by the Shadow Treasurer's worst enemy, the member for Goldstein. And Deputy Speaker, I don't want to spend the rest of my time talking about the member for Goldstein's greatest hits, because Australians are doing it tough. They're doing it tough. They've also been impacted by a global conflict that's having an impact on our prices here at home. And that's why this government is investing in them. And it's why today is an important day. Because today, the Albanese Labor government is delivering more paid parental leave. Award wages are going up by 4.75%, and the minimum wage is going up by 6%. Superannuation will be paid when it is earned. Supermarket price gouging will be banned, and tax cuts will be delivered to every single tax-paying Australian. Normally I'd say look at what those opposite do, not what they say.
Time has expired, and Member for Monash has the call.
Thank you for the call, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Friday is the 3rd of July, and it is the 12-month anniversary of the swearing-in of the class of 2025, and it is a momentous occasion for that class among us. And one of the things over the last 12 months I've enjoyed most is going around to schools and talking to them about our system of government and about democracy and why we have the best system anywhere in the world, because one of those features is the accountability and transparency of functions like Question Time, where you can make the Prime Minister of the day accountable on a range of things. But I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the preening and the back patting and the smirking that's been on display by this Prime Minister every single day this week and every other week, while Australians in my electorate suffer, it causes me to say that people deserve so much better. And I'll give you a couple of examples. I've got a constituent right now who's living with her abuser in fear because leaving means she will be separated from her special needs son and pets and cannot afford to move out. There are a couple living in a tent in a stranger's driveway in my electorate, and they cannot afford anywhere to rent on their $450 per week budget. There's an elderly couple in South Gippsland who can't afford to turn on their heating, and when support workers visit, they're offered a blanket and the couple apologise for how cold it is in their house. There's a woman in my electorate who's separated from her partner and needing to live in the same house while she waits for Centrelink and child support to process her payments. This is not good enough. She's relying on food bank payments to get by at the moment because she can't afford to eat. So for all the smirking and the back patting and the preening that this Prime Minister carries on with, Australians right now deserve so much better from their government. If we look at health, after 2 decades of progressing private health insurance as a more affordable way for older Australians, the cut to the private health rebate has hurt these people deeply. More than 3 million Australians over the age of 65 have health insurance. More than 900,000 of these Australians live on less than $55,000. They are not wealthy. They have worked hard, they have saved hard, they have done the right thing, they have tried to take some burden off the system. And goodness knows right now our hospitals are bursting at the seams thanks to state and federal Labor government mismanagement. These people deserve better. And the increase or the cut to the health insurance rebate will hurt these people. It will burden our public hospitals. If I go to the CFMEU, the corruption in Victoria has cost taxpayers at least $15 billion. Sarah Ferguson on the ABC asked the Prime Minister a pretty straightforward question. She asked him whether he had requested of the Victorian Premier any assurances that Commonwealth funding on infrastructure projects wasn't going to organised crime. I asked the Prime Minister in question time, and he was evasive again. More smirking, more back-patting and more preening. On energy, between 2023 and June 2025, power costs surged 27% above the Consumer Price Index. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have families in my electorate who are staring at an energy bill stuck to their fridge and looking at the groceries they have to buy that week and making a decision on which one they're going to be able to pay, because they can't afford to pay for both. And these people deserve a serious Prime Minister. They deserve a serious government. They deserve better than jokes and snide remarks. On inflation, we're sitting at 4%. It's well outside the RBA's recommended band of 2 to 3%. The previous Governor, Philip Lowe, and many other people have said that this is a homegrown problem. In other words, spending by government is driving much of this. Now, at what point, after a few years of sitting well outside this recommended band, are we going to have a serious national conversation about inflation and the impact that it's having on the cost of living? At what point do we just roll on for another couple of years under this government with inflation bubbling along above that band? Because debt is about to pass $1 trillion. And if you look at Victoria's debt, where I'm from, and I'm a proud, passionate Victorian, I love my state. But right now, Victoria's got a combined debt of more than...
Has its fun. Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. The world changed. Things that we didn't think could happen, happened. A war on the other side of the planet impacted supply lines. Facebook. Changed the way we gathered information, changed the way we got our fuel, changed the way we got our fertiliser. This was potentially a crisis. A crisis that changed the way we had to approach business. A crisis that had to change the way we approached the nation. So our government stepped in, did what it needed to do, made sure the fuel arrived, made sure our truckies truck, made sure our aeroplanes flew, made sure our valuable farmers could get the crops into the ground to provide the food that we need, to improve our exports, to keep Australia moving. Tourism continued. People came and enjoyed the Great Barrier Reef, with now its additional environmental protections, means it stays great. But what did those opposite do during this time? They talked it down, called for rationing, scared people. There was a marked decrease in tourism leading into Easter because words matter. But so do actions. And on this side of the House, we do actions. And today is a great day for actions. Paid parental leave, 26 weeks. I spent a year with my little ones. There was no paid parental leave for me back then. That is the hardest work I've ever done in my life. A 2-year-old and a newborn do not care for your well-being or your mental health. But I valued that time with them. I really did. Got to teach them to eat, watch their first steps. It was a time that I cherish so much. And we're giving that to families. They don't have to make that choice, work or family. You should have both. You deserve both. Australians deserve both. The minimum wage is increasing by 4.75%. That is a noticeable difference. People will feel that. They'll feel that in their hip pockets, and that money will flow on. People will have confidence to go, take the kids to a movie, make sure that the birthday party goes the way that it should. It is a fantastic thing. We will always, always back workers, because the best form of cost of living relief is a job. And that is why we can celebrate having the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. For my intern Claudia, 50 years is before I was born. I am not 50, I'm 47. We're putting downward pressure on electricity prices. The home battery system is working. It is removing demand from the system, increasing supply. For too long, nothing was done about supply in this country for power. It was completely ignored. It was, as Senator Bragg said, a vacated space. Vacated for 20 years. If you go back 3 years before the space was vacated, you get $25 scripts, something that we have proudly brought back in. So people, once again, are not making a decision between health and food. Sometimes, particularly if you're on mental health pills, you cannot miss those scripts. They're very, very important. The surety to know how much they're going to cost and that not to be an impost, particularly now with 60-day scripts as well, makes life a bit easier, makes that budgeting a little bit easier, makes keeping on that little bit easier. We're bringing in tax cuts for every single working Australian. The average worker will be up to $2,800 a year better off. That's a holiday. That is a holiday in beautiful far north Queensland with a trip to the reef and out to the Daintree and to the crocodile farm. That is what we're delivering. Cost of living relief, great holidays in the far north. I'm proud of what we've done here in our 12 months. I'm proud of what was done by this government before we got here. And I'm looking forward to how great this nation is going to be, because we're going to put more first homeowners into their own homes. They will own a piece of Australia, they will know that the country is theirs, and we will move on together.
Member for Grey has the call.
Speaker, Labor cannot manage money, so they continue to come after yours. The average Australian is paying 39% more tax under this government. 39% more tax. Since Labor was elected, Australia has suffered the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. No matter how much spin and nonsense you get from the other side, they cannot avoid that fact. The biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. And this goes to the heart of their failure. Every day brings another cost hit under this government. Fees, charges, household costs and fuel all going up or being indexed. This inflation is Labor's silent but deadly tax. The government has kept inflation way above the target band of 2 to 3% for way too long. It is still sitting at 4%. It's lifting prices, inflating government charges and pushing hard-working Australians into paying more tax. And while Labor profits from this inflation, their tax cuts do not keep up. They won't even buy a cup of coffee. A week. That's 70 cents a day. In contrast, at the current inflation rate, our tax-back guarantee would give a typical worker $400 back automatically each and every year. Living standards have collapsed. GDP per person has gone backwards. Migration is running around two and a half times higher than under the coalition, and power bills are up 40%. Meanwhile, Labor's record spending means the budget is forecast to be in debt and deficit for a decade, with debt about to pass $1 trillion. Speaker, imagine sitting around the dining table with your family and telling your family, well, we're going to spend more money than we receive every year for the next 10 years. You wouldn't. In fact, you can't. That's exactly what this Labor government and this Treasurer are doing. To pay for this, they deploy toxic taxes, assaulting aspiration. They are locking young Australians out of the opportunities afforded to older generations by whacking taxes on savings, investment and small businesses. Australians work harder than ever, yet fall further and further behind. Speaker, while we were talking about standards, it's not just standards of living that have fallen under Labor's integrity standards. Look no further than the Matt Keane issue, which simply does not pass the pub test. Mr Keane was personally chosen by the Prime Minister to lead the Climate Change Authority. It has now been revealed that he spent over $32,000 on one single trip to Brazil last year for an international climate conference. During this trip, Mr Keane appeared on a panel alongside executives of Wollomai Capital, despite being executive of that very same private investment firm himself. I agree with my colleague, the member for Wannon, Dan Tehan. He cannot remain chair of the Public Climate Change Authority while concurrently serving as in this private firm. At the very least, the perception of a conflict of interest warrants an investigation. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, needs to explain how he allowed the situation to fester, what action he has taken, and if he still holds confidence in him. Sending mates on exotic overseas trips on the taxpayer's dime during a cost of living crisis is an absolute gross waste.
The matter of public importance has nothing to do with this, and I think the member should be careful about using this place to make these sorts of allegations.
I do remind the member that the MPI, which was put by the member for Goldstone, the topic is the government driving the fall of the living standards of Australia. So you need to bring your speech back to that, please.
Thank you, Speaker. We are talking about falling living standards, government spending, government taxation, which brings me to the CFMEU issues. And talking about dropping standards, the Prime Minister claims no tolerance for corruption in government spending, but Australians have no reason to believe him. The government knew of at least 4 allegations of corruption on the suburban rail loop, yet handed another $3.8 billion to this project. Why? This exposes taxpayer money to fraud and organised crime. If they truly had zero tolerance, they would not have buddied up with the Greens and blocked our Senate inquiry.
And I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Speaker, where do I begin? So we start with the member for Goldstein making up quotes to be outraged by, reciting tired old campaign lines from a party fast approaching the abyss. Then we had the member for Barker highlighting what the Liberal Party has become, a live-action version of the Facebook comments section, watching an hour of Credlin, then to the computer, caps lock key down, ready to let the rage out. Then finally we have an attack on a former Liberal Treasurer. A personal attack with nothing to do with the MPI, highlighting the relevance that the coalition has become. Truly the blockbuster video of Australian politics. Now, let's talk about challenges. Challenges faced by the Australian people. A quadrupling of house prices over 2 decades, unresolved by the Liberal Party in government. We had 4.1 gigawatts out of baseload energy, unresponded to by the coalition government. So we've seen long-term challenges unaddressed. Aged care, neglect, over a decade, unresolved because apparently an ageing population was completely unpredictable. Then we have failures in childcare and pretty much every area of service. We had sovereign energy capability decline. We had oil processing down, and we've left ourselves more vulnerable after a year of coalition because they don't lead, they preside. The Born to Rule Brigade sat there for 9 years and achieved absolutely nothing on behalf of the Australian people. Compulsive underachievement for 9 years consecutively. Then suddenly they come into this chamber as if all challenges faced by the society came out of nowhere and are all Labor's fault. Complete nonsense. We are responding to the issue of energy shortages by developing a 21st century grid because we know that energy is the key to future productivity and success. And productivity has been a focus of this budget, focusing the way tax incentives actually are directed towards productive investments rather than continued house price inflation. supporting small business and startups. We've got the permanence of the $20,000 instant asset write-off. We've got loss carryback, and we have tax refunds as well for new start businesses so they can have the capital to get started and succeed. This is a government focused on the future, focused on actually resolving the challenges faced by the Australian people rather than just whinging about them and going on these template tirades which solve absolutely nothing. And then they have the gall to say, oh, look, the coalition's less popular. Why? Apparently it's Labor's fault that people don't like the coalition much anymore. A complete lack of insight. And we see why from the member for Barker. Their world is Facebook. And as I say to my loved ones, it's bad for your mental health and will completely diminish your sense of reality if that is where you get your wisdom from. So I would suggest something novel. Talking about solutions, talking to real people, and learning to listen to the Australian people and their demand for change. And change is what the Labor government is delivering. We are making difficult decisions that are actually there to address the challenges faced by Australians. We don't just sit here proud of the status quo. We come here to make a difference. Because it's very easy to come in and make statements. What is difficult is change. And we are ready to do the hard work. And we've got a caucus committed to making a difference to the people in our electorates and the people in their electorates as well. Because we know that this isn't just about presiding. It is about taking on responsibility and making the differences needed in order that tomorrow can be better than yesterday. Because we're not going to spend a decade doing nothing. We're not going to allow the challenges faced by Australia to double and to continue compounding over time. We are going to confront them on behalf of the Australian people to make sure that they can be optimistic that the future is going to be better. And we make absolutely no apologies for that. Now, the 1st of July, despite me being a little angry sounding, is actually a very good day. It's a very good day because every taxpayer is getting a tax cut. We've got the $250 worker tax offset. We've now got a simpler tax system so you can have that $1,000 instant tax deduction. We've now got award wages increasing. We've got the minimum wage increasing from today. Today is an excellent day. Urgent care clinics becoming permanent. This is a fantastic day for Australia and we should celebrate it. We're injecting more money into public hospitals, $25 billion, because healthcare matters and this is a party dedicated to health. We are going to make sure that those services continue to improve and meet the needs of the Australian people, and we make no apologies for that. So there will be no tirades. There will be no attacks against members of our party or their party or anything like that. This isn't going to be just an abuse of parliamentary privilege. We are going to talk about the Australian people and what we are going to do to make their lives better.
Time for this discussion has concluded. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the Secrecy Provisions Amendment Sunsetting Provision Bill of 2026. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act relating to the provision of pharmaceutical benefits and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. Minister for Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I will put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Minister.
Thank you again, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be disagreed to. Speaker, this bill is the result of more than 10 years of work conducted in a proper, iterative, evidence-based way, work that seeks to continue to expand the opportunity for nurses to work at their full scope of practice. And given that there are quite a number of different proposals for the expansion of what we would regard, I think, as the existing work province of different parts of the health profession, can I make my view clear that this is best practice? This has been conducted by the Nurses Board in very close consultation with all relevant groups, whether that's medical professionals, patients, colleges, universities, and as a result of 10 years of hard work. This endorsement for registered nurses appropriately qualified to be able to prescribe medicines has been enthusiastically endorsed by all health ministers at the Health Ministers Group. Now, the Senate has proposed a last-minute amendment to this to bolt on to this best practice piece of work conducted to support the work of our hard-working nurses, a proposal which reasonable people might think is a good idea in principle, to expand opportunities for podiatrists to prescribe medicines. Now, I can indicate that that we have been engaging with podiatry groups, including the Australian Podiatry Association, about this issue for endorsed podiatrists, and there is a live discussion about whether this sort of expansion that we're seeing now in the bill that the government presented for registered nurses should be available to podiatrists as well. But let me be clear, the work in relation to podiatrists is not finished. It is still underway, and it is far too early, in my view, to bolt on at the last minute an amendment to expand the opportunity for podiatrists to prescribe PBS medicines when that work has not yet been completed. Unlike the work of podiatrists, the work for registered nurses has been completed. Universities have already started delivering their programs. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee is already considering the medicines that may be put on the list for registered nurse prescribers to be able to prescribe. That work has not yet been done for podiatry organisations. Now, I understand some in this parliament, certainly obviously some in the other place, and some out in the community would like to see an expansion of the work of podiatrists. That is not something I have any problem with in principle, but I do not support the idea that after 10 years of work to set this up properly in an evidence-based way, in consultation with medical groups, patient groups and the like, for registered nurses, the largest professional group in our healthcare system, at the last minute we bolt on, because it seems like a good idea, a podiatry addition to this when that work has not yet been done. So we do not support the amendments sent to us by the Senate, and we ask the House support the government's position.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to acknowledge that the government has concerns about podiatrists being registered in this fashion, and they feel that the work has not yet been done. I think I can speak on behalf of constituents who are podiatrists who would argue that the work should have been done, that the work that the government is doing on extension of scope of practice for many professionals in the health sphere is taking too long, that the work that the government is doing to revise the PBS is taking too long. And then we're already seeing the impact of that excessive duration of wait with loss of agents like Zoladex from communities and people in communities that we care about, because pharmaceutical companies are now saying that the commercial imperative for marketing those sorts of agents in this country is not present for them. We're also seeing and hearing from constituents about their frustration with the HTA review and the length of that has taken as well. And so I would argue that we have to move where we can, in increments where we can, on behalf of those people who, like podiatrists, like exercise physiologists, who feel that they've been asking for a very long time for their scope of practice and the funding for that to be extended, and have not seen the government act on that to date.
The question is that this amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. No. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please. Just push that for me. Yep. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. The ayes are passed to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean for the ayes, as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members Capricornia, is it? Yeah. And Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is 90 ayes and 43 noes. So the question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Minister for Health has the call.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the reasons for the House disagreeing to the Senate amendments, and I move that the reasons be adopted.
I'll put that motion to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the reasons for disagreeing to the Senate amendments be adopted, and the ayes will pass to the right of the chair and noes to the left. And I appoint the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the ayes, and honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is 90 ayes, 43 noes, and so it was resolved in the affirmative. I have to report to that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2026 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is the division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. 4 minutes. Yeah, okay. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Fowler and Wentworth as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is 9 ayes and 68 noes, so this has been resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question before the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Yep. Second reading, a bill for an act to repeal the certain acts and provisions of acts and to make various amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it's the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Give the call to the Minister.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
Minister?
I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? Hello?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Member for Cook. Minister.
Thank you. I move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. So I'm putting that question to the House now. All those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question to the House that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it and call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to repeal certain acts and provisions of acts and to make various amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
Thank you. And member for the Swan seeking the call.
Thank you. I am pleased to on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the following reports: Human Rights Scrutiny Report 8 of 2026 and Annual Report 2025. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with these reports.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Member for Swan.
I am pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights Report 8 of 2026 and its Annual Report 2025. In Report 8 of 2026, the committee considered 9 new bills and 143 new legislative instruments. It has commented on 2 bills and 5 legislative instruments and concluded its examination of 1 bill. In this report, the committee commented on the Health Insurance Amendment Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026. Among other things, this bill would expand the scope of the power of the Chief Executive Medicare to require a person to produce documents and authorise the use and disclosure of personal information in relation to incentive payment programs. These measures would engage and limit the right to privacy. The committee notes that the extent of the interference with the right to privacy may be significant due to the sensitivity of information, and the identified safeguards may have limited practical value. The committee has recommended that the government undertake a foundational review of the human rights compatibility of the Health Insurance Act 1973. The committee also commented on the Australian Passport Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Determination 2026. This instrument expands the circumstances in which a person may be prevented from leaving Australia and the circumstances where personal information may be disclosed. The committee notes that these measures engage and limit the rights to freedom of movement and privacy and may interfere with a person's family life, which engages and limits the right to protection of the family. The committee has previously raised human rights concerns in relation to the passport refusal and cancellation framework, which the Statement of Compatibility fails to address. The committee therefore considers further information is required and has sought the Minister's advice. In addition, the committee has concluded its consideration of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission Bill 2026. This bill seeks to enhance the powers of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission to obtain, analyse and communicate intelligence information relating to serious organised crime. The measures in this bill would engage and limit numerous rights, including children's rights, criminal process rights and the rights to an effective remedy, fair trial, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, freedom of expression, privacy and work. The committee sought further information to assess the human rights compatibility of the bill. The Minister provided information regarding the operation and consequences of the powers, including safeguards with respect to the affected rights. However, the committee retains its concerns with the respective proportionality of each measure. In addition, the committee considers that the proposed immunity for controlled intelligent operations may preclude access to effective remedies if such operations were impermissible but limit by a person's human right. I also tabled the committee's Annual Report 2025. This report details the work of the committee for the 2025 calendar year. In 2025, the committee tabled 8 reports, examined 171 bills and around 1,500 legislative instruments. The committee substantially commented on 22% of bills and 30% of legislative instruments. During the report period, the committee concluded its consideration on the vast majority of bills prior to their passage. The human rights analysis was available to inform members of Parliament prior to the passage of 85% of the bills. The committee concluded its examination of all legislative instruments within the disallowance timeframe. While the committee observed an improvement of the timeliness of ministerial responses to requests for information, the fast-paced parliamentary legislative program prevented the committee from providing timely scrutiny on some occasions. In 2025, 25 bills which passed before the committee could comment on them were introduced and passed within 8 sitting days. The committee considers that its work in scrutinising legislation for compatibility with human rights is undermined when legislation is passed before the human rights assessment is made available to all parliamentarians. In 2025, the committee commented on a wide range of legislation, including related to aged care, migration and counter-terrorism. The right to privacy continued to be the most frequently engaged right on which the committee commented. Other frequently engaged rights included the right to equality, non-discrimination and the rights of a person with disability and children. In 2025, the committee tabled an inquiry into anti-Semitism at Australian universities, making 10 detailed recommendations, including that universities review complaints procedure and increase investment in research into anti-Semitism. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report closely. With these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Report 8 of 2026 and the Annual Report of 2025 to the House.
The Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026. Further consideration of the bill.
The member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 12 to 13 as circulated in my name.
The question is that the seconder. Is leave granted? You need to seek leave.
Move amendments 12 to 13 to the
Is leave
NDIS
granted?
amendment.
Leave is granted. The member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Treasury modelling tabled in the Senate shows that of the $38.1 billion predicted to be saved from cuts to the NDIS over the next 4 years, just $0.9 billion is expected to come from making the minister the decision-maker on pricing and related fraud measures. The same modelling shows that $9.3 billion in savings is projected to come from functional capacity savings and $13.2 billion from cutting social and community participation supports. That's nearly 60% of the total savings, purely from reducing supports and tightening eligibility. We all know that during 2024-2025 budget estimates, it was revealed that the NDIA had awarded 2 contracts, one in February 2023 and one in September 2023, with a total value of $400,000 to the Redbridge Group. The purpose of those contracts was to conduct focus groups and message testing to identify how to best frame the changes proposed in the NDIS bill. Redbridge polling found that while the NDIS is loved by the general public of Australia, general public and participants would show qualified tolerance for funding cuts and stricter eligibility criteria were these austerity measures positioned as a necessary crackdown on NDIS fraud and rorting. So let's be honest about what this bill is actually doing. It's not wholesale reform to combat something which is a concern to our communities, fraud and rorting. Only a small sliver of this 113-page bill relates to fraud in any meaningful sense. The government has framed the bill in the public eye largely around fraud and about restoring the scheme's social licence. But as the Treasury modelling makes plain, the overwhelming weight of projected savings comes not from catching crooks, but from removing people from the scheme and from narrowing what it will fund. The disability community is not fooled. This bill is not a minor integrity measure, it is a structural redesign of who can access the NDIS, how plans are funded and how decisions are made and reviewed. When only $0.9 billion of $38.1 billion in savings comes from fraud-related measures, we can't credibly call this an effective crackdown on fraud. It is an austere bill which is dressed in a cloak of integrity. Back to my amendment, which addresses the independent power of the minister to set pricing. The independent NDIS Reviews Recommendation 11 and Action 11.3 explicitly recommend that we should transfer NDIS pricing advice to the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority in order to strengthen transparency, predictability and alignment. IHACPA is required to consult with the broader sector when advising the Australian government on prices. The government hasn't done this. Instead, it has made the minister the decision-maker on NDIS pricing, with the NDIA retaining responsibility for conducting independent analysis and stakeholder engagement through its annual pricing review, and that will inform pricing advice given to the minister. That is not true independence. It's advice flowing upwards to a single political decision-maker with no statutory obligation to act on it, no requirement to publish it, and no accountability to the sector that depends upon it. This amendment is a more modest safeguard on the government's proposal. It would require the minister to obtain and publish independent pricing advice and to consider the effect of pricing decisions on support availability, including in thin markets and in rural and regional settings. Its purpose is to improve transparency and to reduce the risk that pricing decisions could undermine the sustainability of providers or the access of participants. It's not a radical ask. It is simply asking the government to do what the review that it commissioned actually recommended, to make pricing decisions in the open, with independent input and with explicit regard for whether disabled Australians can actually access the supports that they need. If the government can't accept that, I think the public deserves to know why. So I commend the amendments to the House.
Just before I call the Minister for Health, just a quick technicality. I was advised by the clerk that you have to move the amendments, because what we did before is you move the amendments, then we ask for leave. It was meant to be the other way around. So if, just for the sake of the House, if we could just move those two amendments before I put the question.
Of course, Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 12 to 13 as circulated in my name.
I thank the member for... the question now is that the amendments be agreed to. The Minister for Health has the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll be brief. Just to clarify some of the remarks from the member for Kooyong, I think she understands that IHACPA's advice on aged care pricing is still a decision made by government, in the same way that we're seeking for the pricing advice that would go through the annual pricing review through the board to the minister now would also be a decision of government. I've said publicly a number of times now that I see real merit in adopting the recommendation of the NDIS review and moving pricing of the NDIS in time to IHACPA. The preliminary work that IHACPA has done on that confirms, particularly with our experience of aged care, that this would be a long process. And in the meantime, having much more certainty around pricing on an annual basis with advice from the board to the minister, publication pursuant to the amendment, I think, from the member for Indi that we supported, I think is a huge advance on where we've been. We don't support these amendments.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. How are you, mate? Thank you. Do you want me to do it, or you? I'm happy to. Do you have to be? Milton just.
lock the doors. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members Werriwa and Bean for the noes, and the honourable members for Kooyong and Clark, is it Clark, as tellers for the noes. For the ayes, my apology.
Yeah. Can we have the third hand? Okay. Come on. Okay. All right. So just like buckets of buckets. No, that's okay.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 68. So the question is therefore resolved in the negative. I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, I seek to leave to move amendments 2 to 4, 8 and 9 to the NDIS amendment securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026.
Is leave granted?
It's granted.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 2 to 4, 8 and 9 as circulated in my name. Speaker, my amendments today have been informed by consultation with over 60 community members in Kooyong. I've also consulted the Justice and Equity Centre, People with Disability Australia, Occupational Therapists Australia, Inclusion Australia, the Summer Foundation and other prominent disability advocates. I'm trying to improve a suite of harsh and drastic reforms which have not been subjected to inclusive community consultation. Reforms which are targeted not at rorters and at waste, but at the vulnerable individuals who depend on the NDIS. The media, many in the general public, many in this House, have missed the point of this legislation. I don't believe that it's primarily aimed at reducing fraud, budget pressure or systemic abuse. It's aimed at getting people off the NDIS and limiting the supports available to those who remain on the scheme. I've moved 15 detailed amendments today. I've been asked by members of the House to stop moving amendments and to stop causing divisions. But I've moved these amendments and I've spoken to this bill repeatedly because of those people who are watching at home. Cheryl, I know you're watching and I've been speaking for you. George, I know you're watching. You always watch. I've been speaking for you. I've been speaking for Peter's mum. I've been speaking for the many constituents who have come to our office over the last weeks and months and expressed huge distress about this bill. The crossbench in the House has circulated 39 amendments to this bill. Speaker, recommendation 26 of the NDIS independent review was that changes to the NDIS can only be implemented once foundational supports are in place. Amendments 2 to 4 address limits on participants' ability to seek reassessment. Under this bill, participants can't request a reassessment unless they meet very narrow conditions. Given that the bill also provides for automatic renewals without participant involvement, some participants could be stuck without inappropriate plans for years. And I note many participants' concerns that if they do seek reassessment, their plans are likely to be cut. We're hearing that happening all of the time, and it is causing great concern to many recipients of NDIS supports. Participants should be able to seek reassessment where their plan is insufficient to meet reasonable and necessary support needs, including where a support determination has reduced their funding below what is reasonable and necessary. And Amendment 9 would ensure that a support determination which affects a participant's plan, such that it may meet a condition for conducting reassessment under the broadened reassessment trigger in Amendments 2 and 4. Amendment 8 then requires additional parliamentary transparency for this unbounded power to reduce funding across support classes. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this bill is a pretty bitter pill for many disabled Australians, and something that many of them are having great difficulty in swallowing. I ask the government to accept these amendments to render the legislation slightly less concerning to vulnerable Australians.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The Minister for Health has the call.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I just want to address a couple of remarks there. I've indicated my appreciation for the contributions that a number of cross-bench members have made to this debate, the time they've taken to draft amendments and come to us. I think the member said there were 30-something amendments from the crossbench. A number of them do cross over. They deal with the same material, but we are supporting, I think, in total 12 of those amendments. I'm also moving 18 government amendments when we get to that to reflect feedback we've received. So I want to reiterate how much I value the engagement, even where people have different views about the direction that we should take in relation to this critically important social program. I've made remarks about amendments that go to the reassessment proposals and support determinations. There'll be some further debate about that over the course of the rest of this evening. For those same reasons, we're not supporting these amendments.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those that have opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thanks. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And I appoint the honourable members for McKellar and Kooyong for the ayes and the honourable members for Bean and Wirrawar for the noes. Order. The results of the division is the ayes 9, the noes 64. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. Okay, I ask members to resume their seats or leave the chamber in an orderly fashion and in a quiet fashion. The member for Kooyong has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name. Speaker, this bill as currently drafted contains no mechanism for review, no trigger for scrutiny, no obligation to return to this parliament and account for what these changes have delivered. I move this amendment today because that omission is not acceptable. The people that this legislation affects can't afford for us to pass reforms and then walk away. This bill could move as many as 241,000 participants from the scheme. All of them deserve to know that the parliament will be required to look back, to measure, to answer for what decisions have been made on their behalf. This amendment creates that obligation by inserting a statutory review provision that aligns with the review of the NDIS amendment, getting the NDIS back on track. We will achieve two things simultaneously. First, we'll establish a legislated moment of accountability, not a discretionary internal evaluation, not a ministerial announcement, but a requirement embedded in the law itself. Second, we will align that moment of accountability with the review framework which is already established under the NDIS, getting the NDIS back on track, number 1 Act. That alignment means that when the scrutiny arrives, it arrives in a coherent and comprehensive way, assessing this bill's amendments alongside the broader reform agenda rather than in isolation. The scope of the review that this amendment requires is deliberately prescriptive. It must examine access to the NDIS, whether the pathway into the scheme remains fair and able to be navigated. It must assess participant outcomes, including the continuity and quality of supports that people are actually receiving. It must look at review and appeal rights, because a scheme without meaningful recourse is a scheme without integrity. It must evaluate the viability and sustainability of the provider market, because good policy cannot be delivered by a sector that is financially stressed and which is shrinking. It must specifically address service delivery in thin markets, those rural, regional and remote communities where the challenge of accessing support is compounded by geography and by isolation. And it must consider how these amendments interact with the emerging foundational supports framework, because the NDIS exists within a broader ecosystem which is still taking shape. The independence requirement is essentially non-negotiable, equally non-negotiable. The review must be conducted by persons entirely independent of both the National Disability Insurance Agency and the Department. We're not asking the government to mark its own homework. We're requiring genuine arm's-length scrutiny by people who have no institutional stake in the outcome. This is an improvement on the review already in place under the NDIS, getting the NDIS back on track, number 1 Act. Deputy Speaker, a bill that reforms the NDIS with no mechanism to assess the impact of that reform on the people who are most materially affected would be reform without accountability. So I'm very glad that the government has signalled to me their support for their amendment, and I'm grateful for that. I commend the amendment to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The The member for Ryan has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to move amendments 1 to 9 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you. I move amendments 1 to 9 as circulated in my name together. The Greens will not be supporting these cruel cuts and changes to the NDIS bill. We know that these changes will make life harder for people who rely on the NDIS to live independently, participate in their communities and access education and work. I've heard these concerns directly from my constituents. I sent out a survey to people, my office's help with the NDIS, and every single person who responded was seriously concerned about being either kicked off entirely or cuts severely impacting their quality of life. Some said they simply weren't sure if they could keep going, keep surviving without their NDIS support. I'm pleased that the Greens have been able to secure an additional 8 weeks of inquiry into the bill. This will delay the passing of the bill and will secure more time for the disability community to have their voice heard in the inquiry. This, in turn, will build more pressure for the bill to be completely withdrawn as it should. As well as gaining more valuable time for participants, the amendments I'm moving today will protect NDIS participants from some of the very worst parts of this very bad bill. However, the effects of this bill will still be incredibly cruel, even with these amendments, and the Greens will continue to push the government and the opposition to withdraw their support for it. The first area of amendment relates to support determinations. The bill, as first presented, allows the minister to make universal percentage cuts to funding for a category of supports. These cuts would apply to all NDIS participants. Our amendments will ensure that cuts cannot be applied to support categories of daily living, of transport, consumables, assistive technology or home modifications. We've also limited the impact of the minister's changes to support determinations relating to social, community and civic participation. The minister cannot make cuts to supports that people rely on for daily health needs, attending medical appointments or getting to work. The second area is the definition of permanent disability. The bill gives a new definition of permanent disability that narrows the scope of what will be considered a permanent disability by bringing into primary legislation the concept of all appropriate treatment, which requires a person to undergo treatments to prove their disability is permanent before being allowed to access the scheme. The bill, as it is written, specifies that financial and geographical circumstances are not a consideration regarding what treatment is available. We've secured protections to ensure that treatment cannot be a restrictive practice, such as forced medication. Treatment must also be a publicly funded service available through Medicare, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme or the public health system. Thirdly, this bill allows the use of automated decision-making for important NDIS decisions, including the development of participant plans and the processing of claims. We have secured greater transparency on the detail of how these automated decisions will be made by requiring that decision-making frameworks for evaluative decisions are made publicly available before being implemented. Lastly, this bill gives the minister the power to make rules that can change how parts of the NDIS Act operate without having to pass a new bill through Parliament. Our amendment reduces the scope of the ministerial power by reducing the time frame for making transitional rules to 6 months for every part of the bill except for parts relating to new framework planning, reasonable and necessary supports and plan renewals. This will significantly limit the power of the minister to change how the NDIS Act works without taking a bill to Parliament, though the Greens will continue to push for this power to be removed from the bill altogether. I want to thank everyone who's taken the time to make a submission to the inquiry on the NDIS bill, over 4,500 people so far. You've helped us put pressure on the government to secure these changes. The Greens and I will continue to use every pathway we have to fight this bill and to push the government to scrap it entirely. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Speaker, and I do thank all members of the crossbench and the member for Ryan for their contributions to this important piece of legislation. I now present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill and an addendum to the explanatory memorandum to the bill.
Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 1 to 6 as circulated together.
Leave is granted. Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I won't detain the House. The rationale behind these amendments is contained in the documents just tabled, just presented by the government. Essentially, these 6 amendments clarify our original intention in relation to the revocation or suspension of plans and the process that the agency would go through for that, and also a drafting clarification, particularly around the operation of the requirement for appropriate treatment, namely no requirement for additional treatment where a participant has already undertaken appropriate treatment. I can commend the amendments to the House.
Can I just ask the Minister to move the amendments?
I move amendments, government amendments 1 to 6 as circulated together.
Thank you. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Minister.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 7 to 18 as circulated together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the opposition. I move government amendments 7 to 18 as circulated together. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yes. Deputy Speaker, briefly, these amendments seek to clarify the separation that we've sought through this bill between plan managers on the one hand and providers of other services on the other. We're very determined to make significant reforms to the plan management part of this scheme. We'll be moving to a commissioned model so that plan managers will only be able to offer their services to participants when the government has been satisfied that they meet certain standards and qualifications. Our original intention was not to allow related entities, so a plan manager service, to have other support services provided by a related entity. We've taken feedback from the sector and concluded that there are very high-value services being provided by related entities, not the same service per se, but by related entities, plan management on the one hand and a range of other support services on the other, and that it would be really to the detriment of participants were we to adopt a harder line in relation to this. So we are making it clear that particular services are either plan managers or they're service providers of another type, but related entities will be able to provide plan management services on the one hand and other services on the other, and very strict conflict of interest arrangements will be put in place as a result of this bill if it passes. I commend those changes to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question... Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be, that the amendments be agreed to. I appoint the tellers for Bean and Clark. Sorry, the tellers for the ayes, Bean and Wirrawar, and the teller for the noes, the member for Clark. And I also appoint the member for Bradfield as teller for the noes. Order. The results of the division are the ayes 101 and the noes 7. Therefore, resolved in the affirmative. Can I ask members to resume their seats or leave in an orderly fashion? The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And I appoint the honourable members for Bean and Wirrawira for the ayes, and the honourable members for Clark and McKellar for the noes. Bradfield, apologies, for the noes. Order. The results of the division is ayes 100, the noes 9, therefore resolved in the affirmative. Therefore, this bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the third reading be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
And I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I'll just check the clock.
With the House's wish, I will make this a 4-minute division to ensure clarity. It was called as a, well, just given that it's a third reading. With the House's concurrence, there being no objection, ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the third reading be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 33. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. Order. If members can leave the chamber, return to their seats quickly and quietly. I shall call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 5. Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'm going to give the call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Health Insurance Amendment, Incentives, Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026 is important. And certainly when it comes to health, I acknowledge that today, the 1st of July, we see, as we heard in question time today, 5 new drugs on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. And as I said earlier in the matter of public importance debate, this is important because it actually saves lives. It saves lives. And any time, any federal government, doesn't matter what political persuasion they are, puts new drugs onto the PBS, that is going to make such a difference. It is going to make such a difference for those people who are on that medication. It's going to save them money, but ultimately, in the long run, it saves people's lives. And I know the number of medications that former Health Minister Greg Hunt, the former member for Flinders, put on the PBS, and I acknowledge that the Health Minister has continued that tradition. And aren't we a lucky country where people can afford their prescriptions? And I appreciate the work that has been done in that space, particularly in a cost of living crisis. I was at my friendly pharmacist only the other day, and the chemist was telling me about a particular drug that is used in IVF, and a local woman availed herself of this particular medication, and it was costing a very small amount. But a relative of hers who lives in the United States was paying somewhere in the order of more than $30,000 for the same drug. And we often talk about the lucky country, but certainly when it comes to health, we very much are, because whilst we can always have improvements in the health system, when it comes to making sure that people are looked after, there is not only the safety net of Medicare, there's not only the safety net of bulk billing, but we've got a medical system second to none in the world. And I will always say that, and it doesn't matter who's in power, it's there, and it's to be commended. The Coalition supports Commonwealth Health incentive payments programs, and in fact, just like putting drugs on the PBS, we established several of these whilst in government. The Coalition is not opposing the bill in the House, but we do believe earnestly that the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee needs to examine this, needs to give it further scrutiny, because often with Labor, the devil is in the detail. And I know the member for Lindsay has moved an amendment, and I commend that to the House. That particular amendment highlights the government's failings and actions in some areas on primary care. And certainly we will continue to look at Labor's comments and statements around Medicare, and we'll continue to hold the government account as a good opposition should. We have to. I note even in question time today, where the Prime Minister, in describing how good the government is and what changes are going across the board from 1 July, that he mentioned that bulk billing rates are on the rise. Well, let me tell you, Deputy Speaker, if you are in regional Australia, then bulk billing rates are not on the rise, and in fact, the last time I looked, bulk billing rates were at 77%, whereas they were 88% when the Coalition was in government. Now, 88 to 77 is a fall of 11%, and Labor cannot crow about having increased bulk billing rates when, in fact, the recent statistics were showed quite the opposite. And we talk often in this place about the urgent care clinics. Well, that might be fine if you're in an electorate that is served by one. And let me tell you, there are many, many regional seats which do not have an urgent care clinic. I hear the member for Lyne talking about Taree often. She would love for her constituents to have one of those clinics, to have the after-hours care, to have that provision of particular health services. But right across regional Australia, there are so many areas where you just don't have the bulk billing doctors. And I well recall the Health Minister, and I've given him a bouquet and I'm now going to give him a brickbat, because the Health Minister, in response to a question about bulk billing services, said, well, and I'm paraphrasing, but they were words to the effect, well, if you can't get a bulk billing doctor, in the first instance, just ring another practice, just ring another doctor and use that one. Well, that might be all well and good in the leafy suburbs of Sydney, of Adelaide, where the Health Minister resides, but not out in regional Australia, because the nearest bulk billing doctor may well be, probably would be, about 300 kilometres away. And we just don't have the provision of bulk billing services that you see in metropolitan Australia. And the other great concern I have, and I know the member for Wannon will share this view with me, is that the distribution priority areas, that provision of services was one of the first things that Labor changed. One of the first things they did when they came to office in May 2022 was take away the DPA, the distribution priority areas, or moreover, didn't take them away, they actually extended them to Newcastle and Wollongong and areas of the Gold Coast, and good luck to some of those doctors who wanted to practice in those sorts of areas. But for really remote communities, really remote regional communities, what happened? And don't just take my word for it. It was the Rural Doctors Association. It was other stakeholder groups in the medical field who complained bitterly about this, because what the doctors in some of those areas did was take the shingle off the clinic and moved to the seaside and moved away from inland Australia, remote Australia, and in some cases some of those areas now do not enjoy the health services that they once did. And it's such a shame, and it's so wrong. It is just so wrong, because we do need to have more medical services. And I'm very, very proud of the fact that whilst I was the Deputy Prime Minister, under Malcolm Turnbull, in fact, we managed to fund, as the coalition, the Murray-Darling Medical School Network. And what that does in Mildura and Bendigo and Shepparton and Orange and Dubbo and Wagga Wagga is to provide training for young potential doctors from start to finish. The 6-year course is begun and completed within one of those regional settings. And we know from the statistics provided that in 3/4 of the case, and it's not just in the medical field, it's in so many areas of endeavour, but when young people go to university in a regional setting, chances are they'll stay in that regional setting once they graduate, once they get their diploma. And because they fall in love with the area, they realise they can make money in the area, they realise there's a need in the area, and, Deputy Speaker, some of them even fall in love with someone in the area. And it's a romantic way of getting people to stay, but I tell you what, it's also a romantic way of getting more doctors in the bush. And our regional areas do need more doctors. And certainly when it comes to the distribution priority areas, it's going to take a while to make up that shortfall. But make up that shortfall we will, because at each of those rural medical schools, and the member for Macarthur, Dr Freelander, with me, helped open that particular Wagga Wagga facility, and I was pleased that he was there, even though Labor had nothing to do with the funding or the construction of it. But I was pleased that the member for Macarthur was there, because he, like me, shares concerns over health, and I'm not verbally and I'm not disparaging him, but he is a good man, and he understands the complexities and the shortfalls in many regional areas. And I appreciate there are regional members in the Labor caucus as well. I acknowledge that. But what we really need to do is to make sure that we, at every step of the way, provide the funding where it is most needed. And I have to say, I think eventually we're going to have to look at some of those Medicare provider numbers for some of those graduates, for some of those people coming from overseas who are coming to Australia to practice, even some of the doctors who are graduating from the sandstone universities, because it's not right, it's not fair, and it's un-Australian that too many regional people are waiting weeks and weeks in pain for the absence of a doctor, when in some areas the leafy eastern suburbs of Sydney and elsewhere, they've got a doctor just about every square kilometre, and it's just not right. It is simply not right, and we need to do better, and we need to provide more services for country areas. And one of the provisions in the budget which I was most exercised about, and so were many of my constituents, was the fact that there is now a change for those older Australians in their private health rebate. And all that is going to do is push older Australians who are in more need of health care and more need and should be actually using private health, but it's going to force them into the public state health system. It's cost shifting. That's what it's doing, and this Labor government is guilty of cost shifting, not only in the space of what I just mentioned, but certainly in the National Disability Insurance Scheme space. And I had a forum in between the sitting weeks of service providers and, moreover, families using the NDIS, and it was heart-wrenching. Listening to the stories from those families whose little ones were able to get the care and the provision because they lived in a major regional hub such as Wagga Wagga, but now because of changes to the NDIS and this crackdown, and I'm not against it, but the crackdown on the dodgy and shonky and charlatan providers, that the little ones, the vulnerable ones, they're going to miss out. And this is what happens, because it's not the ones who should be getting taken off the system and having their funds cut away from them. It's the ones who most need it, who most need the speech therapy, the physical care, the psychological care, the autism care, and they are not going to get it. Earlier this year, and it was I have to say, a blight on this Labor government. What they did is they packaged the travel component into the service fee, and what that meant for towns such as Tumut, Gundagai, Cootamundra, Temora, in my electorate, those towns about an hour away from the regional hub that is Wagga Wagga, where a lot of the service providers, those good, professional, caring, loving service providers who've done the job for many, many years, all of a sudden they found that the travel component was packaged in with the total overall cost. Well, they can't run a business on the smell of an oily rag, whilst they are still continuing to do it for many, if not all, of their clients. They can't still keep doing it. And I mean, we've lost 40,000 small businesses already because of some of the policies of this Labor government and the overall decline of the economy. But these NDIS providers that were providing the travel to those towns about an hour's drive of Wagga Wagga now simply can't keep up. The cost of fuel, the cost of staffing, the cost of service provision when their fees are being reduced in this way. Meanwhile, we've got the shonky providers still operating. Now, there has to be a crackdown, there has to be a proper audit in this space, and there has to be something done. I acknowledge that. But the vulnerable young people who need the care the most are now missing out, and the families are very upset. They're very worried, and it's going to end up, as it already currently is, in a bureaucratic nightmare.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I don't know. It's probably just the case, a statistical probability that I follow the member for Riverina quite often, potentially because the member for Riverina does a lot of speaking, something which I am, which I try to emulate. Many things that the member for Riverina I try and emulate, which is somehow how he manages to create this bipartisan vibe while kicking the absolute guts out of us. I don't know how he does it, but I do. It is something that I definitely want to try and learn. And so you know, there's a couple of points there I think just to make that you know, when I look at that claim about bulk billing being higher under the former government, I think that does underlie the fact that there was a period there really as bulk billing was beginning to collapse under the former government. It happened to coincide with something called COVID, where the entire nation went and got vaccinated multiple times, and that artificially lifted the bulk billing rate for that period. And so I don't think it's really comparing apples with apples. Again, I always try and remind people that while I represent an outer suburban electorate today, I come from a regional town myself. I come from the bush myself, from Broken Hill, and so I grew up understanding, worked on sheep and cattle stations around Broken Hill in really literally the back of Bourke. And though I was born in Brisbane, and my dad met my mum in Mount Isa, I was born in Brisbane and I grew up in Broken Hill, so I'm not sure where that quite places me. But I've always actually believed regional Australia should have its own state. That the cities could have one state, regional Australia have another state. Anyway, so I know the challenges that exist for people living out in regional areas when it comes to finding medical care. I've got to say, not just the back blocks as well. I mean, even in the electorate of Ford, I talk to doctors all the time where they struggle to find GPs. It is a challenge. It is a challenge that I think that the outer suburbs share with the regions. But I think that the government is beginning to address that. And if you look at one number, there's something like 17,000 doctors have joined the Australian health system over the last 2 years. The biggest number in a decade at least. And I think we'll go some way to addressing that. Literally 17,000 doctors is a shot in the arm to the health system, which will go towards addressing some of those shortages. Finally, the member for Riverina talking about NDIS, where he's kicking the proverbial out of us. I think it should be fair then to say that actually the problems that we were left with through the NDIS and the aged care system as well were problems that could have easily been dealt with in the NDIS at least in 2018 as the still relatively new scheme started to scale up, and all of the problems that existed then when in 2018, when it was really at a manageable size and those problems could have been addressed much more easily, have to be addressed now, where the problems are much larger and undoubtedly causing anxiety in the community. But I think for the member for Riverina to put those problems at the feet of the government, I think is really rewriting history. But again, it's a skill of his that I would like to learn. At the heart of this legislation sits a bill and a philosophy which is at the heart of the Labor movement, not just the Labor Party, but the Labor movement as a whole, and that is a realisation that as much as we struggle on the shop floor, as much as workers struggle on the shop floor to improve wages and to improve conditions, there are just some things that you cannot achieve on the shop floor. And there are some things that you need control of this parliament in order to be able to do. And one of those is to be able to bring in a universal healthcare system. You need control of the government to be able to do that. Not something that you can just achieve through the award or through an EBA. And so it is that Medicare sits at the heart of the Labor movement. And in preparation for this, for my contribution tonight, I came across an article written in 2019 at the death of Bob Hawke by ABC journalist Norman Hamont, and I'd like to read out a little bit from it. He said, Norman said that before Bob Hawke's Medicare, a visit to hospital forced many Australians into bankruptcy. It was a huge change for Australians, not only from a medical care point of view, but for financial security, Norman Hamont says. With the death of former Prime Minister Bob Hawke, many are pointing to the introduction of Medicare as one of his signature policy achievements. Before Medicare, most Australian families had to pay for private insurance to cover their expenses in hospital. Author and Associate Professor Jim Gillespie from the University of Sydney said, quote, "Once you were in hospital, the clock was ticking. If you earned more than a certain amount of money, you'd have to pay. So you'd have to pay insurance for hospital, or you'd have to pay out of your own pocket, he said. Mr Gillespie said insurance could also run out during a hospital stay. Quote, like private health insurance today, if you were on a lower level of it, which most people would have been on, you'd be covered for a certain number of days of hospitalisation. And people tended to stay in hospital much longer then, he said. This meant when someone needed hospital treatment, often many families quickly faced enormous financial pressure. The situation in Australia before Medicare was similar to America today. Medical expenses could push families into poverty. Quote, hospital and medical expenses were one of the largest reasons for personal and non-business related bankruptcy before Medicare, Mr Gillespie said. After Medicare, he said, they actually removed it from the published list of reasons because it fell so low. Maureen Buckingham was newly married and living in Sydney in the 1980s. She remembered what it was like when you got sick before Medicare, even if you had private medical insurance. She said, quote, there were certainly times when you'd think twice, do I really need to go to the doctor? Maybe I can struggle through and get there on my own, Mrs Buckingham said. Before Medicare, there was no bulk billing, so the fees for a visit to the doctor had to be paid in full up front. That changed once Medicare was implemented. Mrs Buckingham's quote about thinking twice about going to see the doctor is something that all of us in our electorates heard from people who told us that they would choose to see the doctor, they would choose to put food on their table and feed their kids rather than go and see the doctor. And there's one last quote from this story that I'll read out in this context. When a former advisor, Bill Botel, some of the people in here will remember, was an advisor to Neil Blewett, the health minister who introduced Medicare. He said, Bill said, people were going without treatment. They couldn't afford to go to doctors. They certainly could not afford expensive procedures in hospital. Now, the reason I read that out is because, as I said, Neil Blewett was the health minister who introduced Medicare, and there must be something lucky about health ministers from South Australia. There must be something good about health ministers from South Australia, because we've got another health minister now who I think, I think in all the years that I've been both a participant and observer in politics, I have never seen one policy have such an immediate and positive impact as the policy to triple the bulk billing incentive for all Australians. I don't think we have ever seen one policy overnight change the country like we saw when that policy was introduced last November. Because just in one night, that one night in November last year, the number of bulk billing practices in Ford doubled overnight. And so I think that this has been probably, just by the way, the changes to our tax policy to level the playing field for first home buyers has also had an instant impact. So perhaps history will record that our Medicare policy has a bit of competition for instant success. But I think you know that Medicare, those changes in November, really I think have been more successful than the government could really have hoped to have imagined at this point. In the same article, so there's something about health ministers from South Australia, which I think that maybe they all need to come from South Australia in the future. This article also, I thought, ended interestingly because Medicare hasn't always been widely supported by everybody in the community, and so here it was. The article went on to continue. Despite the advance Medicare brought in terms of access to subsidised medical care, the program was not universally popular. The Australian Medical Association, the AMA, which represents the nation's doctors, was vigorously opposed to the change. Quote, right at the beginning, this is AMA President Tony Bartone speaking in 2019, right at the beginning it was thought there was an intrusion in the relationship between the doctor and their patient, he said. At the time Medicare was introduced in 1984, the AMA was heavily influenced by developments in the UK, particularly the National Health Service. Quote, "There was a concern potentially unintended consequences along the NHS-style system that we know is struggling and continues to struggle would eventuate," Dr Partone said. End quote. Over the years, Dr Partone said the AMA's position on Medicare had gradually shifted. Quote, "Universality of access is a fundamental right and a fundamental equity issue. From that point of view, the AMA welcomes the history and the evolution that has led to today." However, it was not just the AMA which was bitterly opposed to Medicare. And while the AMA has changed its position over the years, we're not so sure that the coalition has. And just looking back at what some of the things that John Howard said when it came to Medicare. He said the government should have taken a knife to the expensive, failed Medicare system. Enormous savings can be achieved by radical changes in this area. John Howard said Medicare is one of the great failures of the Hawke government. Well, I'm not sure that statement in 1987 aged particularly well. He said that it was a cruel hoax, a fraud on the Australian people, and that he would not stab Medicare in the back, but, quote, "stab Medicare in the stomach." He called it a total disaster, a nightmare. And while the leopard may have tried to hide its spots, we know that it hasn't changed the spots. And even though they gave up, I think, sometime after the 1993 election, realising that they couldn't just actually do what John Howard said and stab it in the stomach, they went around and tried to stab it in the back. And so we saw all through the Abbott, Morrison and Turnbull governments a freeze of the Medicare rebate, which led to a point where, when I was campaigning for Ford the first time in 2022, I was coming across a trickle of bulk bill, like all of us in our electorates would have, a trickle of bulk billing clinics that were just no longer able to bulk bill because that rebate had been frozen for so long that the costs of running a practice had completely overtaken the cost that the rebate was. So it was, even though the Abbott government had tried to introduce a co-payment in order to kill Medicare, they couldn't get away with that. Instead, they froze the rebate. And so in 2022, we saw what was a trickle of bulk billing clinics ceasing to bulk bill become a flood, and bulk billing really just collapsed. And it was a crisis in our health system, and it was a crisis in our communities, particularly our working class communities. And so the Albanese government, I think, this will, as I say, certainly competes for most amazing public policy. It methodically approached the issue by tripling the bulk billing rate for pensioners and kids, immediately stabilising bulk billing so that practices who were bulk billing were at least able to maintain that. But then, as I say, that one night in November, we were able to actually bring it back to life. And so the Great Labor Project continues. Bulk billing is something, Medicare is something which, as I say, something which can't just be achieved on the shop floor, but because of that, because it's achieved through the Parliament, it is universal. And it is that universality which is sacred to the Labor Project and sacred to Medicare. And to that end, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill has a simple purpose, but it has a deeply uncomfortable story. The simple purpose is to establish a clear legislative framework for Commonwealth health incentive payment programs. Programs that have for many years been administered without adequate legislative cover for their administration, for their compliance and oversight. Programs like the General Practice Aged Care Incentive, the Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program, the Practice Incentives Program and the Workforce Incentive Program. Putting these on a sound statutory footing is sensible. It's overdue, and the Coalition will not oppose the bill in the House. But the story of how we arrived here, of what this government has done to the health system it was entrusted to protect, it's that story that demands to be told. Because this bill was presented by a Prime Minister who made a promise, not once, not twice, not in the fine print of a policy document buried beneath a footnote. He made that promise 71 times. We all remember it. And the Prime Minister told the Australian people 71 times that all they needed was their Medicare card, not a credit card. We all remember him holding up that, waving that green card around. That promise is in tatters. Now let me first deal with what this legislation actually does and why the Coalition supports its intent. For decades, Commonwealth governments, including Coalition governments, have used health incentive payments to support quality care, to encourage digital health adoption, to sustain general practice in aged care settings, and to keep doctors working in rural and remote communities where the economics of medicine are hard and the distances are great. The bulk billing practice incentive program, the general practice aged care incentive, the workforce incentive program, these are not new inventions of this government. They are tools that my side of politics, that this side of the House built, refined and expanded because we understood, the Coalition understood, that Medicare rebates alone are not enough. Now, every election, the Labor Party roll out these old tropes about the Coalition not supporting Medicare. It's absolute rubbish. It's Medi-scare. They do it every time. The Coalition is committed to Medicare. I'm committed to Medicare. Now, the bill creates consistent processes for program approval and variation. It clarifies decision-making and review. It allows the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and the Chief Executive of Medicare to take compliance action with respect to providers. In principle, these are sensible housekeeping measures. Doctors and practices deserve a clear and stable legislative framework. The Coalition won't oppose the bill, but we have referred it to the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee for proper scrutiny, because you can never trust this government and what little pearls that they sneak into their legislation. We have moved a second reading amendment because this parliament must confront in plain language what this government has presided over. Madam Deputy Speaker, average out-of-pocket costs for GP non-referred attendances have hit a record high of $50.77 per service nationally, covering July to December 2025, up from $46.31 the previous year, up from $41.90 the year before, a 21% increase in just 2 years. For a family with children, for an older Australian managing a chronic condition, for a worker who cannot ignore a symptom any longer. 21% more, simply to walk through the door of their family doctor. In the past financial year alone, Australian families paid over $2 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars in combined GP out-of-pocket costs. $2 billion. That's money taken from grocery budgets, from mortgage repayments, from school fees, from power bills, redirected to pay the gap at the surgery because the Prime Minister promised a Medicare card would be enough, but we all know it is not. The variation across the country is stark and it's damning. In my own electorate of Fisher, people struggle to find a bulk billing GP, and money out of their pockets means elevated stress for someone already unwell. Now, yes, we do have just opened up an urgent care clinic in Little Mountain. That's great. One urgent care clinic for an electorate that has over 150,000 people. If you include the entire Sunshine Coast, 370,000 people. And when you're paying $60 to see your GP, you do not feel like the only thing you need is a Medicare card. And in a growing area like mine, you're not going to get 370,000 people visiting one urgent care clinic. My people feel that the calculation forming in the backs of their minds, can I afford these out-of-pocket costs? Is it worth it? Can I wait another week? Can I wait another month? And we all know what happens when people delay medical treatment. Madam Deputy Speaker, at my mobile offices across Fisher, the conversations are consistent and they are heartbreaking. Mothers with young kids telling me that they've delayed taking a sick child to the doctor because they could not find a bulk billing practice and could not cover the gap. Elderly constituents, many of them on fixed incomes, rationing their visits, skipping follow-ups, managing worsening conditions at home because $60 is $60 when you're on a pension. Some wait, some don't go at all. And practice owners, people who built their clinics from nothing, who have served their communities for decades, are telling me they cannot hold the line any longer. Many GPs are getting older, like us all, but particularly GPs. They've worked, I know many GPs, and they're all, many of them are on the wrong side of 60. And they've worked damn hard all their lives and they're tired. They didn't go into medicine to turn patients away, but that the economics that this government has created are making that choice for them. And if clinics survive, well, what then? High volume, low continuity, fast throughput, a conveyor belt where the patient is a number and the consultation is just a transaction, where the practice that managed your parents through their final years has been replaced by a corporate clinic that books 6-minute slots and measures success in throughput, not outcomes. That's the future that this Prime Minister is building, whether he admits it or not. When you drive out the independent family doctor through underfunding, through regulatory pressure, through threatening letters designed to coerce rather than support, you don't get a better system. You get a hollowed-out one. You get medicine that is cheaper to deliver and more expensive for the country to sustain, because the continuity, the trust and the prevention that a good family GP, like my doctor in Maroochydore, provides cannot be replicated by a clipboard and a 6-minute timer. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where the human cost begins to accumulate. Bulk billing has collapsed under this government, no matter what those opposite say or how they try and spin it. Let's have a look at the facts. When the Coalition left office in May 2022, the national bulk billing rate stood at 88.5%, an all-time record high. Under Labor, it has fallen to as low as 77.9%, a drop of almost 11 percentage points. That is not a fluctuation at the margins or a temporary dip. That is a collapse. And the Department of Health has already conceded that this government will not meet its own bulk billing targets until after the next election at the earliest. Australians are being asked to absorb years of record costs and declining access. It is simply not good enough. The Medicare statistics make the human cost impossible to ignore. The number of GP consultations has fallen by more than 1.8 million consultations compared with the same period the previous year. 1.8 million missed opportunities for health care. That is, older Australians deferring a checkup, parents putting off a visit for a sick child, workers dismissing chest pain or a mental health concern because they know there's a gap waiting for them and they are not sure if they can cover it. We all know what deferred care becomes. It becomes emergency department presentations. It becomes avoidable hospitalisation. It becomes preventable suffering. It is not good policy, and it is certainly not good economics. There was a time when the promise of Medicare was simple and it was kept. You felt unwell, you went to your doctor, you were seen. Prevention was possible because access was affordable. That chain, that simple chain of cause and care, is broken. It is not fair, and it sits in direct contradiction to a promise made 71 times to the people of this country. But it is what came next, Madam Deputy Speaker, that revealed the true character of this government. Confronted with the wreckage of its broken promise, the Albanese government did not acknowledge reality. It did not course correct. It reached instead for intimidation. Now, I understand it that some Labor MPs have begun sending threatening letters to family-run GP practices, letters designed to pressure them, to lean on them, to bully them into bulk billing so that the government could paper over the gap between its solemn promise and its catastrophic performance. This is a disgrace. Let's be clear about who runs these practices. They are small businesses. I know this because I speak with them regularly in my own electorate of Fisher. They are bowing under the pressure. They are the backbone of local communities. They are owned and staffed by doctors who spent a lifetime getting to know their patients, who track a child's development across years, who manage a pensioner's medication regime, who sit with someone while they receive a difficult diagnosis. These doctors, these practices are already under significant strain from the rising cost of doing business under this government. Wages, rent, insurance, equipment, a growing mountain of compliance demands. The last thing they need is political intimidation from their own government. Instead of sending heavy-handed letters to local doctors, this government should focus on fixing the crisis it created, from record out-of-pocket costs to growing emergency department wait times and workforce shortages spreading through general practice. Those letters also reveal something more troubling about the direction this government intends to take. They are evidence of a plan to drive out independent family doctors and hand the system to corporate interests running production line 6-minute medicine, high volume, low continuity, fast throughput. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, there has been a 21% increase in GP out-of-pocket costs in 2 years, a bulk billing rate that's collapsed by almost 11 percentage points, 1.8 million fewer GP consultations, $2 billion paid by Australian families who were told they would only need a Medicare card. The Australian people deserve a health system that is sustainable, that's affordable, and that keeps faith with the promises made to earn their trust. And we will continue to support Medicare and the health of Australians.
I call the member for Petrie.
I rise today in strong support of the Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026, because this bill goes to the very heart of what Australians expect from their healthcare system and from a strong Labor government. It is about ensuring that every Australian, regardless of where they live and what they earn, can see a doctor when they need one without worrying about the costs. That is what Medicare has always stood for. For more than 4 decades, Medicare has been one of Australia's greatest achievements. It reflects a simple but powerful belief that access to healthcare should be determined by your health needs, not by the size of your wallet. It is a principle Australians overwhelmingly support, and it is a principle Labor has always defended. The Albanese Labor government was elected with a clear commitment to strengthen Medicare after years in which Australians saw bulk billing rates decline and out-of-pocket costs rise. Families told us that they were finding it harder to get an appointment. Pensioners were delaying visits to the doctor because they were worried about the cost. Parents were making impossible decisions about whether they could afford to take their sick child to the GP. Those are decisions Australians should never have to make. This government understands that strengthening Medicare means supporting both patients and the doctors who care for them. General practice sits at the centre of Australia's healthcare system. Every day, GPs diagnose illness, manage chronic disease, provide preventative healthcare and keep people out of hospital. If we want a stronger health system, we must ensure that general practice remains viable and affordable, and this is exactly what this bill helps achieve. The legislation establishes a clear legislative framework for Commonwealth primary care incentive payment programs, including the Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program. These payments provide certainty for general practices while encouraging bulk billing and ensuring Australians continue to have access to affordable, high-quality healthcare. Importantly, this bill underpins one of the Albanese Labor government's biggest investments in Medicare. Our record $8.5 billion investment is the largest investment in Medicare since it was created. It is helping to restore bulk billing, strengthening primary care and train the next generation of doctors and nurses who will care for Australians well into the future. This is not simply about spending money. It is about rebuilding confidence in Medicare. It is about ensuring Australians know that when they become sick, they can see a doctor without worrying about whether they can afford it. From 1 November 2025, the Albanese government expanded the bulk billing incentive so that every Australian is now eligible. At the same time, practices that bulk bill every patient receive an additional 12.5% Medicare bulk billing practice incentive payment. That matters because supporting bulk billing is not simply about asking doctors to bulk bill more patients. It is about recognising the pressures facing general practice and ensuring clinics have the support they need to continue providing affordable care. Expanding the incentive recognises that every Australian, no matter your situation, deserves the best care possible, whilst also ensuring that our doctors are doing that work ensuring that the doctors that do that work receive a fair incentive for the often critical work they do. These reforms are practical, responsible, and most importantly, they are already delivering results. Across Australia, the latest quarterly data shows that the national GP bulk billing rate has increased to 81.9%, up 4.6 percentage points compared to the same period last year. Here in Queensland, the results have also been encouraging. The state's bulk billing rate has increased to 79.5%, an increase of 4 percentage points over the last year. That means hundreds of thousands more Queenslanders are seeing a doctor without paying an out-of-pocket fee. It means families are receiving care sooner. People are managing chronic illnesses before it becomes more serious, and fewer Queenslanders are delaying healthcare because they are worried about the cost. These outcomes matter because every visit to a GP is an opportunity to detect illnesses earlier, prevent avoidable hospital admissions, and improve long-term health outcomes. Primary healthcare is not simply the front door of our healthcare system. When we invest in general practice, we strengthen the entire healthcare system. Speaker, these reforms extend well beyond the national statistics. There are now more than 3,800 fully bulk billing practices across Australia, with over 1,400 clinics going fully bulk billed after previously operating as a mixed billing practice. As a result, around 97% of Australians now live within a 20-minute drive of a fully bulk billing practice. That is a remarkable improvement. It reflects a government that understands healthcare should be available close to home and is prepared to make the investments necessary to rebuild Medicare. Importantly, these improvements have not happened by accident. They are the direct result of deliberate policy decisions. The Albanese government recognises that if we want to increase bulk billing, we need to properly support general practice. That is why we've expanded bulk billing incentive to every Australian. It is why we introduce an additional 12.5% practice incentive payment for clinics that choose to bulk bill every patient, every visit. These reforms provide greater financial certainty for practices while ensuring patients receive affordable care. I'd call that a win-win. Speaker, this bill provides the legislative certainty needed to ensure that these important incentive programs continue supporting Australia's primary healthcare system well into the future. It strengthens Medicare not through slogans but through practical policy. It supports doctors, it supports clinics, and most importantly, it supports Australian patients. As the federal member for Petrie, I measure the success of the government policy by one simple question. Is it making life better for the people I represent? When I first stood as a Labor candidate for Petrie, healthcare was one of the issues I heard most about. Whether I was door-knocking in Deception Bay, speaking with the young families in North Lakes, meeting retirees in Kippa-Ring, or talking with the residents in Mango Hill or Castledine, people consistently raised the same concerns. They told me it was becoming harder to find a bulk billing doctor. Parents spoke about delaying trips to the GP simply because they could not afford another medical bill. Older Australians told me the rising healthcare costs were placing increasing pressures on fixed incomes. These are not isolated stories. They reflected the reality facing families across our community. I made a commitment that if I were elected, I would fight for better healthcare close to home. I promised that strengthening Medicare would be one of my highest priorities, and today I am proud that we are delivering on that promise. Since October 2023, the GP bulk billing rate across Petrie has increased from 72.8% to 78%. That might seem like a simple statistic, but behind that increase are thousands of local GP appointments where families have been able to receive healthcare without reaching for their wallet, except to grab out their Medicare card. Behind that increase are pensioners who could once again visit their regular doctor with confidence. Behind that increase are parents who can take their sick child to a GP without wondering how they're going to pay the bill. I'm equally pleased that the number of fully bulk billing clinics across Petrie has more than doubled. That means local families have more choice, greater confidence and better access to healthcare, better access to affordable healthcare close to home. It demonstrates when governments properly support general practice, doctors respond by bulk billing more patients. That is exactly what this legislation is designed to achieve. Our commitment to healthcare in Petrie extends well beyond bulk billing. One of the achievements I am most proud of is opening the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Deception Bay. Before the clinic opened, too many local families forced the impossible choice. They could wait days, weeks for a GP appointment, spend hours in a busy emergency department for a non-life-threatening condition, or pay hundreds of dollars at a private urgent care clinic. None of these options are good enough. Today, local families have another choice. The Deception Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic provides free, bulk-billed urgent care 7 days a week, with no appointment needed. Whether it is a child who needs stitches after falling off their bike, a suspected fracture, an ear infection, or another urgent but non-life-threatening condition, people can now receive the treatment closer to home without worrying about the cost. Since opening, the clinic has already cared for thousands of local patients. That means thousands fewer presentations to busy hospital emergency departments. It means families getting treatment sooner. It means better health outcomes for our community. The clinic has been such a success that its opening hours have already extended to better meet the local demand. That tells us two things. First, there was clearly an unmet demand for affordable urgent healthcare in our community. Second, when governments invest in healthcare services when people need them, communities respond. Petrie is one of the fastest growing parts of Queensland. Every year, more families choose to call our wonderful community home. That growth brings opportunity, but it also brings increased demand for healthcare. As our population grows, our healthcare system must grow with it. That is why the government's investment into Medicare matters so much. It is ensuring communities like Petrie receive the healthcare infrastructure and services they deserve, not just today, but for many years to come. For me, this bill is about delivering on the promise I made to the people of Petrie. It is about ensuring local families can access affordable healthcare when they need it. and it is about building a stronger Medicare that will continue serving our growing community well into the future. The bill is about more than improving the health system today. It is about ensuring Medicare remains strong for generations to come. As Australia's population continues to grow and age, the demands on our healthcare system will only increase. More Australians are living longer. More Australians are managing chronic conditions. Communities like Petrie continue to grow rapidly, with thousands of new families choosing to call our region home each year. That means we cannot afford to stay still. We need a government that is prepared to invest today so Australians continue to receive world-class healthcare tomorrow. That is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing. This bill provides certainty for the primary care incentive programs that support general practice. It recognises a strong general practice is the cornerstone of a strong healthcare system. When people can access affordable care early, illnesses are diagnosed sooner, chronic conditions are managed more effectively, and unnecessary hospital admissions are reduced. Every dollar invested into primary care strengthens our entire healthcare system. This government's record investment into Medicare extends well beyond bulk billing alone. We are training more doctors and nurses. We are making medicines cheaper through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. We have delivered Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, and we are investing in our public hospitals in partnership with the states. And we are ensuring general practice remains viable and an attractive profession for future generations of healthcare workers. These are not isolated initiatives. They form part of a comprehensive plan to rebuild Medicare after years of decline. Speaker, Labor has always believed that healthcare should never depend on your postcode or your bank balance. That belief led the Whitlam government to begin the journey towards universal healthcare. And it was the Hawke government that delivered Medicare. Today, the Albanese Labor government is ensuring Medicare continues to meet the needs of Australians for the 21st century. We understand that Medicare cannot simply be preserved, it must continue to evolve. It must continue to respond to the changing healthcare needs of Australians, and it must continue to be properly funded. That is why we have made the largest investment in Medicare's history. Strengthening Medicare is not an expense, it is an investment. It is an investment into healthier communities, preventative care, reduced pressure on hospitals, and the confidence that every Australian deserves that healthcare will be there when they need it most. As the member for Petrie, I've already seen what these investments mean on the ground. I've spoken to parents who no longer have to worry about the cost of taking a sick child to the doctor. I've met older Australians who tell me they can once again see their GP without delaying appointments because of the cost. I've spoken with local doctors who welcome the government's commitment to supporting general practice and strengthening Medicare. Most importantly, I have seen growing confidence in our healthcare system. That confidence has not happened by chance. It has been built through action. It has been built through higher bulk billing rates, more fully bulk billing clinics, and the opening of the Deception Bay Urgent Care Clinic. Above all, it has been built by a government that has made healthcare one of its defining priorities. The thing about this bill is that the increases in funding doesn't discriminate based on area, based on nationality, based on income, or any other factor. This bill ensures that we're able to support any GP that wants to go bulk billed, no matter where it is. This bill ensures that programs all across the country are able to build on the great services they provide. It strengthens the partnership between the Commonwealth and the hard-working general practitioners. It supports clinics to continue bulk billing, and it helps ensure Australians can continue accessing high-quality healthcare regardless of their circumstances. For my community of Petrie, these reforms are already making a measurable difference. Bulk billing has increased from 72.8... For my community in Petrie, these reforms are already making a difference, and I support this bill and commend it to the House.
I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. And today I rise in strong support of the Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026. As Federal Member for Bullwinkle and as somebody that has worked on the front line as a nurse for decades, I know firsthand just how important strong, accessible primary care system is to the health and well-being of our communities. Speaker, you may know, but before I came to this place, I was a nurse, and I saw the difference that timely access to a GP can make. I also saw what happens if people delay treatment because they can't see a GP, because they're worried about the cost, and that's problematic. And that's why we're strengthening Medicare and making it easier for Australians to see a doctor. And for me, it's not just policy, it's personal. Speaker, this bill has established a clear and enduring legislative framework for Commonwealth primary care incentive payment programs, including the Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Payment Program. These programs are a vital part of how we support access, affordability, and quality in our health system. They provide financial incentives to GPs and clinics through Medicare, our world-class, enviable, universal healthcare system, to ensure that what remains within reach for every Australian continues to do so. And it matters completely in communities like mine in Bullwinkle in Western Australia. Bullwinkle covers a diverse mix of suburban, semi-rural and regional areas where access to healthcare can at times be challenging. Families in my electorate want certainty. They want to know if they're sick, they have a chronic disease, they need ongoing care, that they can see a doctor without worrying about the bill at the end of the visit. And that is exactly what this government is focused on delivering. The Albanese Labor government is proudly committed to strengthening Medicare, a program which, of course, we started, because we believe healthcare is a right, not a privilege. The Albanese Labor government has a record investment of $8.5 billion, the largest in Medicare's history, and it's already making a huge difference. We are expanding bulk billing, training more doctors and nurses, and strengthening primary care right across the country. Since Labor strengthened Medicare bulk billing and introduced additional incentives for GPs, in Bullwinkle we have seen more than 5 GP practices in my electorate take up bulk billing. That is 5 more practices and all the doctors within those practices making the choice to put patients first and ensure care is accessible to everyone. And I want to take this opportunity to recognise the practices in Bullwinkle that are leading the way by offering these bulk billing services for every patient in our community, in their communities. And these include Chidlow Family Doctors, Gidgegannup Medical Centre, Gosnells Medical Centre, Mount Helena Medical Centre, Armidale After Hours GP, 2J Medical Group, Wheatbelt Health Network, Gosnells GPs and Specialist Care, and Beverley Medical Practice. Excuse me. Speaker, these practices are not just healthcare providers, they're pillars of our community. They are the places that people turn to in real times of need. And by choosing to bulk bill, they're removing barriers and making a real difference in people's lives. And I want to thank every doctor, every nurse, every practice manager, every accountant and every healthcare worker in these practices. As somebody that's worked in healthcare, I know the pressures that you face, and I know that your decisions are driven by your commitment to patients. And this government is backing you. Speaker, the impact of our reforms is being felt right across Australia, not just in Bullwinkle. And on November the 1st, we expanded the general practice bulk billing incentive to all Australians and introduced an additional 12.5% incentive payment for general practices that bulk bill all of the patients all of the time. This was a significant and practical reform, one that gives practices the support that they need to maintain and expand bulk billing. and we are seeing the results. The latest data in the national GP bulk billing rate has risen to 81.9%, an increase of 4.6 percentage points compared to the same period last year. And bulk billing has increased in every state and territory. New South Wales now sits at 85.6%, Victoria 83.7%, Queensland 79.5%, South Australia 80.4%, Tasmania 78%, the Northern Territory 89.8%, the ACT 54.1%, but West Australian 74%. Speaker, these are not just numbers, they represent real Australians who can now access care more readily. They represent parents who don't have to choose between paying for a doctor's visit or paying the bills. They represent older Australians who can manage chronic conditions without the financial strain. And they represent communities that are healthier because care is more accessible. There are now over 3,800 Medicare bulk billing practices nationwide, and more than 1,400 of these were previously mixed billing clinics. 1,400, Speaker, have converted to bulk billing all patients all of the time. And importantly, about 97% of Australians now live within a 20-minute drive of a bulk billing practice. In electorates like Bullwinkle, that increased access is crucially important. And Speaker, speaking of Bullwinkle, I was incredibly proud to open the Mundaring Urgent Care Clinic in my electorate just 3 months ago. And in that short space of time, this clinic has already seen more than 2,000 patients. That is 2,000 people who have been able to access urgent care quickly without needing to go down the hill on a busy Great Eastern Highway to the emergency hospital department. The feedback from the community has been overwhelmingly positive, and thank you to all those people who have written in to say thank you. People value the fact that it is fully bulk billed, opened extended hours, and does not require an appointment or a referral. It means families can get urgent care when they need it, close to home, and without the additional stress of payment. And we are seeing similar benefits from other Medicare urgent care clinics, which are located just outside of Bullwinkle in Gosnells and North Midland, but service the people of Bullwinkle. Together, these clinics are relieving pressure on hospital emergency departments and ensuring that emergency departments can focus on those who truly need emergency care. Primary care, urgent care, and emergency care. So patients with non-life-threatening urgent conditions can be treated quickly and efficiently in the community close to where they live. Speaker, this is what strong primary care and urgent care systems look like: accessible, responsive, and centred on the needs of patients. And it's supported by the very incentive frameworks that this bill puts on a stronger legislative footing. Speaker, the impacts of our reform right across Australia on November the 1st, when we introduced the expanded general practice bulk billing incentive and the additional 12.5% for practices that bulk bill all the patients all the time, has been remarkable. This is structural change, and in this budget we have embedded those Medicare urgent care clinics, so they'll be with us for the future, and they're also relieving pressure on the GP practices themselves. As a GP nurse, I know that when something urgent walks through the door, of course the scheduled patients, both on my lists and the doctor's lists, will need to wait so that the urgent case is attended to. But having the urgent cases taken out to the urgent care clinics, the Medicare urgent care clinics, means that the GPs can get on with doing primary care where it's needed. Primary care is the front door of our healthcare system. It is where early intervention happens, where preventative health takes place, and where relationships are built. And it's where we can prevent more serious injuries and health issues further down the track. This bill strengthens our foundations by providing a clear legislative basis for primary care incentive programs. It gives certainty to providers, strengthens accountability, and ensures these programs can continue to evolve to meet the needs of Australians. Speaker, this bill is about fairness. It's about ensuring that whether you live in Gosnells, Toodyay, Beverley, Chidlow or Gidgegannup, you can access affordable, high-quality care. It's about backing local practices and healthcare workers, and it's about building a stronger Medicare for the future. As someone who has worked extensively in our health system, I am proud to support this bill. And as the member for Bullwinkle, I'm proud to stand up for my communities, for the patients, the providers and the families who rely on Medicare every day. I commend this bill to the House.
And I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can a parent take a sick child to the doctor without first visiting their bank balance? No one should have to think twice about seeing a GP when they are sick or injured because of what it might cost. And no one should have to wait days for an appointment because the nearest bulk billing clinic is booked out for a week. And no one should have to wait days for an appointment because the nearest bulk billing clinic is booked out. This bill gives primary care group programs like the bulk billing practice incentive a consistent statutory basis to secure its longevity and sustain the progress that this Labor government is already delivering. That is real progress. Since 2025, the national bulk billing rate has climbed over 81%, and around 97% of Australians now live within a 20 minutes drive of a bulk billing practice. That looks like more people seeing a doctor instead of putting it off. The lingering cough that you kept on meaning to get checked out. The blemish on your arm that doesn't look quite right. Or the stub toe that turned out to be properly broken. That is what these incentive programs are really for. It's about free care and affordable care that doesn't have you second guessing whether it's worth a visit or not. In my electorate of Swan, it's one of the most diverse communities in Western Australia, and bulk billing matters right across it. To the pensioners in Como, to young families in Cannington, for people working long hours and shift work in Belmont and Rivervale. For a lot of them, whether the doctor bulk bills is what decides if they go at all. When it costs nothing, you actually go when you need to go. When it costs $80 out of pocket, you wait. And sometimes waiting for a small problem sometimes becomes a big one. The reassurance of a bulk billing practice down the road shifts you from the mindset of she'll be right to what's the harm in checking. This shift sometimes can be life-saving. And it's interesting because I'm sure that there are many people within this House that have had lived experience of what it's like to have a family member that's gone to visit the GP because of a small matter that ended up being quite big. For me, there's a particular story that I'd like to share with you, and it relates to when my daughter was 3 weeks old and I got a phone call from my mum, and my mum's like, oh, we just went to the GP and he said that we need to go get an MRI scan for Dad straight away. I'll keep you updated. And it's interesting because sometimes you go to the GP and they'll be like, yeah, you should get this scan, like, you know, you should do that in the next fortnight. But the GP was like, no, you need to go straight away. And the reason why my mum made my dad go to the GP was because my mum was annoyed with the way that my dad was walking, and it was because he was walking with a limp and was kind of like, not walking in the straight manner. So they did the MRI scan, and what it turned out is that my dad had bleeding on the brain. So he'd had bleeding on the brain on 2 different parts of his brain. And so then from the MRI, what ended up happening is they're like, right, you need to go to emergency straight away. So Dad initially went to Fiona Stanley Hospital, and then they were like, oh, we don't actually do emergency brain surgery at this hospital. You need to go to Royal Perth Hospital. And so then Dad was at Royal Perth Hospital, and then it was this question of Dad needing this emergency brain surgery. And the surgeon called up and was kind of like, this is what's happening. And I'm kind of like, and I live very close to Royal Perth Hospital, 15 minutes drive. And I'm like, I'd love to say good luck to my dad, but he was going in so quickly, and the surgeon wasn't with my dad. And I said to the surgeon, what's the probability that he'll survive this surgery? And it's like, it's a 90% probability, but there's a 10% probability that he won't live. And I'm like, could I just wish my dad good luck? Can I do that? And so the surgeon gave me his number. I got to call 15 minutes later, and I got to say to Dad, hey, Dad, good luck for your surgery. So that was the beginning of a GP appointment that turned out to be this very large thing. And so Dad had emergency brain surgery. He lived through the surgery, but then he had to learn how to walk again. And so he ended up being in hospital for 6 months. And what's fascinating is that the beginning of that story was a GP appointment, right? And so the thing that I find particularly extraordinary about Australia is that who knows what would have happened to my dad if that GP appointment didn't happen. But then there's sliding door moments where, for my dad, he migrated from Kenya, but he has 6 brothers and sisters, and all of his brothers and sisters migrated to California. For my cousin, who had emergency heart surgery, basically, when they got to the moment of you have a leaky heart valve, we need to perform emergency surgery on you, the question was, how much will this cost? And can you afford it? And so I'm just incredibly grateful for the Australian Medicare system. Universal healthcare is a phenomenal thing, and this bill is quite incredible. So, back to the mainstream speech. Aside from bulk billing, this bill also addresses other primary care incentive programs that make Australia's healthcare system robust and reliable. Together, they are worth more than $1.4 billion of this government's investment in primary care every year. The Practice Incentive Program rewards practices for the quality of their care, for opening their doors after hours, and for teaching the next generation of doctors. The General Practice Aged Care Incentive helps GPs keep looking after patients once they move into residential aged care, so older Australians won't lose the doctor who knows them. And interestingly, I now have my old man in aged care. And the Workforce Incentive Program helps practices bring nurses, midwives and allied health workers and help get doctors into rural and remote communities that have always found it the hardest to attract them. In the country, a single GP can be the only doctor for hundreds of kilometres, covering the clinic, the emergencies and the after-hour calls. This program helps keep doctors that are there and help brings the next one in. These are programs that sustain care in place. It is the hardest to deliver. This bill sets out clear guidelines to maintain the quality of these programs, and it makes sure that they are run properly with the same safeguards that protect other dollars spent across Medicare. It also gives certainty about how the program works and how decisions affecting them are made, and it gives doctors and practices who rely on them the confidence that their future is secure. In my own community, the bulk billing incentive program is working. In 2023, the bulk billing rate in my electorate was 67%. By March this year, it had risen to 74.9%. And the number of practices bulk billing every patient has more than doubled. It was 9 when the Coalition left office. Today it is 22. That's 13 more practices in my electorate where a family can see a doctor and walk out without paying a cent. The Minister for Health said that the Labor government has stopped the free fall in bulk billing rates. And in my community, we have done more to stop the slide. We have begun to reverse it. For households in Belmont or Rivervale, that's the difference between seeing a GP visit that costs nothing to one that makes you stop and think about whether you're going to do it or not. This bill also names the Health Insurance Act as the Medicare Act. Since Medicare was introduced by the Hawke government more than 40 years ago, it has shaped the lives of millions of Australians. We carry the green and gold card in our wallets and we hand it over to the doctor at the hospital, at the pharmacy, and it's one of the few things in this country that belongs to all of us, no matter where we are or what we earn. What it reminds me of is when the Prime Minister talked about Kerry Stokes and his mother and that they both got treated at the same hospital. And I think that that's extraordinary, that that's the healthcare system that we have. It's not a healthcare system which is only for some. And I'm proud to be a part of a government that's protecting it. And we should make sure that we never take it for granted, because that's not how every country does things. In fact, I remember having a conversation at dinner in New York and speaking to some of my cousins over there, and one of their friends was like, "Oh, socialist medicine, like that sounds gross." And it's kind of like, well, actually, it's like, think about it this way. Universal medicine, does that sound sensible? And it's just interesting the way that you phrase things. And so this is where I think it's important to understand that it's important to recognise our system. I remember another one of my friends who was a lawyer from Melbourne, travelling in the US, and he talked about going out hiking, and then he basically got this massive deep wound in his leg, and he's like, "I'm not going to see a doctor. I'm not going to see a doctor because it's going to cost me a lot." So he just continued to make sure that he kept it sterile, and he just let that heal very slowly over a 2-month process. There's another story that I remember, which is one of my friends who's a female engineer, was working for a big oil and gas company and had a miscarriage when she was overseas. And for her, having a miscarriage while she was overseas was like, I just don't know if I want to see a health expert because I don't know how much this will cost. And we know that when you have a miscarriage, that having medical help really is important. And so these are the things that sometimes we don't recognise is really powerful in the Australian healthcare system. And really, we need to make sure that we continue to strengthen it, and we need to make sure that we continue to build it. And so what I would say is that Australians made a choice on whether we want this to be universal. And the thing that I see from time and time again is that the Australian Labor government wants to do things that last for generations and makes this country so much better compared to any other country in the world. And it's interesting because we have so many things to be grateful for, whether that relates to minimum wage, whether that relates to superannuation guarantee, whether that relates to paid parental leave, and of course, universal Medicare. I remember a time door knocking in my electorate where I was having a conversation with a family and they were talking about how disappointed they were in the bulk billing rates. They were like, we recognise that bulk billing exists. I've not seen a bulk billing doctor for years. And basically, he felt like he could not trust the government to look after this. And the thing that I would say about our government, what we want to do time and time again, is to make sure that we listen deeply to our communities and ensure that we understand what it is that they want. And we saw the numbers, but we also saw the effects in our community. And we wanted to make sure that we put the investment where it was needed. The additional thing that I think is useful for us to think about, and I'll put my engineering hat on, is in the mining industry, one of the things that we do intentionally is something called preventative maintenance. We do preventative maintenance because we want to make sure that expensive equipment doesn't break down, because when it breaks down, it costs a lot of money per hour, per minute if it's down. That's what the big companies do. And the thing that I'd say that I want Australians to make sure that they do is that they do preventative health. Because the thing that we know is that when we invest in preventative health, it means that we can actually catch those little things initially before they come too big. And what I see is that the general practice system that we have with our Medicare system and our bulk billing clinics ensures that we can actually invest in this. I think it's incredibly important that we continue to ensure that we look after this system, because it is something that actually helps people with the quality of their life, but it also means that we can have our family, friends and loved ones in a way that's so much more present. And the thing that I'd say is that I anticipate that the life expectancy of Australians probably is a bit longer than other countries, and I think a part of that relates to not just our blue skies and our beautiful beaches and fresh air. I think that a part of it also relates to our healthcare system. It's a healthcare system that we should be very proud of, and I think that this bill continues to strengthen it. I commend the bill to the House.
Here. I'm going to give the call to the member for Gordon, but I'm also going to cut you off in a minute, so I'll give the call to the member for Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to rise in support of the Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payment and Other Measures Bill 2026, brought forward by the Minister for Health, and I commend him for doing so, Deputy Speaker. This bill is an important step in strengthening the integrity, transparency and sustainability of Medicare primary healthcare funding. Australia has one of the best healthcare systems in the entire world. We're regularly compared to our international counterparts. And Medicare is the very best of Australia, Deputy Speaker. A system built and backed by successive Labor governments every step of the way.
Member for Gordon, I'm really sorry. It being 7:30, I propose the question, and you can continue your remarks at a later date. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Tasmanian Liberal government is in crisis. Not a political crisis of the kind that passes in a news cycle, but a crisis of integrity, the kind that corrodes public trust slowly and leaves lasting damage long after the ministers responsible have quietly exited stage left. Indeed, Speaker, in all my days, I haven't seen a government at state or federal level as dodgy as this Tasmanian government. So let me set out the facts for you, because the facts speak for themselves. In the last month, 2 cabinet ministers have resigned because of grave breaches of public trust. Madeleine Ogilvie resigned after intentionally misleading Parliament by claiming she was not party to any court case, and it was only after sustained questioning that she finally admitted that she had, in fact, brought a Supreme Court action. She defended her lie by saying she erred while attempting to navigate a suppression order, and the cost to the taxpayer, about $120,000. In the following weeks, Jane Howlett resigned after evidence emerged that her office was aware of campaign texts sent in breach of conventions, when she had previously claimed no knowledge of such matters. Her legal fees cost $405,000. And who picked up the tab? You guessed it, Speaker, the taxpayer again. So that's more than $500,000 of public money, and on what? Well, Speaker, the Premier has confirmed both matters relate to court disputes with Tasmania's own Integrity Commission. Let that sink in. Tasmanian ministers use Tasmanian taxpayer money to fight Tasmania's integrity watchdog in court, in secret, while lying to Parliament that any such proceedings existed. And when that money is added to the $317,000 the Integrity Commission has spent on legal costs for its investigations since 2022-23, that's nearly $1 million of taxpayers' money down the gurgler. Now, I want to be mindful not to overstate what we know, because suppression orders mean the full picture remains hidden from the public. But what is obvious, Speaker, is the deeply troubling conduct of the Liberal government, its ministers and the Premier. In fact, the Premier, Jeremy Rockliff, has become the first Tasmanian Premier in history to be censured by the State Parliament. The motion, which passed on the 17th of June, found he failed to uphold the ministerial code of conduct in relation to both ministers, failed to ensure Ms Ogilvie corrected the misleading record when he became aware of it, and failed to answer basic questions. And his response? That these were complex matters, that he could not comment further. Speaker, that's not leadership. It's concealment dressed up as caution, as a caution. Similarly, the Premier's claims that the criticism amounts to personal attacks makes a complete mockery of the whole situation. And what makes this worse, Speaker, just when we thought they couldn't stoop any lower, under intense pressure, the government finally tabled their long-awaited reforms to the Integrity Commission Act. But there was one glaring difference from their 2025 consultation draft and the bill that was presented to Parliament, and that is the removal of changes regarding the right to silence, which allows public officers under investigation to refuse to give information or evidence. Honestly, Speaker, you can't make this stuff up. Moreover, independent experts have examined that legislation closely and found it wanting. Indeed, the Centre for Public Integrity has warned the proposed reforms largely amount to technical changes that leave major structural weaknesses unresolved, including chronic underfunding of the Integrity Commission, limited ability to investigate misconduct involving third parties, accountability gaps involving MPs during election periods when Parliament is dissolved, weak appointment processes for commissioners, and ongoing barriers to investigating MPs where parliamentary privilege is asserted. In other words, the government has spent $500,000 fighting its integrity watchdog and is now putting forward integrity reforms which experts say don't fix the fundamental problems. Some might call that ironic. Speaker, I call that a pattern. Speaker, Tasmania's Integrity Commission has never held a public hearing. It cannot investigate politicians' conduct during election campaigns. It has the second lowest per capita budget of any state or territory commission and has referred only 2 people for prosecution, which is the lowest rate of any state. This is simply not good enough. Speaker, Tasmanians want and deserve so much more, and we can have so much more, and I call on the Tasmanian Government and Parliament to achieve so much more. Thank you, Speaker.
The call on indulgence to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With reference to incidents in the chamber yesterday, I would like to withdraw my statement. I would like to apologise to the House and to you personally, and I would like to thank the member for Hunter for his kind friendship and others opposite during this period.
Thank the member for Groom. Give the call to the honourable member for Button.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, Pope Leo XIV released a document called The Magnificent Humanity, a pastoral letter to the world on artificial intelligence and humanity. And I want to speak about it tonight, not simply because it addresses technology, but because of what it actually reveals about the kind of society we're choosing to become. And Pope Leo writes with urgency. He warns that we are living through a moment when the human person risks being reduced to data, to a machine output, to a commodity, stripped of dignity, stripped of meaning, stripped of relationships that make life worth living. And he warns of the dangers to truth, to democracy, to the institutions that sustain civic life, and when powerful technologies are left ungoverned and concentrated into the too few hands. But he does not stop at warning. He calls on those with power, political, economic, technological, to exercise it in service of common good. He calls on us to become, in his words, instruments of growth, justice and fraternity. And I'm a proud Catholic, Speaker, and I'm a proud Labor member of the Parliament House, and I do not think those things are in tension. Last year, the Albanese Labor government released Australia's National AI Plan, a responsible roadmap for governing AI in the public interest. It is grounded in the principles of Pope Leo's, what he articulates: transparency, human oversight, the protection of people's rights, and the insistence that technology must serve humanity, not the reverse. And when Pope Leo warns against systems that reduce the person to an algorithm, this Labor government answers, not here, not on our watch. And this letter speaks of the value of work, not merely as economic activity, but as an expression of human dignity. And Catholic social teaching has always held that a fair day's work demands a fair day's pay. And from the 1st of July, more than 3 million Australian workers will receive a pay rise. And every worker is getting another tax cut. And that is a family breathing much more easily. That is the dignity of labour recognised in law. And Pope Leo speaks of families and young people and of a world that must not abandon them. And from today, paid parental leave extends to 6 months, and this accrues super. Because we believe that when a child enters into this world, both parents deserve time to be present. Care is not yielding. Care is valued work, and we are building a system that treats it that way. He speaks of the social conditions for hope. For too many Australians, home ownership has become a source of despair rather than aspiration. First, home buyers can access a 5% deposit. We are building new homes for first home buyers, not property investors. We are levelling a playing field that has been tilting against Australians for way too long. A fair playing field is not a gift, it's justice. He speaks of truth, justice, and curbing the distortion of power. From 1 July, our price gouging provisions take place. When corporations extract excessive profit from people's grocery bills, that is not the market working. That is power being exercised against people, and governments that believe in common good must act. Pope Leo also wrote that technology must serve human people, not shape them. Labor's reform, Australia's social media ban for 16-year-olds, says the same thing in the language of legislation, that no algorithm should be permitted to interrupt a child's becoming. I look forward to introducing the digital duty of care so that all of us are not left at the behest of the social media giants. This letter asks a fundamental question: what do we owe each other? Catholic social teaching answers this: everything that affirms the dignity of the person. Tonight, I am proud to say that this Albanese Labor government is answering that call in policy, in law, and in real change for Australians that will feel in their lives. The direction is justice, the direction is dignity, and the direction is peace and solidarity. Thank you, Speaker.
The call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The cost of living is affecting all Australians. For some, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. Rarely is it the cruelty of a single, brutal decision that everyone could see and oppose. It's the cruelty of endless poor decisions and bad policies, each one small enough to wave through, each one defended by the government as maybe modest, maybe reasonable, maybe even incremental. And then one day, an Australian sits down at their kitchen table, adds it all up, and realises there's nothing left to give. Nowhere left to turn. They realise, hopefully, that it's actually not them. It's this Labor government. That is what incrementalism does. Most people don't really notice it until it's too late. It's like the frog in the boiling pot. Mr Speaker, I want to tell you about Patricia, a retired widow from Dickey Beach. Patricia kept her private health insurance after she lost her husband because she believed it would protect her. Despite being a pensioner, she sacrificed what she could to afford her private health insurance. She recently used the Sunshine Coast University Hospital and voluntarily claimed through her insurer, returning more than $6,000 to Queensland Health. That's the kind of citizen Patricia is. And under this government's rebate changes, she now stands to lose more than $1,000 a year for the privilege of doing the right thing. But here's the thing, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the cost of living, thanks to the cost of living not being a priority for this government, Patricia doesn't have $1,000 to spare. Her choices are bleak. Now, I want to tell you, Mr Speaker, about John. He's 68, renting in Golden Beach. He just had a rent increase of $60 a week. And the deeming rates changes have just cut his pension instead of lifting it. John says he'll cope by cutting back on dining out. That doesn't just hurt John. It hurts the cafe down the road, and it turns John's retirement into survival. Mr Speaker, let me tell you about Helen and David, who wrote to me. They worked, they paid their taxes, they did everything they were asked to do. Now they're telling me that every bill eats into the savings they spent a lifetime building. Their message to me was simple. Don't drop the ball. We need you, they said. Mr Speaker, the Australia Institute found over half of Australians say their household is worse off than just 2 years ago. And for those on fixed incomes, that number climbs higher still. Under this government, under the Prime Minister Albanese, we have seen the sharpest declines in living standards across the OECD. The sharpest decline in living standards, driven by energy bills this government promised to bring down. Higher rents, higher electricity bills, higher gas bills, higher insurance bills, you name it, it's gone up. The Smith family tells us 9 in 10 low-income families now worry they can't afford to put school shoes on their kids' feet. That's not bad luck. It's not an unavoidable global headwind. This is the cumulative weight of bad choices by a bad government, made one after the other, and felt savagely by people least able to absorb them. Mr Speaker, government is not simple, I know that. We've done it. It's complex, it's hard, and anyone who tells you otherwise is fooling themselves. But complexity is precisely why discipline matters. The Coalition's record is one of managing the nation's finances as though they were our own, and if we are given that opportunity again, we will be very careful with the Australian taxpayers' dollars, unlike this government.
The question is the House to now agenda. Give the call to the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, and I rise today to congratulate the outstanding winners of the 2026 Newcastle Hospitality and Tourism Awards. These awards recognise the businesses and individuals who go above and beyond to showcase the very best of our city. Every visitor welcomed, every memorable meal served, every exceptional experience created and every event delivered contributes to Newcastle's growing reputation as one of Australia's premier visitor destinations. Congratulations to EDL Consulting, named Industry Support Partner of the Year. Quest Newcastle, Inclusive Tourism and Hospitality Operator of the Year. Nui Food Adventures, Best New Visitor Economy Business. Moa & Co, Excellence in Sustainability. Nui Tour Co, Best Tourism Experience. Bistro Penny, awarded Culinary Excellence. Quest Newcastle West, Outstanding Accommodation Provider. Emily Box from Young Street Hotel, Rising Star. Stuart Ford from the Newcastle Cruise Ship Volunteers, Customer Service Champion. And Quest Newcastle and Quest Newcastle West, Employer of the Year. And Link Horton from Newcastle Airport, named Industry Leader of the Year. These winners represent the very best of Newcastle's visitor economy. Through innovation, dedication and exceptional service, they are creating jobs, strengthening local businesses and ensuring visitors leave our cities with memories worth sharing. The passion and professionalism demonstrated by this year's winners shows why Newcastle continues to grow from strength to strength as a destination. Finally, I extend my sincere congratulations not only to the winners, but to every nominee and all the finalists. Simply being recognised among such an outstanding field is an achievement in itself. Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge one of Newcastle's outstanding local businesses, Acrobat Removals, based in Sandgate. Recently recognised at the Hunter Region Business Awards, Acrobat Removals has demonstrated what local businesses can achieve through hard work, innovation and an unwavering commitment to customer service. Running a successful business is never easy. It takes vision, resilience and the ability to adapt while continuing to put customers and employees first. Recognition through the Hunter Region Business Awards reflects not only commercial success, but the contribution businesses make to strengthening our local economy and creating employment opportunities. Small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of Newcastle. They support local families, sponsor sporting clubs, invest in our communities and help make our city such a vibrant place to live and work. To the entire team at Acrobat Removals, congratulations on your well-earned recognition. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognise one of Newcastle's outstanding young sporting talents. In August, Phoenix Irvine will represent Australia at the Under-16 Men's Water Polo Championships in Croatia, an incredible achievement that reflects years of hard work, discipline and dedication to his sport. To earn selection in an Australian representative team is no small feat. It requires countless early mornings, late-night training sessions, sacrifices by families and coaches, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Phoenix has already demonstrated that he has the talent to compete with the very best young athletes in the world. As he prepares to pull on the green and gold, he will carry not only Australia's hopes, but the pride of Newcastle with him. On behalf of the people of Newcastle, I congratulate Phoenix on this well-deserved achievement and wish him every success in Croatia. Speaker, that's just some of the amazing talent that is in Newcastle City, from our very best in the tourism sector through to the very best of our small, medium-sized businesses and to the most extraordinary emerging talent of athletes. Each year, like many members in this House, I get to host a local sporting championship event. And I had the honour of meeting Phoenix, many of the water polo champions from Newcastle. It's a sport with a very strong following in Newcastle and a lot of very dedicated families who have been growing that sport over generations. So you meet the champions today, their parents were champions of yesterday. That's just some of the amazing talent that we get to call part of our Novocastrian spirit.
Question is the House General Adjourner. Give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to speak on a matter that goes to the very heart of who we are as a nation, our migration system. When managed with care and vision, migration doesn't just grow an economy, it truly enriches our nation. It weaves new threads into our national fabric, bringing fresh ideas, vibrant entertainment, incredible food, and the vital skills of our industries desperately need to survive. We see this rich heritage displayed proudly right across the electorate of Dawson. In the southern suburbs of Townsville, the Tamil community has become a pillar of healthcare system. Many are dedicated doctors, including the wonderful paediatrician who assisted with my very first grandchild. Mr Speaker, you cannot look at the story of AIR without celebrating the vibrant Italian culture that helped build it. I recently was honoured to visit the wonderful Dominica in the Burdekin, who celebrated her 100th birthday, and to hear her deeply moving story of her arrival in Australia as a 9-year-old was amazing. From sleeping in cane farm stables, walking 4 miles to school and not speaking a word of English, this remarkable woman built a wonderful life. The Burdekin was built on the shoulders of resilient pioneers just like her. And in Mackay, the Maltese community have shaped our history with rich and enduring spirit. I was pleased to attend the unveiling of the Maltese corner statues in Mackay CBD, a magnificent tribute to 3 life-sized bronze figures of Sam Bazzina, Emmanuel Camilleri and John Vassallo. Many of these families still farm sugarcane today, while others have built mighty businesses that form the backbone of our regional economy. And as a former tomato farmer, I know firsthand that the agricultural sector would be completely lost without the visas that allow international workers to fill critical gaps. Without them, crops would literally rot on the ground. In particular, the Vietnamese workers we employed on our farm were some of the most industrious, respectful and resilient people I've ever known. They came to Dawson for genuine opportunity, never for a handout, and they earned every single dollar through sheer hard work. This is a success story of Australian multiculturalism, but it only works when it is backed by a willingness to integrate and belong. We welcome people to share this culture with us, but they must adapt to Australians' laws and our way of life. We should never bend or alter our laws or our democracy or our values to suit others. Under the Albanese Labor government, this delicate balance has collapsed into chaos. Labor's migration numbers have been far too high and the entry standards have been far too low. The government allows unmanageable numbers to flood our capital cities, putting immense pressure on housing and infrastructure. Visa applications for skilled professionals who actually want to contribute to our economy are taking far too long to be processed, trapped and clogged in bureaucracy. The Coalition rejects Labor's version of multiculturalism, which sees different people held to different standards because of their cultural background. This approach is exactly how we ended up with anti-Semitic hatred on our suburban streets, ugly protests on the Harbour Bridge, and radical sympathisers allowed back into our communities. The Coalition believes in an immigration system where we don't judge people by where they come from. We judge them by how they respect our laws, how they share our values, and how they want to contribute to our country. Australian values are not complicated. They are freedom, respect, fairness, equality of opportunity, the rule of law, democracy, and a fair go for all. The Coalition's migration plan will put these distinct values back at the absolute centre of our laws, enshrining compliance with the Australian Values Statement as a universal visa condition. Our policy will strengthen our social cohesion by requiring integration, shut the door on those who abuse the system, and show a permanent red light to these radicals. We must return balance and integrity to our borders, ensuring that migration, once again, serves to build a stronger, safer and more prosperous Australia. After all, Australia is the best country on earth.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to a member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, today marks an important step for Australian consumers. Today, the 1st of July, we are banning supermarket gouging, and it starts today. Today, new laws come into effect to protect everyday shoppers from the excessive pricing practices and unfair behaviour in the supermarket sector. Mr Speaker, these reforms are about one thing. It's about fairness, fairness for families trying to make ends meet, fairness for pensioners watching every dollar, and fairness for Australians who should not be punished when they go to the supermarket and walk through those supermarket doors at the checkout. Because for too long, Australians feel the impact of rising groceries, and we have to do everything that we can as a government to ensure that price rises are justified. Families work very hard. They are budgeting carefully. They're making sacrifices. Yet week after week, many Australians have found that their grocery bills just keep rising while the amount of their trolley stays the same. And that frustration is real, especially here in our nation of Australia, where you have the two biggest supermarkets, Coles and Woolworths, controlling about 70% of everything in the retail sector, 70%. When you add the other businesses that they own as well, the liquor stores, etc. petrol stations, and it is a very powerful conglomerate if these two got together and basically discussed what the prices should be. And that's why this government is really, really looking at this in a serious way. Deputy Speaker, it's felt in households right across Australia. The weekly grocery shopping is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's one of the most basic expenses every family faces. So Australians should be able to trust that prices are fair and that companies are acting responsibly. And when they are upping their prices, they should be justified. And that is why these reforms matter. They're part of a broad crackdown on anti-competitive behaviour across the food and grocery sector in supermarkets and send a clear message that consumers must come first. Importantly, price gouging, as of today, as I said, is now illegal. Businesses should be competing on service, quality and value, not exploiting circumstances to increase profits at the expense of hard-working Australians. And this is an issue that I take particular interest in because it is something that every Australian experiences. And I've raised this issue about the anti-competitiveness of our two big retailers in Australia many times over the years that I've been here. In the US, they would have been divested and made to break up because they just would not be able to control over 70% of the market with the US laws. Unfortunately here, we can't do that, but we have put measures in place to make sure that gouging does not take place. I'll give you an example. For years I've purchased a large tin of coffee that can usually costs around $22. It was around COVID time, just after COVID, around $14. It's now $22, around 22. Occasionally you'll walk into the supermarket and you'll see it for a couple of weeks at $32. At $32 for 2 weeks, maybe 3, maybe even a month. And then all of a sudden you see special, reduced price, $22. All it means is psychologically they're just ensuring that they are coaching us into buying things more that are dearer. And it's just not on. I see it all the time. And I keep an eye out for prices and I keep an eye out of their increases and then the decreases, which are then sold back to us as specials when that was the normal price. So, Deputy Speaker, these are unconscionable practices and they should be stopped. They notice when the so-called sale price looks remarkably similar to the original price. Another one is cracker biscuits. They usually sell, they were on special, I think 2 packets for $2, $1 each. And now they're selling them on special. They upped the price for a period of time to $4. They've dropped it down to about $3 something on a special now, even though a few weeks ago they were on $2 for 2 packets. Deputy Speaker, as I said, we must crack down on these types of practices. The reality is that Australians work hard for their money and we should be doing everything we can to protect them and to ensure that supermarkets are not price gouging and that when they do, they are punished for it.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.